Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are, and welcome to today's live stream. It is Thursday, the 6th of August, and I hope you are doing well. Hope you're doing very well. Hobo Joe in the house. Ravy baby, how you going? Hope you're both doing fabulously on this Thursday. We've got a lot of interesting things to cover this morning before we get into Theory Thursdays later. Spandong doing the roll call. It's good to have you. It's good to have you. Yeah, we're going to do some Theory Thursday later this afternoon. It is that time of the week. Oh, yeah. But yes, we're going to have a look at some other things that have been going on around the place. Migration is still on the menu after we ventured over to Sweater yesterday, thanks to Nick Shirley. We're going to have a look at some potential migration policy that's coming out from the Australian federal government. I'm really curious as to this stuff now. I used to not really care too much about immigration policy at all, but given how popular it is these days, it's potentially interesting to cover. So we're going to have a look at that. We're going to have a look at Japan. Japan's been doing some crazy stuff in terms of their military spending. It seems like the entire world has decided on what Yanis Varoufakis likes to refer to as military Keynesianism. The global economy is absolutely screwed. That's right, absolutely screwed. And everyone's deciding, oh, well, our economies suck. Let's just do military spending, and hopefully that looks good on paper. Let's just do that then, shall we? So we're going to have a look at like what Japan has been doing in that regard. And apparently there are reports that China is going to blow chip production out of the water, and they've made some breakthrough moment in lithography in the style of what is capitalized or monopolized on by the Dutch. They have like kind of through that the company ASML, they kind of control the game. But apparently China has turned a corner and is going to take over. So we'll get into some reports of that, and we'll do other things as well. I wonder if I will get called out by XNF today. If you're lucky. If you're lucky. If you are so lucky. What up, flatheads? Bensel Bennett in the house. How you going? What is a flathead? All I know is a screwdriver, but is it like a reference to something else? Is it a sex thing? That's the $1 trillion question. Ravy will let us know eventually. So, without further ado, shall we get into today's fun and games, etc., etc., etc. Dude, why did I just do that? Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, I just want to cover the Australian immigration thing. But like there's also that whole situation. Everyone's really excited about this in the US at the moment, which I'm not really across, let's be honest. That Abdul guy, El Sayed, some guy from Michigan who's just won a primary race against some APAC puppet, and everyone's like losing their stuff because there's a progressive Democrat candidate. I wonder if our American correspondents are in here. I'd love to know their opinions on whether we should care about that or not. Hobo Joe, have you seen that our mate Purple Pingers and the Renters Union are going after our favorite scum lords with his over 180 houses? Ooh. Hello, hello, hello. No, I haven't seen that. Can you link me something? I'd love to do a little bit of Purple Pingers. He's one of my faves, bro. Sneaky Bees making their own UEV lithography machine. If anyone could engineer it besides the US, it was China. For sure. I know, that's the general sentiment, isn't it? It's like, well, it's just a matter of time, right? They basically control global production. China was going to figure this out eventually. But yeah, we'll look into it. I was partying all night. It was great. All right. Just don't identify as a flathead and you'll be fine. Okay. You get it. I'll remember that just in case anyone asks me. The race was tight as it was wild. They avoided calling for so long. Okay. And so it was like random progressive dude also happens to be Muslim. wildly progressive, not funded by APAC, beats someone who is wildly funded by APAC, and like everyone lost it, right? That was it. That was the thing. Like, not that he's, I don't know, some type of wild commie, and he was about to like take over American politics and bring down the American empire single handedly with some type of revolutionary aspiration. He's just, just an average kind of progressive candidate. No, E. No. All right, fine. I'll get amongst it eventually. That is what started it. Okay. They were doing a live stream about it last night, but I missed it. Okay. Such a cool machine to move so fast. It pulls upwards of 20 Gs. Damn. All right. All right, Hobo Joe. I see your Instagram post. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, it's not these guys. This guy with the 180 properties. Let me just change the screen so you guys can see who I'm talking about. This is the guy that he debated against on that SBS Insight thing, right? I personally own like 180 properties. Hey, I'm working class. What did he say? I was born in, I don't know, Blacktown or something. It's a signifier that a socialist third party can beat out establishment Democrats against a what? $50 million APAC funded campaign. Democratic Socialists beat out the Dem for the primary. Yes, but from what I understand, he's not actually a socialist though. Like, as in, like, he's not part of the DSA or anything like that. Let's get into that. Let's get into that because maybe it's important. I just thought he was just wildly woke. He's a progressive. Oh my god, it's the end of the American democratic experiment as we know it. We might as well take ourselves to the gulags. The progressives are coming. All right, let's have a look at this.
And we've found out where every single one of them are.
We're door knocking all the tenants. We're figuring out their problems.
Adu. He's doing stuff with Adu. No way. The Renters and Housing Union is organizing tenants across the country who rent under mega landlord Edward Deline to collectively bargain for a better deal. In light of Edward unilaterally publicizing tenant organizing, we have communicated a preliminary set of demands. Dude, that's crazy. It's mental, bro. That's mental. Good on him. Hey, purple pingers, bro. For PM. Bring on purple pingers for PM, bro. What a legend. I know he talks about free healthcare. Might as well be a socialist in the US. Not allowed. Yeah, he's not a member, but in terms of political landscape over there, why would we disparage it? No, not disparaging. Not disparaging, but like he's just a progressive and like everyone's losing it, right? As they usually do. Hey, like, oh my god, one more progressive and that's it. American democracy is over forever. It's like, calm down. He wants free healthcare. It's not that big of a deal. He's not bringing in communism. It's not Stalin. Relax. Calm down. All right. Let's watch this one first. We're jumping all over the place. 4IS in the house. Yo, yo, yo. What's up? How you going? Voltateur. Oh, I didn't see you were in here. How you going, Voltateur? Hope you're well. Good, sir. You calm down. All right. I'm calm. What are we doing? Bro, first we're watching Purple Pingers. Everyone calm down. Then we're going to go. Here's the order of things. Then I'm going to have to figure out who this Abdul Al-Sayed guy is in Michigan and whether or not I should really care about it. And then we're going to go and look at Australia's migration. Agenda, please. That's what we're doing. And good timing. I need some American insight here. Should we care about Abdul is the question. Or is it just like Democrats losing it because somebody who is not wildly in the pocket of APAC could have actually won despite all the money? Yes, because they're literally saying people with his speech are not compatible with society. People are dying in concentration camps. So for him to be elected is significant, in my opinion. Yeah, fair enough. But like they're making it out like the revolution will not be televised, all that sort of thing. And you're just like, he just wants healthcare or something like that, right? He's progressive. Calm down. No, you don't understand. Free healthcare is just the first step. Then it's the food lines and communism. Oh man, so good. I have so much to learn. I'm on a 125 watch streak, ladies and gentlemen. 4IS with the 125 stream streak. Thank you, man. Fuck yeah. Good on your 4IS, you win legends. And it's just the primaries, folks. Calm down. Yeah, and so it's just like the battle inside the Democratic Party. He's still got to beat the Republican runner, and etc., etc. It's about building momentum for the general, because it's going to be right. When Han saw me go off about this, when he was stalking me on another stream, yes, Ben. So next it'll be free childcare. Yeah, yeah, outrageous. Eh? Outrageous. That'd be the worst, wouldn't it? Literally paying people. What is it? No. What's the one? Parental leave. That's the worst. Paternity leave, maternity leave. Paying for people to fornicate. Outrageous. I don't want to live in that world. So good. So good. All right, back to our friends here. Come on.
Figuring out that Eddie is drastically increasing rents and not fixing the really, really big issues in these rentals. I'm talking mold, I'm talking structural issues, appliances not working, ovens not working. It's really, really bad. And Eddie continues to increase the rent. And so we're here to organize the tenants, to unionize them and collectively bargain for better conditions and lower rent. We know it's been easy for you to pick on your tenants one by one, not respond to them, ignore them, but when all of them come together and demand a better deal, just a place to live that isn't infested with mold, that isn't obscenely expensive, you're not going to be able to ignore us any longer. So we'll see you soon, Eddie.
So if your landlord's Eddie Deline and you want to do something about that, get in touch with the Renters and Housing Union. Let's get organised. Let's take them down. But also, if your landlord's just fucking annoying and you hate them and you want to do something about it, join the Renters and Housing Union.
And if you're a shit landlord, the union is coming for you.
Dude, these guys are dangerous. Hey, watch out. Hobo Joe. Hey? God, watch out, bro. The landlord class. Was that Adu? Yeah, bro, it's Adu. And Purple Pingers together. You got mold, clean it up, you lazy. Ah, yes. Interesting. All right, here it is. Calm down. Apparently, Eddie has been losing about it. Ooh, really? It seems like some type of collective action against a solely powerful individual does have its edge. Who would have thought? What's progressive policy? Sex flotillas as a policy is a choice. All right, thank you very much for sharing that. Note to self, I'm gonna have to get in Purple Pingers, bro, for a stream. Adu too. Bring it on. Isn't this an interesting form of unionization as well? The unionization built around a consumption class issue, not a workers issue specifically, but a consumer issue, a consumer union. Housing is a goddamn human right. Never forget that. All right. So before I guess we get into, before we get into the Australian immigration thing, let's just quickly cover this guy. All right, so I've got two speakers in the chat that are going to be helping out here. We have staunch advocate for progressive politics, Ravy Baby, in one corner. And we've got staunch critic of democratic progressives, Jag. I would like to know opinions on this Abdul El Sayed character and whether or not I should really care so much as, or suffice it to say that, like, okay, he's like a progressive, got it, and he was able to beat significant APAC money. Incredible stuff, but I want to know, is there anything else to this guy that we should be like really happy about? Yes, beat off APAC, fantastic. Wants free healthcare, fantastic. Basically a communist by American standards. But like from what I understand, yeah, not DSA or openly. Listen to him speak, LOL. All right, got it. Let's try and see if they give him, apart from just explaining who he is, if they give him.
This is a high.
Do they actually show him speaking? Oh yeah, a little bit. Let's do it. Have you seen his ops? Negative. I have not.
High-profile victory for the progressive wing of the Democrats, Matt. An insurgent outsider has beaten a centrist congresswoman whose campaign received tens of millions.
Do you know anything about Haley? She's fucking hilarious. It's insane. Is Not Rail comes to me in my dreams. Yeah, okay. Like I understand. Like she's basically Is Not Rail incarnate in Michigan politics. I understand that, and it's good that like people saw through the rubbish and voted on what they wanted to see, as opposed to the propaganda machine, which is good. I get it. I just wanted to know if this guy is, because I've heard people make out like he's part of the Mamdani squad, and like people call him a socialist and a communist. And from what I understand, he's neither of those things. In fact, he actually has denounced when asked if he is a socialist. He's like, no, absolutely not. He likes capitalism and all that sort of stuff. So I'm just trying to figure out if he's, DSA is coming to take over American politics, or it's just, progressive Democrats, which is cool, man. She puts on a fake accent. It drops out halfway through her speaking. It's so funny. No, that's what she shout out at a rally. She's not even Jewish. Michigan ain't important. It's still the Democratic Party. And they don't spell it with a B because they're too dumb. So good.
From pro-Israel groups. We spoke to Abdul Al-Sayed earlier this week, and he told me that his party will need to pay close attention to what's happened here, because he's managed to tap into a wave of anti-establishment sentiment. He's managed to energize voters, particularly over the issue of Israel's actions in Gaza. It's an issue that the Democrats will...
Yeah, like Mamdani, end of the day, he's still a Dem. But Mamdani is DSA, though. Like, I've seen clips of Mamdani back in the day anyway, be like, we need to seize the means of production. It's just like, yeah, there we go. Maybe he has an agenda, but like this guy, he's just like, I don't know if he wants to seize the means of production, but we'll find out.
Have to address as they head into those all-important November midterms. Abdullah Sayed! A left-wing...
You know my stance, will never vote for a Dem again. Yes, I know. But like people seem really excited about this one. So I think it's more... People are so excited after all that's happened over the last few years in terms of activism and action around the Palestine question, or the Gaza. It's not the J question, it's the G question, Gaza. After all of that, people start beating APAC money, and people are so excited about it. So excited about it. He's a capitalist, no? Who, this guy? Abdul over here? I'm not sure. Seize the means of the Democratic Party. True democracy lies with the workers. It just came out that he is on OnlyFans. I don't know. I don't get it. Is that a joke? Or like, I've missed a reference again. Eric, how you going?
Political outsider who has just won a bruising and brutal round within his own party.
What a race. In the words of Muhammad Ali, we shook up the world.
For many Democrats, this progressive insurgent represents the change that's needed within their party.
Starting in moments when people aren't even paying attention to an election, but are paying attention to the price of gas and the price of groceries and the price of housing and the price of healthcare.
Yes,
this morning, this new ad finally endorsing Al-Sayed from the Senate Majority PAC, which represents the party's mainstream establishment. But they hadn't believed in the Muslim candidate until he was declared a winner.
That must be pretty controversial too, right? He's Muslim. Nick Shirley must be very upset about this. Surely not. Remember that time we watched his piece and they had converted a church to a mosque? And he was like, the takeover, it's happening, man. Don't you see it before your eyes? And now there's a Muslim candidate on the Democratic ticket. Shirley must be upset. That's what libs do. Any hint of success and they throw a party, think everything will be fixed as long as they're in power and go back to their DEI identity politics BS. Savage. Horrible music choice. I definitely don't like this guy. Excuse me. That is a banger. How dare you? Shakira Law is taking over. Oh, man. We've all discussed it as a stream as well. If you were wondering if we object to Sharia law coming in or not, the overwhelming the consensus actually, the consensus even among people that are scared of Sharia law taking over was like, give us one section of Sharia law which says that you cannot charge interest. You cannot charge interest. It is illegal to charge interest, and so we are going to force Sharia law on our banking sector. I suggest that you do the same in your country. Force Sharia law on your financial institutions. Just saying. Surely not has made it to the big time. Piers Morgan appearance. Oh, God. Okay. I'm sure Piers Morgan grilled him too, right? The Islamic State of Japan is taking over the devs. It's early, but Pentester might have comment of the day. It's early, but it's pretty good. We'll take it. Shakira Law. Woozle, how you going? Hope you're well. I see Abdul as like, I don't know, one of our regular Labour candidates, but to Americans, that's like far left. Far left. You used the F word. Oh God, not the far left. I'm scared. Scared. You put far in front of something? It's outrageous. Outrageous. Far. Ah, stop. You're scaring everybody.
Democrat Senate leader had this to say about the popularity of the progressives.
We are a big tent party. And being a big tent party is a strength, not a weakness.
The moderates had originally chosen to back this woman, Al-Sayed's opponent, Haley Stevens.
Moderates, as in the centrists, the radical centrists, pick this one, eh? So they can continue guilt-free on their wave of destruction around the planet. Far left. I thought it was ultra left. Yeah, well, that's not mainstream enough to say ultra left. Pon far terrifying.
In what had become a proxy fight about the future direction of the party.
We knew that this was going to be a close race. Thank you, friends.
And it was incredibly close, Stevens narrowly losing despite having received more than $30 million in funding from AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. This became a focal point of the campaign, Al-Sayed connecting with the concerns of...
Dude, literally a Muslim fighting against AIPAC. That's crazy. Mental, isn't it, eh? What do they say? Don't leave your conflicts over there, etc., etc., etc. Don't bring them here, man. And they're duking it out in Michigan. Well. Who would have thought?
Younger and Arab voters in particular about Israel's actions in Gaza. It's an issue that has split the Democrats. Support for Israel is falling in the party. That has left some Jewish voters feeling alienated. And today Al-Sayed addressed that divide.
And to all of my sisters and brothers of the Jewish faith, or any faith at all, or no faith at all, I want you to know that my commitment to your safety, my commitment to Jewish safety, is the same commitment that I have to the safety of my own daughters.
Dude, I hope he says from the river to the sea, or globalize the Intifada. That'll break it. That'll break it. Everyone will lose it. Actually, it's not the same thing though over there, is it? It's not that controversial, is it? As my daughters, no interest for the boys. Sharia law for all, no interest for the boys. Bro, could you imagine if he said that? That'd be so good. And as if I get elected to the Senate, I will bring in part of Sharia law. How much do you think the Dems are just testing the waters for how progressive they are willing to accept in order to make sure the lefties don't stray too far away from the party? It must be constantly that, right? Their form of politics, it would seem, is a constant cat and mouse game of how far they have to push their Overton window just enough to capture people. Like, that was the whole Bernie Sanders affair, right? Like, they were able to get him to draw people into the circle, the Democratic sphere, and then right at the last minute, they're like, all right, chop, see you later. Thanks for all your help, though. You've done well. Now we've got a bit of traction, and we can, I don't know, we'll take it from here, Bernie. You can get, like, that was it. That's constantly their play, right? What did they say before? Big tent political party. There are many tents in this big tent. From the river to the sea, let's have some tea. I get down with that. I'm actually having coffee at the moment, but I will sit down for some tea later. I won't be mad if they finally read the room. It's just controlled opposition, in my opinion. They are still beholden to the bourgeoisie. Yep, and it built resentment, yeah, and lost them the voter base, not through turning to the Republicans, but through apathy. Yes, it does. It does. So they got to be careful with this game. They act all progressive leaning. They got to deliver. Got to deliver. Free healthcare would be a nice start. Just saying. Just saying.
The Democrats need to win this seat in November's general election if they're to retake the Senate. And Al-Sayed will now have to take on a Republican candidate backed by Donald Trump. Could he win? Well, today the president posted his thoughts. Wayne County in Michigan is one of the most corrupt voting areas in the United States, if not the world. It is strictly third world. And then, going back to his repeated theme of fraudulent elections, he added, don't discount all of those fake mail-in ballots that will surprisingly show up at the last moment. Get ready for another rigged election. As well as being called a radical communist, Al-Sayed has also faced constant...
See, they call him a commie. I want to know, man. I gotta know. Is there reality there? Is he a commie? I gotta know. I'm down for this commie takeover whenever it's ready. Instead of just like, humanized policy, humanized capitalist policy, which is, yes, we should give people health care. Like, Jesus. The least we can do. Come on. Seriously. The people who voted in the Michigan primary helped him win by actually voting. A huge chunk came from the Dem base who opted out of primary voting last round. Well, America would be interesting. With mandatory voting, yes, it would change the game. It would change the game. My God. He's a fake DR. Dilemmas has entered the chat. How you going, Dilemmas? Hope you're well. Johnny's here. How you going? Let us know if you're new here. Johnny's here. And tell us a little bit more. Actually, I want to know what you're talking about there, Johnny. Con in the house. Just some Islamophobia as usual. Oh, he's a fake doctor? But, I thought he was actually a doctor. It's just that he doesn't practice anymore or something like that, and so they took his, he doesn't have his license or whatever it is. He's not even a real doctor. Oh, that's it. Outrageous. Holla, e-folk. American media will describe our system, even under a right-wing government, and call it commie. Yeah. My super liberal granny said she didn't want mandatory voting because then those people would be voting too. What's those people? Dude, I need the goss. What does those people mean? I gotta know, bro. Remember when I said I was an election nerd as a kid? I wasn't lying. Now, I believe you. I believe you. Never doubted you, lass. Never doubted you. Oh, anyone to the right of her. Okay, right. I thought it's not like a, those people kind of thing. You know, like a couple of generations ago, those people was a different type of phrase. I was like, gee, you sound like MAGA now. So good. All right. Yeah, I thought he was a doctor, but like he's not practicing. So people were like, he's not even a real doctor. I was like, yeah, because he's a politician now. I thought like he's been a doctor in Michigan for ages. And so like he's a buff doctor and he gets the women out voting. They love him. Yeah, he has an MD. He's not a physician because he isn't working. Got it. He's a fake doctor. There it is. He's fake.
Commentary from opponents about his Muslim background and name.
My name is not raising your gas prices. My name is not taking us to war. My name is not the reason you can't afford the groceries.
If he wins in November, which won't be easy, this Michigan-born son of Egyptian immigrants will become the nation's first Muslim senator.
Unlike the real doctor, Dr. Jesus Trump. So good. Oh, man. God, I love his AI. Basically, my name is not Donald Trump. Yeah, pretty much. I didn't raise your gas prices. I didn't start a war with Iran. I know my name is scary. It says Abdul. It's okay. It'll be okay. Man, I love a good election. Pop open a bottle, get some tunes on, and party down to the election results. Do it every time. Fair enough. What is the next election we'll be covering here, I guess? Probably Victoria. Not that I know much about it, but I'll pretend like I do. And then what else will we cover? I think New Zealand's election's coming up. I want to do that. I really want to do that. And I'm going to pretend like I know what I'm talking about there as well. All right. That's enough of this Channel 4 slop. I want to do this guy. Love this guy. He's going to fucking weigh in on this debate. I can't wait to hear what he has to say.
Now let's talk about the absolute political earthquake that just rattled the American political establishment tonight.
Rattled.
For once, we were told that the multi-million-dollar war chest of the pro-Israel lobby AIPAC was completely unbeatable. We were told that if you stand up for human rights, if you oppose foreign military aid to war criminals.
This election has been good for me. I racked up so many bans in the last few days. Well, come on, give us what was the thing that got you the most bans, Han? What was your commentary that got you the most bans? Can you give us your best shot, bro? I'd love to hear what it is. Unless you're just talking out your ass like you usually do, Han. Give us your best. Give us the thing that triggered the snowflakes, triggered the libs the best. Come on, bro. I really want to know. Just saying Abdul is a fake doctor. These commies are insane. Like, that's it? Oh, man, that's lame. We already had that. Somebody already came in and said that. He's a fake doctor. I know, it is lame. That's not even a good one. Yeah, Han, come on, give us something else, bro. Give us something else. That sucks, Han. Come on, bro, you can do better.
Stand up for human rights. If you oppose foreign military aid to war criminals, your political career is over. But tonight, the voters of Michigan completely tore up that script. In the marquee U.S. Senate primary, Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed did not just win.
It's so much better when he says it. He pronounces stuff so well. So much better than hearing American and English people say it. Got to get my Arab accent on. I got to say it like him.
U.S. Senate primary, Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed.
Abdul Al-Sayed. I gotta practice that one. Abdul Al-Sayed. Abdul Al-Sayed.
did not just win, he delivered a humiliating defeat to the establishment favorite, Haley Stevens. Think about the scale of this achievement. An historic 40 to 60 million dollars was poured into Michigan to stop this man. Millions of dollars in attack ads, completely weaponized to protect a corporate stooge. And El Sayed blew right past them.
Is it true? Like, it's all from APAC? 40 to 60 million dollars, all from one super PAC? All from one? Like, there's no one else out there that was spending ridiculous amounts of money on this woman? That is, and that's not even for the actual Senate race. It's just the insider Democratic stuff. Imagine what they're going to spend on the Republican candidate. That is absolutely mental. 40 to 60 million dollars. That's $1 million. It's too easy. It's a low bar. I'd rather Dr. Shiva. Dude, that sucks. It's low effort, but effective. I think I mixed in commies are the flat earthers of the political world. That was an easy ban too. I'm not impressed with this stuff, Han. Like, you've got so much more potential than this. Raise your own standards, Han. Get banned for something better. They probably just thought you were a bot rather than triggered. No, these commies are generally mentally unstable. Yep, just the primary. And told you is significant. Yeah, but like, is it just APAC money is the question. Just APAC money? Are there not other super PAC that could have been spending some money in there? I know it is grade F material, but it works. Yeah, okay, work smarter, not harder. Okay, fine, hon, fine. Whatever.
Democratic-based voters want.
Okay, Van Jones.
El Sayed completely weaponized to protect a corporate stooge. And El Sayed blew right past them.
Democratic-based voters want.
Okay, Van Jones, what are the stakes here for Democrats?
Look, this is the whole ball of wax. I'm from Jackson, Tennessee. There was a guy named Gil Scott Heron who had a great poem. It was called "The Revolution Will Not Be Televised." Gil Scott Heron is wrong. The revolution is being televised and podcast and streamed and elected tonight. Why is that? It's because...
Yeah, see, this is what happens when you do social media. Instead of controlling it through the mainstream media, now we have this social media stuff. All these people out there talking about politics with their own opinions, saying their own stuff. And now they're electing these crazies. Outrageous. Work smarter, not harder. Hello, if this is the revolution, we are officially done. That's my line. The revolution won't be televised. It will be steamed. It will be streamed and podcasted, apparently. And look at these guys, hey? They're like, but what happens to legacy media? You will not be able to plug in, turn on, and cop out.
It's a credibility gap that's opened up between the Democratic Party establishment and this insurgency. People are looking at people and they're saying, you've been telling us the same thing for a long time and our lives are not any better. We got Donald Trump twice. There's also an innovation gap. Why can you spend $60 million and get whooped like this? Because the old model was you get the donors to get the consultants to buy a bunch of ads and you win. That's how you get attention. This movement says, I don't need donors, ads, I don't need consultants. I'm going right to the people with TikTok and grassroots, and they've disintermediated the entire donor class.
Are you serious? Like, this is the analysis. Are you ready? Let's just break down the analysis here. Instead of spending $60 million on a campaign, people are just going to the streets to talk to real people, like how politics used to be done forever. Forever. People are just going to go and talk to people, shake hands, knock on doors, grassroots stuff. Yes, now with a bit of TikTok. All right, lovely. But like, that's it. Who would have thought that even in this ultra consumer society, where you can literally buy anything. A little bit of community, interpersonal skill, and going out on the street and meeting real people will actually make a difference. Like, that's what politics used to be. Absolutely incredible analysis. I'm confused. Was it a close race? Or did he lay the smack down? And like, this isn't even, oh, look, we've won. Or like the Republicans have lost to the Democrats. It's just internal stuff. They're just fighting internally. Mental. They are shocked it works. The other candidate didn't show up to anything, I think. Mental. No offense, but you look like a Melbourne protester. So good. None taken. None taken. Why? Is it because of the jumper that I'm wearing? What's wrong with this jumper? Tell me more. A Melbourne protester. What a low blow that is. I don't know if I'll ever recover from that. A Melbourne protester. I was gunning for Sydney protester. It's the hair. Gives unemployed vibes. Dude, it's been months. It's been months. Fucking hell. What's wrong with the hair? Eh? Somebody's got a problem with the man bun. Oh no, what is it called? A bitch biscuit. You got a problem with my bitch biscuit, bro? Eh? Come on. Melbourne protester vibes. It's so good. My man bunwich. Look at that bitch biscuit. It's beautiful. It's got a life of its own, bro. You know, actually, when I finish streaming for the afternoon, the bitch biscuit comes down and has its own stream. Ha! I take it back. You have a sense of humor. Wait, what? No. Don't take it back. How dare you? I want to wear that insult as a badge of honor. You're not allowed to take it back. You must retain the insult or get out. Your hair is so good. And just triggering people and outing people. Dude, it's so good. It's the measure of how right-wing someone is when they come in and they're just like, oh, but you got a man bun. Hey, loser. So good. What you got against Melbourne, huh? Yeah. Get him. Why can't I be a Sydney protester? I don't want to be a Melbourne protester. Melbourneites. They don't even know what a manifesto is. They're the worst. They did take it back, though. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Can you update your insult, Riot, and call me a Sydney protester, please? I'll wait. I'll wait. You look cold. Dude, it is freezing in my house today. I'm even wearing socks inside. No way. Outrageous. Melbourne protesters do tend to smell way worse for some reason. Oh my god, here it comes. Here it comes. All right, anyway, let's get back to the revolution. Will not be televised. It will be streamed and podcasted. All right.
People with TikTok and grassroots, and they've disintermediated the entire donor class, disintermediated the entire consultant class, and this is a revolution.
It's a revolution. Pretty cool that a non-establishment Dem won the primary against what? 70 million of APAC money? So far we're up to 60. But like, hey, we'll take 70. It's like the people that invaded the Spanish territory of Ceuta. First it was 50, 60,000. Now we're up to 72,000 people invaded Spain. And Europe has fallen. Now we're up to $70 million in APAC money. I'll take it. We should reach 100 by the end of the week. Let's do this. Let's do it. Blaz, hope you're well. Is that all he's going to say about this?
Now on track to make history as the first Muslim US senator. That is, if he defeats Republicans Mike Rogers in November. The Israeli lobby projected him as anti-Jews during the campaign. Today, he addressed the Jewish
it was
community.
actually 180 million. Hey, it's not the end of the week yet. Wait for that, bro. Spain hot property, LMAO. Babylon B comment. I don't know what the last part is, but yeah, Spain is definitely hot property. Hey, ask the Moroccans.
Immediately after securing his victory.
To my Jewish American sisters and brothers, one of the most indelible memories of this campaign will have been the opportunity to break bread with you at Seder, to worship with you at Shul, to be embraced by you. And listening to sisters and brothers who said, you know, I want to join this movement because AIPAC doesn't speak for me. Because I understand that self-determination for one people does not require the quenching of self-determination for another people. That unless all of us are free, none of us are free. I want to tell you the great gift that you've given me. And to all of my sisters and brothers of the Jewish faith, or any faith at all, or no faith at all, I want you to know that my commitment to your safety, my commitment to Jewish safety, is the same commitment that I have to the safety of my own daughters. Because if there is one question of a political philosophy that ought to animate us all, is what would we build, what would we do if we treated all of our kids like they were all of our kids?
Stevens was quick to take to social media.
Treating humans as humans? Now I know why everyone thinks he's so progressive and crazy. Treating everybody as humans. That's a wild idea, that is, isn't it? Especially for American politics. Hey, we're all humans. Get him. Call me. It's Thursday. We got to prep the markets for the weekend. Nearly 70 millions of total corporate plus APAC. Okay, so APAC spent potentially 60, and there was still another 10 million that came out from other super PACs as well. That's mental. You're correct. It's the first thing I said when the stream started, almost word for word. Anyways, I'm outie, just dropping a like for my Sydney protester / barista. So good. Thank you very much. See you later. Already subbed, dude. Cool. With a K legend. I'm surprised Janta is promoting that Zionist rhetoric. What Zionist rhetoric? Like, he's put up the post here? Or did he say something else that I missed? I put an article in Discord about, like, this specifically. Just let me have a look. Where? Stream chat? Oh, you put something in stream chat. I'm like, why is the stream chat doing that? How much has APAC spent against Michigan's Abdul El Sayed? It's always about Jewish feelings. Oh, we're going to get onto a piece about Jewish feelings today, actually. We're going to look at the Royal Commission, but we're going to look at an article that was written by Michael West Media about the Royal Commission. And like, he calls it the Royal Commission into hurty feelings, which is hilarious. But we're going to have a look at, like, talking about APAC spending, we're going to have a look at how they've analyzed how much money has been spent on this Royal Commission compared to any other. That's J Street 101. So what's this? Haley Stevens. I love Michigan, and I'm so proud to have put up my hand to serve. I spoke with Abdul a few moments ago to offer him my full support as we work to defeat Mike Rogers this November. Yeah, sure. She's going to go working for the other team, I'm sure. Oh my God, it's an Al Jazeera article too. It's so good. The Qataris breaking down APAC spending. So far seems civil in defeat. Yeah, well, why not? Why wouldn't you be, hey? How much money has been spent to back Stevens and oppose El Sayed? Federal Election Commission shows that APAC and other political action committees, PACs, spent more than $54 million to help Stevens. A dark money group called the Center for Democratic Priorities has also spent about 6.5 million ads on ads supporting Stevens. According to local media reports, increasing the grand total to more than 60 million. More than 60 million. How much has APAC spent? Spent north of 30 million on the race. 30,638,000 to be exact. As of Saturday evening. APAC directs UDP, also the largest donor of the Political Action Committee. Of the $100 million UDP has raised this election cycle, 30 million came from APAC. Wow. What are the other PACs? The other 30 million that flooded into the race with pro-Stevens and anti-El Sayed ads has mostly come from PACs. Dude, you could only imagine with a Muslim front runner, what are the anti-El Sayed ads? They'll be even worse when it's like, when they go against the Republicans. Hey, you can only imagine. And with AI now, the sky's the limit. Dude, that's crazy, isn't it? Have PACs backed El Sayed? Let's have a look. Yes, the Progressive Democrat has raised about $3.5 million in independent expenditure support, a fraction of the amount. El Sayed's father-in-law donated $300,000 to the group. A progressive advocate who ran for Congress unsuccessfully in California. Interesting. Okay, so it's 3.5 million versus over $60 million. Crazy. Yeah, I said Al Jazeera, grain of salt. No, I don't know. Like, with stuff like this, I feel like they revel in it. The Qataris, right? Don't you reckon? They're just like sucked in. How do you like that? APAC. I reckon they like this though. Like generally, they're all for working the shaft of the West in terms of geopolitics. But like, I reckon they'd get in with their Muslim brethren and be like, take that is not real. How do you like that? Pretty sure in what? Texas, Crocker had been persistent in being a thorn in Tallarico's side. One of his campaign speeches spoke about how many anti-Abdul ads you see around and how much money was wasted on that. And that could have been spent for the people. Yeah, right. Hey, spent on the people. Hey. Hilarious. Good one. Should have had a religious military hierarchy like us. Instead, your weird corporate controlled democracy. Idiots. The 30 million spent on APAC. Hope it was 60 months interest free so they have time to regroup. That's so good. Oh man. What's this for us? You have to do it, E. You gotta do it. All right, fine.
Coming up next, Springfield's latest one-hit wonder, The Mo Sislak Connection, produced by David Byrne. Mo, Mo, Mo. How do you like me? How do you like me? Mo, Mo, Mo. Why don't you like me? Nobody likes me.
Savage. Leverage the 30 million on Polymarket instead. Pay 100K to Truth Social for Trump's insight. Early thoughts. Mo. All right. That's enough of this one. So, okay. Here's the verdict. I asked the question at the beginning of the stream, should we care about this Abdul win? And here is the verdict. We have a progressive Democrat who beat a centrist Democrat in a Senate race and against all odds beat APAC money, it would seem. And we have people going nuts about a wild commie who's coming to support the wave of communism that is overtaking American politics. Not even close to a commie. He's progressive in the sense that he wants things like free healthcare and to help people in a cost of living crisis. Not particularly communist, but dangerously progressive. Should we care? Yes. In the sense that, hey, take that, APAC. How do you like them apples? And it demonstrates that you can do politics at a grassroots level and still beat back tens of millions of dollars. Very interesting stuff. But a communist, come on. I wish. I wish. Not happening anytime soon. Communists in American politics, I wish. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Now, this came out yesterday, and like I have absolutely no idea what to think of this, so I'll leave it up to you. But apparently, Australia's federal government is doing what apparently the Australian population wants, and is going to crack down on immigration. Apparently, they already have cracked down on immigration anyway, and it's down to the levels that people have been asking for. But they're going to make some announcement that they're going to cut out skilled migration into the country. Like, I don't know what this is about and if this makes people happy, but like they're now turning in the reaction that has been Australia's migration crisis. Now they're deciding to cut skilled immigrants. Like, what's that about? Like, honestly, like people don't want, I guess, what's the usual gripe that people have? People don't want people coming here and dole bludging and living off welfare. But like skilled migrants, I thought that was the only one that even the people that are anti-migration are like, yeah, but like, you know, if they help the economy and contribute, then they're fine. But apparently now we're going to cut skilled migrants off the list in a desperate hope to appeal to the anti-immigration sentiment that is overtaking the West. So like, I don't know, does anyone have opinions on this? We need skilled Uber drivers. That's not the thing that I'm talking about. Like, I actually think they're talking about there is a list of skills that are required in this country because we don't have enough of that skill set domestically, and they're going to just cut that off. Like, talk about cutting off your nose to spite your face. Seriously. I had a rule I would never troll mentally unstable people, but then the trans people told me that being trans is not a mental illness, so now they are fair game. I see what you did there. Checkmate. You got him. Ooh, actual changes. I thought Tony Burke just ran away. But like, I don't know, man. Skilled and unskilled are the same, unfortunately, in our check system. And the progressive establishment telling us this is a revolution. No need to go any further. Just sit tight and wait. Yeah, like talk about fear mongering. I wish it was a revolution. Come on. I can get down with that. Other nations set up scam unis to specifically game our immigration system. Oh, so you're suggesting that people that have skills don't actually have skills at all. And so does this mean that everybody supports Labor now because they're going to crack down on people scamming skilled migration? Everyone's like, yeah, Labor's done the right thing. I don't think so. I don't think people care. Pretty sure we already changed the uni stuff. I think they did announce that when we were watching the Labor conference. They talked about clamping down. But like, anyway. How about Joe? I'll bite. Yeah, maybe cut it for a few years, try and get things under control, but I can see the media line of the Labor Party is attacking migrants. But like, why are we going here, honestly? If people want a reduction in migration, you know, give them what they want. But now we're going to go after skilled migration as well. It just seems like dangerous territory here, honestly. I'm sure if Ninja Nurse was here, he'd give us a tirade about like, well, good luck with your aged care and your health care then. Not happening. We do need tradies, 100%. No one's doing apprenticeships. So where do we get them? I don't know. That's not a sarcastic comment, Bensor, and you're coming in with a punchline or something? Or you're being serious? You need to, in brackets, tell me when you're being serious or not. Just so I don't fall down and have to be corrected again. Like, no. I was just being a smartass. This is why our immigrant doctors and engineers end up working low-class labor jobs like Uber drivers, gas attendants, small business owners, things that don't require qualification. Really? I had no idea. Volta, Biden let in all the migrants across the world. It was Biden. So good. Not being sarcastic, LOL. Okay, thank you. Got it. Noted. Being an apprentice sucks. Better the working conditions and punish employers. And we will have more trades. Interesting. Very interesting. It's where that doctors and engineers rhetoric comes from. Okay. When done right and not just pointing at random migrants and saying it. Okay. On the other hand, had an Irish electrical engineer whose electrician license didn't carry over. There's clearly some crappy immigration qualification stuff going on. That's why you don't take me seriously. My one sarcastic comment has been doomed forever. No, I'm just checking. Unless you're about to be just like, no, our tradies can cover it. They're just lazy, like people that don't clean mold off their house or have kids and expect the state to support them. Hey, there's just lazy apprentices out there. Hey, they just don't want to work hard these days. That's the problem with kids these days. Hey, they don't know what hard work is. Yeah, our qualification transfer system is fucked. Blaz. When an electrician who is also an electrical engineer from a country with a similar energy grid can't keep their qualification, probably union protectionism. Wow. All right, anyway, let's just hear the story and we'll continue with the conjecture afterwards.
Bringing in new skilled migrants will not be a priority under a new immigration policy from the Home Affairs Minister, who has not consulted industry or the public. Let's go live to federal politics reporter Emily Saunders. So, Emily, why has there been a change?
Well, good morning, Deb. Well, Home Affairs...
Come on, free childcare and mold are in a different category. Yeah, but just people being lazy generally. Checking in is really an indictment on the stream. It's sometimes hard when people are being sincere or making a joke. It's the general air of the stream, isn't it, 4AS? Wait, are we being serious now? Me and sex things, eh?
Saunders. So, Emily, why has there been a change?
Well, good morning, Deb. Well, Home Affairs Minister Tony Burke last month, he issued this directive that's going to reshape visa approvals. Effectively, this change prioritises making skilled workers who are already in the country permanent. That's opposed to bringing more foreign workers into the country. Now, business groups say this risks worsening the current skills shortage, but it means someone who's already here working, for example, as a bricklayer, they'll be preferred over someone who works in that same job but lives overseas. This is part of the government's push to bring down Australia's total migration numbers. Now, major policy changes had been expected to be unveiled by Minister Burke tomorrow at the National Press Club, but that address, though, last night was cancelled, citing unforeseen circumstances. There are suggestions that there may have been some dispute inside Cabinet on Monday, but one Cabinet source has told 9 News that the Minister's policy still has some work to be done. Tony Burke's Cabinet colleague, Energy Minister Chris Bowen, he'll be giving his own address at the Press Club today, and he's pushing back on reports a Cabinet disagreement led to Tony Burke's delay.
A lot of businesses rely on a very well calibrated immigration system to provide the workers that, frankly, it's difficult for the domestic market to supply. That balancing act is one that Tony Burke is fully seized of.
It will lower migration too, to free up housing. That's the way to get more Australians into a home.
Now, in his own Press Club address...
Random clip that was. What the hell's that about?
Today, Minister Bowen will announce an expansion of the government's solar scheme, bringing down the cost of installing medium-sized systems by around 20%. This is a move, Deb, to try and make renewable energy more accessible for farms and for businesses.
Emily with the latest in...
I really wanted to watch that as well, but it's like an hour. I want to see what Chris Bowen has to say about renewable energy, because there's going to be so many people out there that criticise energy policy in Australia. We have this debate all the time, but I just can't do it. I don't know if I can put all of you through an hour of that. It'd take us like 5 hours here on stream. I might watch it myself. and just report back to you. Funding is always the problem for enforcement. Lowers migration by making them permanent. Yeah, like what's the deal here? It's kind of like we're not going to take more skilled visa workers and we'll just naturalize the ones that we have already. That doesn't sound like much of a plan. So like we got people already here that are working. We'll just take those ones. All right, let's do this. Let's see if I can get another opinion on this. I'm just a bit iffy on cutting out skilled migration. It's like, just because we want to make the books look good because everybody's upset about immigration at the moment. I don't know, man. It's not a great idea. I was in a workplace for a while that was severely under-resourced. And when COVID hit and we couldn't get those evil migrants coming in from New Zealand and Ireland and India, because they all had planning degrees, we couldn't get them. We were fucked. We were absolutely fucked. Incredibly under-resourced, understaffed, overworked. And that was just by nuisance of a global pandemic. Cutting off skilled like migration or skilled visas, like, I don't know, man. I can confirm NZ is evil. We have Mount Doom and it could erupt. Oh man. I'm heading down to Chunnings. Why do you call it Chunnings later to pick up some Australian made quality products? It'd be nice to see it reform so people like Pauline don't just push for scrapping it. We need skilled labor, proper skilled labor. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Well, we did need it in my previous industry. Not anymore. Screw those guys.
Home Affairs Minister Tony Burke has postponed tomorrow's appearance at the National Press Club, where he'd been expected to reveal sweeping migration cuts. This comes as Labor looks to curb some of the concerns fueling the rise of One Nation. Political reporter Sarah Tomevska joins us now from Parliament House in Canberra. Sarah, this seems unusual. What was Tony Burke expected to say?
Yeah, Gemma, it is...
Chunnings, the China-packed Bunnings. Got it. Chummings is more apt on sausage sizzle days. Right, okay. But like, isn't that just a worldwide problem, Bandsaw Bandit? No, it's just Bunnings. Sellouts.
Usual. While the exact details of the speech, we understand, had yet to be finalised, this was about reducing Australia's overall net migration intake. We understand those measures were to include measures like restricting the work rights and appeal rights of asylum seekers in Australia, limiting the number of backpackers that enter the country, and also introducing a lottery system for working holiday makers, and also making it more difficult for families to be reunited, basically a move to prevent the partners, children and parents of Australian citizens and permanent residents from applying for family visas while here as tourists. There's also been some other measures that have been introduced in the last month.
Yes,
more
I know,
quietly,
right?
An increase.
Dude, who's going to work on your farms if you limit backpackers? Yeah, what are we going to do? Like all those Europeans that come over to Australia because they think it's going to be nice and warm, and they're going to just like have a working holiday, but then they have to get work slave labor like conditions on a farm packing fruit somewhere. I know, who is going to work the farms now if it's not for those European... Like, I wouldn't have a missus right now if it wasn't for backpackers coming here to working on farms. Eh? I don't know about this, man. Bring on those European backpackers. Eh? Let's do it.
To visa application fees, and also a directive to prioritise the visa applications of skilled migrants who are already in Australia. All of this coming, of course, amid the backdrop of a rising perception in some parts of the community that the government has lost control of Australia's migration system, that the intake is too high. And of course, that's been coupled with rising political pressure from not only the coalition, but also One Nation. Both those parties have vowed to significantly reduce Australia's intake. Now, we have heard from the Home Affairs Minister's office.
Oh, thank you. And this is the actual policy, is it? Implemented visa changes. This is the one. Thank you. Onshore priority. A directive issued on 24th of July prioritizes temporary and permanent skilled visa applications for migrant workers already inside Australia over those applying from overseas. Permanent program CAP confirmed that the overall permanent migration program ceiling remains at 185,000 places. Proposed pending migration cuts. A major policy speech outlining further curbs was delayed, but planned and leaked measure under consideration include backpacker limits, potential caps on or lottery systems on working holiday maker extensions. Okay. European backpackers, what a loss, bro. What a loss. Family visa restrictions, making it harder for tourist visa holders on shore, such as parents, partners, and children of citizens, to apply for family reunion visas. That's right. Eh? Stupid families trying to get together. Assholes. Asylum seeker curbs. Restrictions targeting the work and appeal rights of asylum seekers. In short, Home Affairs Minister Tony Burke has changed the skilled visa processing priorities, sending temporary applicants to the front of the queue. Stop the presses. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Fast track the voting whores. Lovely. Lovely. The bottom one is the only thing from this announcement, I believe. The others are leaks and speculation. I guess we're going to just have to wait until Tony Burke comes out with it then, whenever he decides to come out with it. So it's just like a bit of a nothing announcement. Potentially curbing skilled migration, which I think is a problem, but whatever. If people are really upset about migrants that much, fuck 'em. We don't need skilled workers. Whatever. We don't like those people. We don't like people who contribute to the economy. Oh, wait. No, maybe we do. No. Screw migrants. All right. We're putting temporary skilled workers at the front of the queue. Yes, as opposed to looking for newbies. Got it. Just shows One Nation doesn't even need to win anything to pressure changes. Yeah, but like these are stupid changes. Like if this is just like reactionary stuff, it's incredibly stupid. And I hope One Nation isn't pushing for that type of stuff. All right. Now, we talked about this before about, what is it, J Street stuff? Jag, as you like to say. Like investigations into people's hurty feelings. And so Michael West has been covering this a lot, and he calls it the Royal Commission into Hurty Feelings. But if you're not across what we're going to be looking at next, this is after the Bondi incident. So we had a terror incident in Bondi, Sydney at the end of last year, and people were pretty upset. And so they decided to have a royal commission into anti-Semitism. And so they've broken down the costing. I'm not going to go into the weeds of or the morality of this royal commission, validity of this royal commission as such, but they've broken down the costing of it, which I think is interesting. So let's learn about this royal commission in the context of other royal commissions. They always pivot the conversation to protecting Jewish feelings instead of addressing the real issue. And like, I'm pretty sure that's actually what's happened with this commission. Like, you're not actually allowed to talk about what's going on. in West Asia. You can't talk about what's happening in Gaza. You can't say it. Or like they might talk about it indirectly, but it's not a consideration. So like when you say things like they pivot the conversation to protecting feelings as opposed to actually addressing what's going on, like damn, crazy, isn't it? Holy time flies. I forgot that was last year. If you told me it was this year, I would have believed you. Well, like wasn't it like just before the end of the year or something? Like right before in December. So it carried on into this year, let's be honest. Australians are not being investigated for hating Jews. They're being investigated for objecting to a genocide. Andrew Brown on the Royal Commission into Anti-Semitism. What an opening statement that is. Eh? Heavy stuff there, Andrew Brown. Hope you can back that up. Apparently, anti-Semitism simply fell from the sky, fully formed, immaculately conceived, entirely unrelated to anything happening in Gaza. That is the finding Australia has pre-purchased for $131.1 million, confirmed at Senate estimates in February, with $91 million alone for staffing, property, lawyers, and security. I wonder what the security fee is for this, eh? Every single dollar buys theatre. Savage. What is going on there? Ah, better. Measure the obscenity. The Banking Royal Commission. Okay, so for those who aren't aware, there was a Banking Royal Commission because the banks found it. We found out the banks that had been basically screwing people, and like not screwing people like as they usually do in a legal way, but like illegally. They had been breaking the law, and so there was a royal commission into that. So the Banking Royal Commission, which gutted an entire industry's misconduct, cost $75 million. Aboriginal deaths in custody cost $50.2 million. This inquiry outspends both combined. Meanwhile, there is no Royal Commission into domestic violence killing a woman most weeks, none into Islamophobia, now soaring. Australia found $131 million for the one inquiry designed never to ask an obvious question. Blame where it belongs. Savage writing. Yeah, Anthony Albanese, elbow sleazy, wrote the answer into the question. His letters patent instruct the commission to find the drivers of anti-Semitism in extremism and radicalization. The war deleted from the terms of reference before Virginia Bell was even sworn in. So you got to look for anti-Semitism in extremism and radicalization. Nowhere else. The Albanese government wrote the verdict into the terms of reference, then spent more than the Banking Royal Commission to have a judge read it back. Here's what the money is buying: commissioning an alibi. Albanese promised the inquiry would deliver, in his own words, the right outcome. A prime minister announcing the right outcome in advance is commissioning an alibi. This is the government that will gesture at recognizing Palestine while refusing to utter the word genocide, that ships F-35 components into the supply chain for the slaughter that sanctions, of the slaughter that sanctions two Israeli ministers and calls it courage. It needed a grand national explanation for collapsing social cohesion that never once mentions its own complicity. The process delivered in the first 3 days of the hearing. 23 of 36 witnesses characterized criticism of Israel, opposition to Zionism, or Palestine advocacy as anti-Semitic. That's interesting, isn't it? 23 of 36 witnesses characterized criticism of Israel, opposition.
The accused were barred from the courtroom.
Opposition to Zionism, or like not even related, but just generally being a Palestinian advocate as anti-Semitic. What a world, eh? No, you cannot advocate for Palestine, eh? They shouldn't even exist. Their existence is anti-Semitic. Jewish organizations opposed to Zionism will refuse leave to appear. Palestinian voices were excluded for lacking a direct and substantial interest. The accused were barred from the courtroom, so the prosecution could run unopposed at public expense. The grievance parade. Oh, God. And the substance, a grievance parade. The ABC and the SBS hauled in to answer for Gillian Siegel's strong perception, her phrase, that their Gaza coverage lacks balance, then interrogated for declining the contested IHRA definition Bell waved through as uncontroversial. Kafirs, flags, watermelon art, chants for Palestine, student encampments, and fundraisers for maimed children tendered as exhibits of hate. Oh my God. Really? Do you remember when we watched the... I don't know, was she a Jewish socialist, and she was giving evidence because she was part of those student encampments. And she was giving evidence about, at the Royal Commission. That was an interesting piece. When is journalism supposed to be balanced? Damn. Interesting. Every place an ordinary Australian express... Sorry, whoa. Where did I go to? Protest, tents, journalism. Every place an ordinary Australian expressed solidarity with people being exterminated, recast at public expense as a crime scene. Australians are not being investigated for hating Jews. They're being investigated for objecting to a genocide. The complaints were welcomed like royalty. Alex Rivchin of the ECAJ, who called the anti-Israeli movement indistinguishable from neo-Nazism, testified at length while his silk objected to opposing counsel merely uttering the word genocide, a finding the International Court of Justice considered plausible back in January 2024. Robert Gregory of the self-appointed Australian Jewish Association, which the ECAJ itself calls unrepresentative, told the Royal Commission the government egged on anti-Semitism fresh from blaming Bondi on visas for Palestinians fleeing the bombs. Dude, heavy. Sky's the limit. Sky News, it's actually News 24 now. Sky News completes the circuit, wheeling Gregory out to demonize protesters, then feeding its own segments back into the panic as evidence. The outcomes are as predetermined as the terms. Come 14th of December, expect the IHRA stamped across the public service and pushed onto civil society. Work Siegel has begun. Accept ABC oversight. Its own ombudsman rejected. Expect protests reframed as policing and regulators monitoring speech the way APRA already does, having admitted under oath it watches nurses and doctors for criticism of Israel after Siegel's pressure. That's what Ninja Nurse was talking about the other day. The whole healthcare sector is now under pressure because they use a particular definition of what anti-Semitism is. And I think that's the IHRA definition, which any criticism of like Zionism or Israel is considered to be anti-Semitic. So you can't have opinions on a nation state or you're racist. Accept everything blamed but the war. Well, the ABC needs oversight. Thank God they're not self-policing anymore. That's a good thing. Not surprised News 24 is mentioned here after people were saying in the comments of Pauline Hanson's video, we did saying the genocide wasn't real. Not only was a surprise that wasn't modded, I was surprised someone would openly say that. Yeah, well, come on, eh? Come on. There's regulated speech and there's regulated speech. I know we live in permanent 24/7 news cycle. So many things have happened. But does anyone else remember the news immediately following Bondi? It was non-stop shitting on Labor. Liberals immediately politicized it with One Nation. Yeah, absolutely. But what was funny is like the Liberals were saying, or Susan Ley was like, oh, we'll do whatever it takes to help, get on top of this. And like Albo was Public Enemy #1, but Chris Minns wasn't. It was a weird dynamic. Susan Ley. Remember they had a woman in charge for the Liberals? Remember that? Remember? Yeah, Labor didn't want a Royal Commission. No. But don't worry, we spent $131 million on it. It's okay. And expect anti-Semitism not to fall because you cannot cure what you refuse to diagnose. Every recommendation will manufacture the resentment it claims to fight. This is probably the most real statement in here. Every recommendation will manufacture the resentment it claims to fight, and Labor will call the wreckage cohesion. It's very true. Like, if you don't actually address the problem and just be like, everyone's just being racist, it's like, yeah, but like there is actually criticism of Israel that is separate to caring about Jewish people. Like, these two things can be separated here. No, you're not allowed to say that. For almost 3 years, the world has watched a genocide live streamed by a state claiming to act in the name of the Jewish people, while its Australian cheer squad defended, excused, or denied every atrocity. Now they ask why the anger grows. None of this excuses anti-Semitism, not one word of it. The Bondi gunmen murdered Jews for being Jews, and the law should fall hard on every bigot who follows them. 15 dead Australians deserved a fearless inquiry. They got a pantomime. Their graves deployed as a shield for a foreign state and the government that armed it. Dude, this is an anti-Semitic article then, not anti-semantic. Is what we usually do on stream. The elephant is blocking the doorway and eating $131 million of paperwork, yet everyone keeps peering around it, declaring there is nothing to see here. This commission will not defeat anti-Semitism. It will deliver the most expensive whinge in Australian history, commissioned by a government purchasing its own absolution with public money. Wow. Savage. The enforcement, the lobby that bought Australian democracy. No, that's another article. Dude, what a savage take that was. Izzy loves anti-Semitism. Oh yeah. What a beautiful thing it has constructed here. Despite all the real anti-Semitism that has existed throughout history and been used like atrociously, now a very questionable state with very, very questionable foreign policy gets to use that as a shield so no one can criticize their actions. Hey, talk about manufacturing consent. The Royal Commission is part of that machinery. If you cannot discern what you are watching or reading, then you deserve to be absorbing it. The watchdogs off. No matter how much they scream about it, they will never ever represent the Jewish faith. Like, I think that's the most crazy part of these types of investigations, and even this Royal Commission, is there are Jewish groups that are excluded from the conversation because they're just like, no. We don't want to be associated with Zionism or he's not real or something like that. And they're just like, no, don't listen to them. You're like, but they're also Jewish. Why don't their opinions count? It's like, no. Don't listen to them. They're crazy. They're not really Jewish, actually. That sounds a little bit anti-Semitic. No, they're not. They don't have the right lines. Belong to the people. No matter how much they scream about it, they will never represent the Jewish face. Belongs to the people, not a government. That's outrageous. I don't think you're going to be able to say that for long. After this commission, what they're suggesting here is we're not going to be able to have these opinions openly. So we might as well talk about it now while we can. When you get kicked out of over 100 bars, at some point you got to ask, Is it maybe your behavior that's getting you kicked out? No, surely not. Surely not, Dilemmas. It's everybody else. Membership size matters, apparently. No, I'm shocked I'm not banned everywhere. LOL. Yeah, it's mental. Imagine that you were thrown in with the Nazi pro-white movement because you're white regardless of whether you believe in that ideology or not. That's an interesting comparison, isn't it? Hey, I'm not with these guys. Yeah, but like, you know, you all look the same, right? Yeah, but I'm not with them. Come on. Only Reddit gets me clapped. Outrageous. You are outrageous. All right. There you go. The Royal Commission into hurty feelings continues. And all of us plebs just have to deal with it. And fund it. Right? That's the worst part. At least if they talked about, hey, look, let's be honest. People are upset with what's going on over there. And like that is a legitimate concern. No, you can't say that. You're not allowed. Anyone criticizing Russia, China, Iran, etc. get a free pass though? Interesting. I'm sure Dilemmas has some opinions on being lumped in with interesting groups. Yes, we've had some controversial far-right Fridays over the months, haven't we? Hey, this is not right-wing. Don't lump me in with this stuff. This ain't real right-wing stuff, baby. This ain't real communism. Okay, so let us have a look at this. I'm going to change gears now to another topic that I found fascinating. And seems to be the general trajectory of the West or everyone under American imperial auspices. But Japan is spending a lot more money on defense, and they've released a white paper or a defense paper just yesterday or something like that. And I've heard people talking about it. I don't see much in the Western media about this, to be honest. I had to go to Asian sources primarily to get an Indian source, a Chinese source, a Taiwanese source on this. But yeah, Japan's released a defense paper just yesterday, basically saying what they're going to be concentrating on. And like it obviously is like, we must fight China. China's coming to get us. And they're talking about like Pacific warfare, and like operations in the Pacific theater. And so I thought it'd be interesting just to investigate what's going on with the Japanese. Because the Japanese have been caught in some interesting affairs recently. The yen had a crisis like over the last week. I'm not sure if you've been paying attention to that. I haven't covered it here, but the yen started crashing, and the American taxpayer came to the rescue. And Scott Bessent decided that America should spend like $30 billion buying up Japanese yen to save the currency. And so it's very important, it would seem, that the Americans don't let Japan's economy or currency fail, because they need Japan there, you know what I mean, spending money on the military and arming themselves to the teeth to help stave off the threat of China, or at least keep China contained until Japan is ready to be fed into the meat grinder, like they usually do. Yeah, there was a yen-tervention. Dude, is that what people are calling it? That's hilarious. A yen-tervention. What day is it today? If it ends in a Y, then I'm far something. They're supposed to be making Hello Kitty and anime warfare. Do you never learn, old man? Gets H-bomb out. Yeah, Hello Kitty anime warfare. It's pretty crazy, isn't it? That's what I'm calling it. Dude, that's hilarious. A yen intervention. I wonder what the Americans think about that. Having to spend more on swap lines, giving money. That's like what they did with Argentina recently. Here's billions of dollars to support your economy. We need you to remain stable as an outpost of America, of the American empire. Japan the same. Anyway, Japan released a defense paper, and like I want to get some commentary on it, because I'm not going to read a 600-page document, and I can't read Japanese. So unless AI was going to translate it for me, I was trying to find some good sources about it, but it's very surface level stuff. But it seems to be, yes, China's coming to get us. We need to arm to the teeth. Russia's a threat. North Korea's a problem. Let's be honest. And Japan's economy, like everyone else, is kind of, it's under the pump, let's just say. At the moment, what are we going to do about that? Well, let's just ramp up defense manufacture and sell that to the world. And so, yes, Japan is doing that. It's doubling down on its military industrial complex and going to sell arms to the world. Like, this is where we are at, ladies and gentlemen, in the capitalist world right now. This is where we are at. We have economies that basically have no prospects of industrial production anymore. Where the power from capitalism really comes from, it's from like producing value, real value, not the financial, like the stock market stuff, real value. And it employs labor to do that in industry. Industry has collapsed in most places, or been transferred, thanks to neoliberalism, has been transferred to places of cheap labor, and the industrial base is gone in certain places. Like Japan had a really good run. Like Japanese cars have been amazing, but China is slowly taking over that entire space, and the Japanese car sector is failing, just like what we're seeing in Germany. Germany, like the car helped Germany maintain that industrial base for so long. Everyone was getting mad German cars. Now, like, that ship has kind of sailed, and they're repurposing their industry because, they're not into future tech as much as they should be, or they used to be. And what else do you do? Okay, we'll just repurpose our industry to make bombs and weapons of mass destruction. So this is a sign or a turn or one of those kind of cyclic moves within capitalism. And so instead of getting, the socialist utopia where we start, giving out free healthcare and services, and like doubling down on innovations that are going to hurdle us towards luxury-based communism, Instead of getting that utopia, we're just going to be like, oh, well, I guess we can't innovate. Let's just double down on war. Let's just produce war. Let's do war production. And so when people start doing war production, what do you think is going to happen? Hey, they're gearing up for something. So we need to have a correction event in world capitalism. We talked about yesterday this idea of a depression coming, and what's going to spur on a depression, and depression being an actual inbuilt feature in a capitalistic economy. It needs a correction event to happen, which we will talk about depression. But like, depressions are just one type of correction event. Another type of correction event that we have seen is large-scale warfare. And, last century, about 100 years ago, we saw some pretty heavy world-scale industrial warfare events. But it would seem that we're gearing up for that stuff again, which is lovely, isn't it? And again, Yanis Varoufakis calls this stuff military Keynesianism. Keynesianism being the idea or the notion that government spending in the economy can pull people out of a recession or a depression, because when people start to get or lose confidence in the economy, everyone tightens their belts and holds on to their savings. And the only thing that can change that is like giving people employment and public spending, and then hopefully coaxing people out. And then that resurgence of confidence then brings the economy back to life. Now, if you don't do the public spending part on infrastructure projects, high-speed rail or something like that, then you just spend that money on the military, I should say. And so, is that where we're going at the moment? Is that where we're going at the moment? We're about to find out. I'm doing my part. Oh my God, is this what I think it is? 4AS? God, I hope not. Is that where we're at right now in human history? At this point? Oh my God, we are. This is where we are right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Young people from all over the globe are joining up to fight for the future.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part too.
They're doing their part. Are you? Join the mobile infantry and save the world. Service guarantees citizenship.
I would like to know more. Oh, we used to say that all the time. So good. Anything but actually empowering the population or workforce. Remember, one multinational company is worth more than 300 small businesses in their eyes. Yeah. The lovely reality, isn't it? Curtis Yarvin liked the original books, by the way. Hey, what's wrong with that, eh? Curtis Yarvin. He's a good barometer for what's really going on in the world as well, isn't he? Bit of Curtis Yarvin. Anyway, suffice to say that we are hurtling towards another militarization event in capitalism because it's failing. And in order to pick itself up, it decides to do some military spending. And by doing that, it also is one of those self-fulfilling prophecies. Well, what are you going to do with all of this military production then? You can't just produce it and then just leave it in a warehouse somewhere. Like, you got to actually deliver and, like, destroy that value, consume it is the usual term. So then you can keep producing in that fashion. So, like, remember what happened after World War II, right? Like America went over there and was just like, no, that's enough. That's a naughty Japan. No. And they're like, all right, fine. And so they didn't militarize after that. And like, here we go. It's happening again. And so like when we start to militarize, it's not just about like, oh, this will be good for the economy. Like, you got to do stuff with that so then you can continue the production in a military sense. And so they're not just doing this because it's going to be good for the economy. They're doing this because it's going to be used at some point. It's not going to be wasted, let's just say. Walking into a stream and immediately being met with a space propaganda sound about right, LOL. Just here to watch a trash fire. How you going? Hope you're well. Service guarantees citizenship. Bug in uniform looks around nervously. We're going to conquer shit. Itchy fingers. I bet the US wish they had a few more missiles in their warehouse. Yeah, they're not. By reports, like, who knows? But like, yeah, by all reports, they're not doing well, are they? We need a Corolla cruise missile. Cheap, reliable, and efficient. Oh yeah. That Corolla's been going for in decades now. That was my Hello Kitty comment. Was actually trying to say, LOL, you're meant to be demilitarized and making Hello Kitty an anime. What's with all the militarization? Gets H-bomb again. Right, got it. Yeah, okay. Well, look, I thought you were making a comment about the actual defense plan. The cover of this is the cover. Before we get into it, I have a look at the cover of it. Japan Defense Plan 2026 cover art. Check out the cover art for the defense plan. It's hilarious. It doesn't look like much of a defense plan. You guys see that? I'm no expert on graphic design. It looks a little bit strange, this one, not gonna lie. It's like showing, it's not like a tank or something or a navy shot. It's just like all of these happy Japanese people hanging around in some futuristic city. Key points of the defense of Japan 2026. And so like people have been like, hey, what's going on with the anime cover? What's going on here? There's a weird defense plan. What's going on here? Oh my god, it's actually just anime, yeah. But like, I don't know. We're not going to be able to find out exactly what it is, but we'll hear people talk about it, I guess, as best we can. But it's going to be, yeah, all anti-China, anti-Russia, anti-North Korea stuff, which like seems obvious, but like very aligned with America's national defense strategy that we've also read. Get nuked. 20 years later, they invent bullet trains and hentai. What a wonderful world. All right, let's do this.
Every year, Japan publishes a defense white paper. What's that? Think of it as the country's annual report card on security. Most years, it is a routine assessment of military threats. This year, it reads like something much bigger. That the policies that shaped Japan after World War II, they're no longer enough. Take a look at the cover. For a defense report, you'd probably expect fighter jets, missiles, tanks, or at least a few soldiers looking battle-ready. Instead, you get a smiling family in front of a sleek, futuristic city, almost as if you're looking at a tourism brochure or an ad for a smart city. And that's exactly the point. Japan is selling peace of mind. The message is simple. A stronger military isn't about preparing for war. It's about protecting your family, your lifestyle, and that shiny future in the background. That's what this year's defense paper is about. Let's start with what's in it. China is described as Japan's greatest strategic challenge ever. The report reflects a growing fear in Tokyo that the neighborhood is changing faster. Because look around Japan. To the west is China. To the northwest is North Korea. To the north is Russia. 3 nuclear powers, 3 increasingly coordinated militaries, and 3 countries whose actions are forcing Japan to rethink everything. China continues expanding.
Why? Hey? Is it because they haven't been a nice regional partner? Like, historically, yes, let's be honest. But, like, can't they just deal with their own regional diplomacy? Eh? Or are they being fed into somebody else's problems? They're being controlled as part of a larger and broader network. And they're between a rock and a hard place right now. Like, massively between a rock and a hard place. If Japan is gearing up, does that mean we might get some Neon Genesis Metal Gear type bipedal tanks? Just asking for a friend. We'll have to go through the defense paper. Finally weaponizing the power of anime and friendship or something. All right, let's do this.
Its military presence around Japanese waters. The white paper points to incidents like a Chinese military aircraft allegedly locking radar onto a Japanese self-defense force aircraft. In late 2025, then there are the regular Chinese naval patrols around disputed islands in the East China Sea, known as the Senkaku in Japan and Diaoyu in China. Russian and Chinese warships are conducting joint exercises. Their strategic bombers are flying coordinated missions. North Korea continues testing ballistic cruise and even hypersonic missiles. And its growing military cooperation with Moscow could give Pyongyang access to better technology and battlefield experience. And what's Japan's conclusion? These are no longer 3 separate problems. They are becoming one interconnected security challenge. 3 neighbors, 1 growing headache. But this white paper isn't only about enemies, it's about changing the way Japan thinks about war itself. Because the battlefield has changed. Ukraine proved that expensive tanks can be destroyed by drones, costing a fraction of the price. Take the example of the war in West Asia. Iran showed that swarms of cheap unmanned aircraft can overwhelm sophisticated air defenses. The age of bigger is better is fading. The age of smarter is deadlier has arrived, and Japan has taken notice. This new report introduces an entire section.
Smarter is deadlier. This is it. This is it. Smarter is deadlier. This is the integration between software and hardware that we've been talking about a lot recently. Now, which one is going to reign supreme? Smarter is deadlier. Not the hardware, but the smart tech mixed with the hardware. That's the future, and it's coming. The name is the South China Sea. What is to dispute? It's not the Japan Sea. I don't know about that. I'm pretty sure it actually, if you look at some maps, it's called the Sea of the Islamic Republic of Japan. You have to check closely for that. Trump renamed it. KK, how you doing? Hope you're well.
Dedicated to artificial intelligence, drones, and new forms of warfare. There's another lesson Japan has learned from Ukraine. Wars don't end in a week.
What's with the weird pauses that they do in this first post media? newsroom. What's going on there? This is weird editing, maybe.
Modern conflicts, artificial intelligence, drones, and new forms of warfare. There's another lesson Japan has learned from Ukraine. Wars don't end in a week. Modern conflicts can drag on for years. That means stockpiles matter. A country cannot simply build
Maybe the prompter is catching up. Thank you. That makes sense.
ammunition after war begins. Factories cannot magically appear overnight. The white paper stresses maintaining equipment, ammunition, industrial capacity. During peacetime, after World War II, Japan wrote itself a new identity. An identity built on pacifism. The constitution limited its military. Defense spending remained modest, and the country avoided anything that looked like remilitarization. That is changing now. Tokyo has announced a pathwork.
Is it like safe for work though, Tay-Guard? Can I actually watch it? Or do I have to watch it separately? Explains what they're talking about with the drone costs. Okay. So it's not like violent or something.
Of changes to its military and defense needs. Defense spending is now rising to around 2%
Did
of the
wars ever end in a week? Seriously? Just in Venezuela, when they take leaders. That's how they do it. No. Okay. This is becoming a thing. Uh-oh. People are going to start talking. Benaberry, welcome back for some more torture.
GDP. Last week, a Japanese destroyer fired American Tomahawk missile for the first time. The country established a joint operations command last year to better coordinate its ground, maritime, and air self-defense forces. Tokyo is also deploying forces near Taiwan and the East China Sea. Then there's the SHIELD project, intended to enable the large-scale and coordinated deployment of unmanned platforms. Defense exports is another front.
Might have a bro crush. Hey. Oh, man. It's all right. No judgment here. We're moving towards luxury, gay, space, communism. We've all got a little bit of a bro crush, all of us.
Japan is working on possible transfers of advanced Mogami-class frigates to Australia. It is also discussing additional defense agreements across the Indo-Pacific. Tokyo is creating its first centralized intelligence agency since World War II.
What?
The Japanese...
Well, they didn't have one already? They're getting their own CIA? I find that hard to believe that they wouldn't have one. That's crazy. And what is it going to be run by the Americans? Has anyone heard about this? Anyone want to jump in there? I'm not across Japan's military work. God, that's so hard to get rid of. I have just heard a claim that Japan is creating its own centralized intelligence agency and hasn't had one since World War II. Are you able to verify this claim? The signage for it is just anime dudes in suits, lol. Sitting on the same stairs from the defense dock. Yes, as of 2026, that claim is essentially correct. Essentially correct. That's interesting. I thought everyone would have some type of central intelligence agency. Japan has had multiple intelligence organizations since World War II, but it has not had a single centralized national intelligence agency comparable to the US CIA or the UK's MI6. In 2026, Japan passed legislation and has now begun implementing a major intelligence reform that establishes a National Intelligence Bureau to centralize intelligence collection, analysis, and coordination. This is widely described as Japan's first centralized intelligence body since World War II. Wow, and that's from Al Jazeera. When was that? That was 13th of July, so about a month ago. Interesting. Ninjas, right? God, that'd be sick. Like the Department of Ninjas, the Bureau of Ninjas. Real ninjas. Japan already had agencies that performed intelligence functions. Okay. But now it's a CIA-style affair. Got it.
The government is portraying its accelerated military build-up not only as a way to protect the country, but also as a route to greater prosperity for the country, claiming that investment in defense benefits the wider economy and people's lives.
Military Keynesianism. Economy not doing well. Let's just spend big money on defense. Helps with the US. They like military spending. They've just told Europe to do more spending. They've told Australia to do more spending. Did they talk to New Zealand about it as well? I'd like to know, actually. Pretty sure they had the same conversation with the New Zealanders. You guys are not spending enough on defense. You need to spend more, up to 5% of GDP. Trump and Hegseth told everyone that they all have to start spending more. I'm pretty sure Albo said no. We're not spending any more than we have to. Go away. Nippon Central Intelligence, the NCI. Yeah, ninjas would be cool. But yeah, it's about prosperity. That's what this is. And it starts with prosperity talk. We need to do the military spending to help with prosperity. And then it ends up in all-out warfare. Oh, look, we've got all this stuff hanging around. We might as well use it. Am I right? I need another perspective on this. This is hard to watch, this one. My God. Fix your teleprompter, please. This is from a Singaporean broadcast. Again, like, I don't know. Is the West just delayed? But I haven't seen much coming out of Western media on this one.
Japan's defense white paper outlining priorities on security. It has retained strong language on threats in the region, with strategies to meet those threats taking the form of a wide-ranging build-up in defense linked to basic concerns about the future of Japan and economic growth. The core documents on security, that's the National Security Strategy, the National Defense Strategy, and the Defense Build-Up Program, all due for revision by the end of this year. Constitutionally pacifist since the end of the Second World War, Japan has stepped up defense spending via a patchwork of tax increases, spending reforms, and drawing on one-off revenue streams. That's all helped to push up spending on defense to 2% of GDP. The paper out today and approved by Cabinet also today, laying out reasons for concern. The close to 600-page report also identifying military trends as reason for adaptation to new methods of waging warfare, including using drones and artificial intelligence, such as seen in Ukraine and the Middle East, underscoring the need to build its own defense industry. Threat assessments keeping intact a language on China, North Korea, and Russia. CNA senior correspondent Mitch Ishida with more details.
Very interesting. I need to clarify. It's a fair point. Japan is supposedly constitutionally a pacifist nation. How are they justifying increased military spending and militarization with things like the current 2026 defense paper, etc.? It's only relevant when the framework is right. Defense equals AI controlled drones. Yeah, that's the new way. The Japanese government argument is not that it's abandoning pacifism, but rather that security environment has changed so dramatically that a stronger military is necessary to preserve peace. It's so good. Hey, peace through strength. Is that you, Pete Hegseth? I don't know. I can't tell. Article 9 still applies. Japan maintains that its constitution renounces aggressive war, but it does not prohibit the country from defending itself. This is the long-standing interpretation that underpins the existence of the Japanese self-defense forces. So good. It's like the IDF. So war. So 1984, war is peace. Piss through strength. Dude, so good. It's so applicable, isn't it? It's so good. Piss through strength. The threat environment has worsened. The government points to China's rapidly expanding military and increased activity around Taiwan and the East China Sea. North Korea's growing missile and nuclear capabilities. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so it's like we're not doing military stuff. It's defense stuff. Seriously. It's like it's a constitutional thing. It's like an interpretation thing. Don't worry about it. All right, just don't look at it. Yeah, piss for all. Thank God.
China featured prominently in Japan's defense white paper, which listed what it called events of deep concern, such as the presence of Chinese warships close to Japan, as well as Chinese military drills around the Taiwan Strait. It noted a military buildup by Beijing and Pyongyang, as well as the strengthening of ties between Beijing and Moscow and Pyongyang. The paper also analyzed new styles of combat across the world. In the Russia-Ukraine war, it pointed out what it said was a massive volume of unmanned assets. It also highlighted the combination of bombs and missiles deployed and the use of AI to control drones.
Yeah, Hegseth would be mad. They're pulling the opposite. Department of Defense. Oh, this woke defense stuff. Look at this, man. Look at this. The gamification of warfare. Look at these guys. This is modern warfare. I just like it's just missing a bong on the table, don't you reckon? Where's the chopping bowl, bro? Who's got the scissors? Man, did you see that? I took that thing out so hard. They need some and Doritos there as well. Mom, can you go to the store? I'm in the middle of something. It's crazy.
Help analyze information and renew combat strategies.
Not enough burn holes on that table. Oh my God. Yeah, and Monster energy drink. Yes. Oh my God. Fucking hell. White Monster energy drink. I've got the Red Bull already. Spoke too soon. Hilarious.
Japan itself is developing a coastal defense system that makes use of standoff missiles and a range of low-cost unmanned assets for deterrence. It also wants to strengthen its domestic production capacity and technological base for defense equipment.
Feeling personally attacked. It's just a joke, man, I swear. Didn't the U.S. Department of War accidentally shoot down another passenger plane in U.S. territory the last day or so? Really? No way. That's crazy. Wow. I had no idea. Link us if you know something.
Such as by cooperating with private firms to expand dual-use capabilities. For the first time, the white paper also emphasized Japan's defense cooperation with like-minded countries other than its only formal security ally, the U.S. The white paper warned the rule of law and a free and open world order are facing challenges. Tokyo plans to revive
Rule of law, a world order facing challenges? What? The global order set by the victors after World War II is now coming into question. Because you have a strategic partnership between who? What, China and Russia and North Korea? Uh-oh. Hey, that world order, the rules-based order, is suddenly under threat. Come on. It gets me so good they still train their soldiers for combat. So you have huge buff dudes who love to play games. So gay. Plain school. What's the big deal? War is war. Am I right? Except probably. Yeah. All right. $100 on the least. At least 50% of those dudes make out after they land a drone strike. Yes, in a motel room provided by Channel 5 News.
Its 3 key national security documents this year as it seeks to strengthen its defense capabilities. The white paper aims to outline the evolving security environment and its response to the public. Michio Ishida-sene, Tokyo.
Tokyo. All right, it's just pretty basic, isn't it? It's just like they all say the same thing. Yep, Japan's worried about in China, they're worried about Russia, they're worried about North Korea, and so they're spending more money. They're doing it. Pacifist or not, it's time to ramp up military spending, as we have been told, like we've all been told, all of us not vassals of the empire, we've all been told to ramp up military spending. And like we have a very particular role here in Australia, in New Zealand, and like Japan. We're all connected. We're in the Indo-Pacific theater. If you read the national security strategy, the US put out, or Pete Hegseth personally drafted with AI, that we read last year? Does that sound right? Is it really that long ago? It was all about the Indo-Pacific. Let Europe handle and what's going on with Russia, and like America's going to turn its sights to containment and the Indo-Pacific. America's got to protect their interests by arming up the Indo-Pacific. That's in America's interests, defense interests, by strategically arming to the teeth the Indo-Pacific. P25 was mostly about China too, right? Well, oh yeah, heaps of it was like geared towards but what are they, because they didn't even name China outright in the national defense strategy. It was like our biggest competitors or something like that. Our big competitors. Yeah. Oh wow, who's your competitor in the Indo-Pacific? Like seriously. But yeah, a lot of it was about that, like China's getting the edge. And like heaps conspiratorial as well, like they're actually undermining us through wokeness, etc., etc. All right. Interesting. So like we haven't got a lot about the specifics of it, but Japan's arming itself up. It's coming, man. We've been here before, right, everybody? Okay, right? We've been here 100 years ago. Germany ramping up its military spending. Japan ramping up military spending. This time it's just at the behest of the US. Last time it was they had their own imperial interests with blackjack and hookers. And now it's kind of, let's just continue. Let's just double down with America's interests. Because, like, what are we going to do, huh? Stand on our own 2 feet? Decide our own regional policies? No. Surely not. Surely not. The mod packs they can request are crazy. In real time. Gamification changed the drone landscape. Bali? Is that in relation to the Indo-Pacific? Got to arm up Bali. Unit 731. Negative. Actually, what was the thing that you put up here before? Tagard. What did you put in here? Something about drone stuff? Let's have a look. Drone warfare is going a little too far. Just a little bit. Like the stream. Yeah, we haven't said that today, have we? If you are watching this and you haven't already, activate the like button. That's right. Press it, caress it, give it a little smooch, but be gentle. No smashing the like button. Smash the like button in your own time. It's a good vid. It's insane. All right, let's just quickly watch that before we continue despairing of watching Japan militarize.
Look at this. It's a town buried under miles and miles of optical fiber cable, the kind normally used to provide high-speed internet to families across the world. But here, in the heart of Ukraine, it has a much darker reason for existing. Optical fiber cables, stuff like this, is being used to usher in the latest generation of military technology. Drones. In March of this year, drones killed more Ukrainian civilians than any other weapon of war, and it's only getting worse. Drones have turned warfare from something that once looked like this to this. Almost overnight, these little things have become the most important weapon on the battlefield. Drones are showing up in Lebanon, where they're being used to fight off Israeli forces. The National Army of Singapore recently announced that all new recruits will be trained on how to pilot drones. And Mexican cartels are even sending their members to foreign conflicts for them to get training on how to use this stuff. But how on earth did we even end up here? Why is Ukraine...
Cartels? That's mental, bro. That's mental. Having guns isn't enough, even for cartels. That's crazy. Like the stream, help this Sydney protester get to 2 million followers. It's the least you can do. Yeah, I want to compete with Nick Shirley, please. We're so close to 2 million followers. We are so close. Don't look at the stream and confirm that. Just know that we're really close to 2 million followers. So like, sub away. All right, okay. So good. Bands are abandoned. Pandas are the ultimate undercover drone. Spend it wisely. I will. Straight on the stream, baby. Oh, yeah. So good. Spend it wisely. Legend. Dude, this is mental already. Tagar, where do you find this stuff?
Of all places, the global heart of drone production. Why is every single country on the planet trying to copy them? And what does it have to do with cheap internet cable? This story begins not in Ukraine, but in Pakistan. The date is April 30th, 2011, and we're in a wealthy suburb of Abbottabad, in front of this building right here. At first glance, it looks quite similar to every other home in the neighborhood.
Let's get our own drones with blackjack and hookers. We might just have to forget about the blackjack and hookers, though, and stick to the drones. That's what we need. Not bot armies. We need drones.
Tall walls, plenty of privacy. But this one was special. It belonged to Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda. As he sat in his home, he had no idea that he was silently being watched from 50,000 feet in the air by a drone that was feeding live data back to Washington, D.C. Nor did he have any idea that 24 hours later, a team of Navy SEALs would rappel down from helicopters, breach his compound, and kill him. The most feared terrorist in the world had been tracked down and killed thanks to a military drone, specifically a Lockheed Martin RQ-170 Sentinel. The story of drone warfare is in large part an American story. I mean, just look at this, right? This is a patent from 1863 describing a bomb-carrying balloon kind of contraption, arguably the first ever military drone. In World War II, things got even crazier. This is a picture of Marilyn Monroe holding a radioplane OQ-3, which was a radio-controlled drone that was used to train anti-aircraft gunners. And once the Air Force became its own department after World War II, things just went into overdrive. Bush, Obama, and Trump famously carried out thousands of covert drone strikes in the Middle East, and today the technology that they use is beyond our wildest imagination. When that stuff works, you get stories like the raid on bin Laden. But when it fails, well...
Use your free Twitch Prime with Amazon to sub to Mystery at no cost to you. Hey, there we go. Do what Ravy said. Build this algo brick by brick. Have you cashed your money in yet? Oh, dude, I meant to tell you. Yes, I broke the threshold like 2 weeks ago, I think. I broke the threshold over $100. We've been cooking that for months now, and I broke the threshold. I actually got cash. YouTube took its cut. I got my cut, walked away, and it goes straight into all the subscriptions for all these different programs that you need because you can't buy anything anymore, apparently. I see a bit of love going over there between you two. Jagalicious. Give summon to XNF. Tearport. Shang. Lex. To Han. With a lovely little message to you, Han, too. Thank you very much, Jag. Thank you very much, you legend. Fucking legend, yeah. Straight to the stream, boys, I swear. You're legends. Thank you very much.
That can be a bit of a problem as well. On the 8th of December 2011, the following video appeared online. It appeared to be a television clip showing Iranian commander Amir Ali Hajizadeh stood beside a Lockheed Martin Sentinel drone, the exact same model that had been stalking bin Laden just a few months earlier. But now it was in the hands of the Iranian armed forces, who proudly displayed it alongside a banner which read, "America cannot do a damn thing."
Iran claims it's in possession of a sophisticated U.S. surveillance drone, reportedly an RQ-170. It's the same kind used to confirm Osama bin Laden's whereabouts ahead of the U.S. strike last May. The downed craft reportedly belongs to the CIA, though the agency won't confirm that.
It's actually hard to overstate how big of a deal this was. American drones are like witchcraft, basically. They use these special kinds of paint on them that can absorb enemy radar. They're built with specialized materials that don't even exist in Iran, and they are the result of decades and decades of top-level engineering. Getting one of these in this kind of condition would be a boon for any army on the planet. But surprisingly, the reaction from the White House was actually pretty muted.
As has already been indicated, we have asked for it back. We'll see how the Iranians respond.
Mainly because Iran was facing some bigger problems at the time.
We'll ask for it back. So good. Just FYI, since one big argument against the subs is, why don't you just do drones? We've seen how effective Iran was able to use them. Just FYI, since one big argument against the subs, we're talking about AUKUS, right? Why don't you just use drones? We've seen how effective Iran was able to use them. You can make that paint. It's mostly charcoal, a very specific ceramic binder. We asked nicely though. Wow, how do you know this stuff? That's crazy.
At the time, they were under some really heavy sanctions over their nuclear weapons program. The entire global economy was not allowed.
See previous chat from me. Ah, okay, sorry. That makes sense. So apparently the AUKUS nuclear submarines are supposed to be able to control drones. Currently, we can control them via planes and ships. Subs would massively expand Australia's defend drone range. Just FYI, since one big argument against subs is why do you just do drones? Why don't you just do drones? We've seen how effective Iran was able to use them. Got it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, why not sub drones? That's a thing too, right? It is. It is. And so the central command sub will control the armies and swarms of sub drones. That's what's coming. We're gonna get it. We are getting sub drones as well. Ghost Shark and Ghost Bat.
To deal with Iran. Banks had to freeze any Iranian state accounts, or otherwise they'd be banned from doing any business in America. Countries were banned from buying Iranian oil, and Iran was effectively iced out of the global economy. This meant that regular people in the country couldn't afford to buy food, hospitals were struggling to import essential medication, and Iran's economy ground to a complete halt. The sanctions at the time were a much bigger deal than a single CIA drone. And Obama was right to think so. Iran's government ended up signing a historic nuclear agreement. In exchange for surrendering most of their nuclear arsenal, they'd be given some of their frozen accounts back. But icing them out from the global economy like this also set in motion a second series of events. One that seemingly no one predicted. You see, Iran is a highly educated country, and big-time scientific breakthroughs have come out of the region for literally thousands of years. Commander Amir Ali Hajizadeh, the guy who unveiled the drone on video, had personally spent decades building out Iran's aerospace industry. And so when he got his hands on one of the CIA's most prized possessions, he wasn't about to let it go to waste. Just 1 year after signing the nuclear deal, the Iranian government posted this follow-up video.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard has built a new attack drone, copied from a US unmanned aerial vehicle captured 5 years ago.
Hajizadeh announced that they had successfully reverse-engineered the Sentinel and unveiled their latest creation, the Shahed 171 and Shahed 191. And at first, they look pretty impressive, but on a closer look, they're nowhere near as good. They don't use the highly specialized materials. The 191 is 60% smaller than a Sentinel, and they show up much more easily on radar systems. By all measures, the US was still miles and miles ahead in terms of raw technology. But maybe that was the point all along. Iran's aerospace division was being run by a man who had spent decades working on missiles, planes, and drones. a person who knew more than anyone on the planet that Iran could not compete with the US in terms of raw technology. But they could compete on something which was far more important: price. Iran's drones are nowhere near as good as American ones in terms of pure firepower, but they are as cheap as humanly possible, and today they have a whole range of these ultra cheap Shahed drones. The crowning achievement of this strategy is this drone right here. That's a Shahed 136 kamikaze drone. The 136 is Iran's most cost efficient.
Dude, what a crazy thing to capture. Absolutely mental. And the sounds of them are crazy as well. That's the fucking crazy part. Yeah, PTSD from that for sure. No explosions on Australian soil. Just have subs floating around. Very difficult to detect underwater, surrounded by ghosts, bats, and ghost sharks. Do we get the subs? They'll be fine, as long as we get them. That's the real question. Will we ever get them? The noisy drone. You know, like when they, who did it? Was it the Nazis? I think it was the Nazis in World War II put those things on bombs, the whistle that made that noise to like scare. So it wasn't just about bombing people, but when people heard the noise, it's like psychological warfare as well. Crazy stuff. But also it's very expensive, and it'd be nice to just put all that money into quality of life things. But unfortunately, capital won't let us. No. It was the Stuka dive bomber. Okay. Interesting. Psychological warfare. Bombs aren't enough. You need to hear them and be terrified while you're waiting to find out if they're overhead or not. Quality of life instead of quality of death. At the end, they were trying to make all types of crazy stuff, like weather weapons, including using ions. Yeah. All right, back to it.
Model to date. It's a one-way attack drone, like a cruise missile. But instead of using an ultra-modern jet engine, it uses a tiny old 1980s-style aircraft engine. Instead of flying at supersonic speeds, it flies so slowly that missile defense systems can sometimes mix them up with birds. And it's so light and energy efficient that it can cover about 2,500 kilometers, which is like the distance from London to Moscow. If you're an American looking to take one of these out, these are your options. A THAAD interceptor missile, which costs about $15 million. 2 Patriot missiles for about $8 million, or an F-16 fighter jet, which costs $30 million to build and $25,000 per hour to operate. All of the American technology was built under the assumption that whatever rival they were fighting would be striving for technological supremacy, would also be trying to make the highest, most advanced tech on the planet. But a Shahed 136 exploits that weakness perfectly, since they can cost less than an hour of flight time for an F-16. Ultimately, there's only so long you can fight a war when you're spending 10 to 100 times as much as your opponent is. Sooner or later, you either run out of money, you run out of weapons, or you run out of both. By the way, it's not like the Iranians were particularly secretive about this strategy.
Yes, but it's very, very profitable. Eh? And that's what really matters at the end of the day, right? As long as the military-industrial complex keeps going, that's all that matters. Oh, dude, the Ukrainian street vendor that survives after the Russian drone. Dude, that's mental. Have you guys all seen that? Poor dude. Poor guy. He's running away from it. It's like a Benny Hill scene. He's trying to run around and it still hits him. Oh, it hits next to him or something. Funny how America brags about their drone technology, yet poor peasants beat them at their own game and actually produce ones that are effective. I guess it really depends on the term effective, doesn't it? Effective at what? Being low-cost mass production? Damn. That street vendor avoided the dildo of consequence. Okay. I'm not across this, but got it. I don't know if I want to. I'm going to ask, actually. This. If you haven't seen it yet, I'm sorry. Let me just. I know we're jumping all over the place here, but let's just quickly watch this. Poor guy. You can just make out the drone. Dude, what's going on?
The chilling scene tonight. So Russian BBC's Tom Sufi Burridge. Tonight, the horrifying moments a Russian drone appears to hunt a defenseless Ukrainian vegetable vendor. The drone buzzing as the man frantically runs around his van, desperately trying to escape. That drone tracking his every
It's like
move.
when you're in the backyard or something and you've pissed off a wasp. And like you can see it coming and you like try to dodge it and it's really angry now and it just wants to sting you. It's crazy. Us terrestrial beings have got nothing on this. Is that not a war crime? Not that those matter, but still, yeah, it is. And I've even heard the allegation that like this type of stuff, they call it human safari stuff. And like certain people, like you can pay to do this, to like get drones and like kill civilians and stuff like that. Like not exclusively in this conflict, but like, you know, around the world, let's say. There's a lot of conflicts going on. Pretty crazy. Human safari. Like what a world, man.
He runs around his van, desperately trying to escape. That drone tracking his every move. In an instant, the man ducks for cover. The drone suddenly diving, exploding into a ball of flames. Incredibly, he survives. It hit the car and I was right beside it, the man later said, adding, "It struck and I just fell down." The man suffering a concussion and multiple shrapnel wounds, his wife, who was with him at the time, getting away too. President Zelensky sharing the terrifying video, calling the attack against a civilian evidence that Russia has gone mad. The man selling vegetables saying he tried to wave off the drone, Russia giving no indication as to why it appears this vendor was targeted. It comes 20...
It's crazy, man. Yeah, I've read about that happening during the Yugoslav war. Yeah, I think they do it with drones now. Crazy. Fuck. The Russians have been doing this for over a year in Kherson. Both sides are separated by a large river, but they can send drones over with ease. We had drones flying at one of our paintball games. We're laughing, but it's still pretty scary. Yeah, it really changes the vibe on those drone light shows. Yeah, it destroyed my pants. It is crazy, isn't it? And it's, yeah. What are you supposed to do? And the way he dodged it at the end, it had to come over, and so like it didn't have the trajectory to hit, and he's jumped out of the way. Lucky or smart, I don't know. Maybe he's seen that before. Now imagine this tied to... Yeah, you're writing Palantir facial recognition. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Which is the exact technology that they have been testing out in Gaza, right? Hey. He's there all the time. I heard another piece. And they chase him often. No way. So he's used to this? Jesus. What happened? Where are the capitalists exploiting you for your labor? I'm not sure you're referencing, like, which guy here? The guy that's operating the fruit stall? Hey? The poor small business owner? But, like, good dig, but, like, severely void of any context, so a bit lame, to be honest. Like, you can do better, XNF. You can do much better. You still didn't answer my question from yesterday. Why do you cuck so hard for capitalists? Like, honestly. You don't have to slurp so hard for them. They don't need your assistance. They've got it covered. But it's like, it's honorable that you care for them so much. Consider a really, really awful government currently paying new hires for immigration officers. 100K plus per year, capturing people, putting them in camps. Yeah, nanobots soon. Oh, yeah, you don't even get to see them coming. Careful when you bash the Colesworth cattle stoppers. This is the next step. All right, back to it. Throwing star. We just need a throwing star. I mean, I wasn't the one who... I mean, I wasn't the one who exploited you with a subscription. I wouldn't obligate you like that. Oh, right. You're talking about that. No, that was somebody else. Like gift subbed for you. Usual decorum, X and F, if you're wondering how humans socialize with one another, is to say thank you to the person that did that. But like, hey, whatever.
4 hours after Russia says a Ukrainian drone plummeted into a crowded beach at a popular Russian tourist resort.
Yeah, killing kids, eh? Tit for tat. Wonderful. I gave you that money for bags, eh? All right. We need more bags. Eh? What type of bags are we talking about here? Just asking for a friend. All right, back to it.
This is a video of Amir Ali Hajizadeh, the commander in question, talking about this exact strategy way back in 2020.
We have drones, where if the enemy wants to counter them, on average, if they fire one missile at one of them, they have to spend $5 million to shoot down our $25,000 drone. And that's only if they succeed. And it's our drone that hit their missile, not their air defense missile hitting our drone. And these are being produced in very, very high volumes inside the country. They exist, and they have completely upended the equations and the balance of power.
The American establishment just didn't listen to these people.
Whoa, so good. The game, bro. The game's being given away. Oh, man.
And why would they, to be fair? Companies like Lockheed Martin were getting billions every year to develop state-of-the-art technology. They can't be replaced for national security reasons, and so there's literally zero incentive for them to ever make cheaper equipment. But even though they refused to listen back then, things have changed a lot now, and ignoring drones is no longer an option for anyone.
This is BBC News. I'm Lucy Hawkins. Our top stories. Russia launches a full-scale attack on Ukraine from multiple directions.
It's 2022 and the Russian army has just launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Within months of the war breaking out, Iranian Shahed drones begin showing up all over Ukrainian territory. By 2022, Iran has brought down the cost of drone production so much that it becomes a no-brainer for Russian President Putin to buy them for his own wars. Putin even sets up an entire factory inside Russia to produce these Shahed drones. And now, Ukraine is placed in a strikingly similar predicament to the one that Iran had been facing a decade prior. They were facing this huge asymmetrical battle against an imperial power that has far more money, far more men, and far more time to wage war. And so, it might not be too surprising that they came up with a similar strategy to Iran. If $20,000 drones could compete with multi-million-dollar American ones, then surely the price could go even lower. If there was a way to get $2,000 drones, they would likely put up a good fight. Lucky for Ukraine, they didn't have to rely on downing and reverse engineering an enemy drone. There was already a company that had dedicated decades to solving this exact problem. How do we make low-cost, widely available, and easy-to-use drones? If you've ever used a drone in your life, it's almost certainly been a DJI. They sell these small drones like the Mavic, which could be easily rigged up with explosives. They also sell a bunch of first-person drones that come with a headset for more complex maneuvers. And for a while, these drones were the backbone of the Ukrainian military. They're super cheap, they're really easy to learn, and they are incredibly widely available. DJI has the overwhelming majority of market share, and so you can get them pretty much anywhere on the planet. And thus, they became Ukraine's answer to the Shahed. Now, most public-facing companies don't usually want their products to be associated with a huge war. And so a few months after the war broke out, DJI actually banned sales to both Russia and Ukraine. But by then, it was too late. Ukrainian engineers were flashing old firmware onto the drones in order to get around the geofencing. They set up the Drones for Ukraine Fund as a crowdfunding mechanism, and they even just started building their own drones from scratch. And today, domestically produced drones represent the majority of Ukraine's arsenal. When the war broke out, only 3,000 drones a month were being made.
So good. Just vaping, playing video games. Like, that's what it is. It's mental. Humans. Like, this is actually one of the laws of capitalism, and it bleeds into capitalistic warfare. They're replacing humans, like human labor, in the armed forces. The drones will do it, and we just man the machines like we've been doing in factories and in other heavily automated and industrialized processes. We'll just man the machines of war and hope to God that they duke it out and we don't have to. Mental. Replacing labor. So this is a good argument for capitalism, I guess. So it's like, well, capitalism seems to want to automate or take the labor out of warfare. And so the machines will do the dying now. But usually the machines are just used to kill people, not other machines. So I guess we can get to that.
Inside Ukraine. This year, they're making 600,000 a month, or about 7 million per year. That's about 7 drones for every active duty soldier in Ukraine. And it's given us scenes like this. Over the last 4 years, the technology has just gotten better and better. A typical first-person drone relies on a radio connection between the operator and the drone, and that connection can be blocked or jammed using pretty old technology. So now both Russia and Ukraine have begun using these fiber optic drones that attach via like a physical cable. These little fiber optic cables can transmit both data and HD video in basically real time, and they're totally immune to any kind of signal jamming. They have a range of up to 12 miles, so the operator can be safely stowed away while carrying out a military operation. And these fiber optic cables have given us the scenes that we see in towns like Liman in Ukraine. To fight these machines, Ukrainians have been drone-proofing towns and supply routes with old fishing net and barbed wire. They've been sending out pilots with shotguns to take out drones from the air. And they've even invented these specialized interceptors that can fly way faster and higher than a typical drone, but are designed to explode upon impact and cost just $2,000. It's effectively a budget version of the $4 million Patriot missile that the US would use to take out a drone. Now, this strategy is not...
My dad and I were watching some of these fiber optic drones attacking the IDF. Crazy. Interesting. The pictures of fiber optic wires all over cities is nuts. That was awesome. What a shot out of the plane. Yeah. Wow, that was mental, wasn't it? Damn.
Perfect. Obviously, Russian forces can also buy drones and build drones in their own bunkers. But the entire approach to warfare has been turned on its head in this conflict. You don't need the best, most advanced equipment if you can fight smarter and you can fight cheaper. What does this strategy look like in practice? Well, it looks like this. On the morning of June 1st, 2025, a handful of cargo trucks were making their way along Russian roads. They were doing what they believed was a standard cross-border delivery, carrying prefabricated houses from Ukraine to Russia. One by one, these trucks arrived at their destinations, and when the final truck arrived, Operation Spiderweb began. The roof of every truck slid open, and 117 concealed drones flew out. Every single one of them headed directly for a Russian airbase nearby. By the next morning, Ukraine's drones had destroyed $7 billion of Russian aircraft. Just like that. This kind of attack, this deep into enemy territory, was literally impossible a few years earlier. And now it's become commonplace. But that said, I don't think it's just me who's noticed that drone warfare just feels kind of different. I don't think the technical or economic aspects of drones really explain why clips of drone strikes go viral on social media almost every day. Drone warfare is just so much more visual than anything we've seen before, and it's had the effect of transforming all of these armies into social media companies, basically. I mean, you can go online right now and find hundreds of drone clips posted by the Ukrainian army. A lot of this stuff is like way too brutal for me to even show on YouTube. And I'm not singling out Ukraine in any way here. Iran, Russia, and the USA have all tried these kinds of media strategies with their drone clips, and it's more of a reflection of just the times that we live in today. Ukraine's drone unit literally has a real-time online leaderboard tracking how many enemy fighters have been killed and how much equipment has been destroyed. Their pilots can rack up kill streaks that they can later redeem for upgraded military equipment. Like, you get 8 points for injuring a soldier with a drone, 25 for a confirmed kill, and 40 for taking out a tank. And the tech just keeps on advancing every year. Ukraine's now experimenting with ground drones that can deliver supplies and carry wounded soldiers back to safety. And they've already been using lightweight ground drones with explosives attached.
И все у меня классно. Еще чуть-чуть, и резкий склон уносит меня, и я сильно не теряюсь, взрываю, и...
The Russians, on the other hand, are adding thermal vision and AI communication systems to their Shahed drones so that they can communicate with each other mid-air if one goes down. And a battlefront that was basically irrelevant a few years ago is top priority for every single army on the planet today. But at the end of the day, I guess, the only way to win a war is to not take part. Even if you end up achieving all of your military objectives, civilians always end up bearing the brunt of war. And for that reason, really the only winner in all of this is China. Even though Ukraine manufactures almost all of its drones domestically, they still depend on Chinese batteries and Chinese rare earths in order to do anything. Russia, which has been under sanctions since the start of the war, has been forced to sell its oil to China at a massive discount. And companies like DJI get to see their equipment beta tested in real combat situations without having to risk a single Chinese life in the process. Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump, and all of the top brass of the US military are well aware of how far behind they are on this stuff. And they even tried banning DJI in 2025 over national security concerns. But despite this, DJI is still by far the most popular drone brand in the US, because despite their $1 trillion military budget, the US still has no idea how to build these kind of small drones at scale. And their strategy has basically been to just ask Ukraine for their stockpile so that the US can fight wars in foreign countries. But if there's one thing to take away from all of this, it's the reminder that much like nobody who fought in World War I could have...
Production. That is the lesson. Well, look, there's a number of lessons, I guess, from something like this. A lot of scary lessons. But we live in a capitalistic world. And like, if you don't have production, if you don't have that sorted, you're absolutely fucked. You can throw all the money at something that you want. You can have an entire economy that is built around financialization and looks good, you know, playing on the stock market, all that sort of stuff. But like we've been talking about value a lot over the last couple of days. This is value. You can put any price you want on a drone, but if you can't make real value, the product of human labor, or humans do stuff, they make these things, you can throw all the money that you have, an infinite supply of money at something. It doesn't matter if you're not producing anything of value. It's the value that you want, especially in situations like this. And what's the US? Well, if what he's saying is true here, like they just can't replicate this stuff. They can't do it at scale. In an industrial society, in a capitalistic world, production is everything. Everything, man.
Predicted that the atomic bomb was just a couple decades around the corner. I don't think that we, sat in the comfort of our homes, can predict what the future of warfare is going to look like. And the likely reality is that whatever emerges will be way crazier than we ever could have thought. And that scares me a little bit, you know? That does scare me. Nice optimistic note to end on, eh? Take care, guys. Bye.
Hey, God. That was good. I still don't understand what the fiber optic cables all over that city were. The fiber optic cables are because they keep shooting drones from that suburb. And so, like, that's just the remnants of the fiber optic cables. All those fiber optic cables are part of some defensive web that stops the drones from coming in. Is that leftovers or is that defense? Trying to figure out what's going on there. The Ukraine war is strangely futuristic, but also World War I era trench warfare and artillery. It's just done by machines. The fiber optics is what comes out of the drones. It's just the leftovers. Okay. So it's not part of the netting that they had for defense. Cables attached to the drones. The webs are just because so many. So it's just the leftovers. It's crazy. It's just the leftovers. He explains it in the vid. The drone is one. The drone is one. The cable. Yeah, they have the cables. Got it. And it's just the leftovers. Yeah. So it can't be jammed. Got it. It's crazy. All right. Where were we? I think we were doing Japan, right? And that's how we got onto this. Well, guess we'll finish off with Japan before we get onto another topic. Yeah, launch it to target. It flies by wire. So after the missile hits the target, the wire remains. And it just covers areas. It's crazy.
In the midst of an increasingly insecure geopolitical environment, pacifist Japan is shedding its post-Second World War military taboos. The government is spending a record amount on defense, is lifting restrictions on arms exports, and for the first time ever this month, took on a combat role in a joint military exercise in the Philippines. So in this video, we're going to explain Japan's defense build-up, what's behind it.
Ooh, Mamupa. I didn't realize I read out a comment of yours. There you go. Hope you're well.
And how the world is responding. The next issue of our magazine mentioned to Yemen in its 1947 news. After its defeat in the Second World War, Japan, in its 1947 constitution, renounced war and the threat or use of force as a means of settling international...
I'd be getting paid as well, Mamupa.
...national disputes, and committed not to maintain war potential. This has been a bedrock of Japan's enduring post-war pacifism, which has become a part of the country's identity. Japan does, of course, have its self-defense forces, which functions as a de facto military, but which is constitutionally and legally constrained in its functions. Restrictions on arms exports were introduced in 1967 and tightened in 1976 to ban virtually all arms exports. So through the subsequent decades, Japan's defense industry was effectively shut off from the global market, with only really one customer, the self-defense forces. However, there has been a gradual erosion of these rules over the past decade or so, beginning under then PM Shinzo Abe, who sought to loosen Japan's pacifist constraints and normalize its military capabilities. Most notably, in 2015, Abe's government reinterpreted the constitution to allow Japan to exercise the right to collective self-defense and deploy its forces in support of an allied country under attack. A year prior, Abe weakened the prohibition on military exports by allowing exports in 5 non-lethal categories: rescue, transport, vigilance, surveillance, and minesweeping. But it's in the last few years that we've seen the fastest shift in Japan's defense posture. Before we get into the exact changes, particularly the ones under Takaichi, we should explain why Japan is undergoing this profound shift. The Japanese government's 2022 national security strategy describes the current moment as the most severe and complex security environment since the end of World War II. A reality...
We've just heard about the current national defense strategy as well. It's most significant environment ever. Must double down on military spending. Must do it. Yes, that vid was to explain how Iran is using the drones economically against superior tech and crushing it, apparently.
That makes strengthening Japanese military capabilities a necessity, according to then Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. In Japan's neighborhood, China is obviously the greatest cause for concern among US allies. Its desire to reunify Taiwan with the mainland, and refusal to rule out using military force to do so, has raised the spectre of a potential invasion. Similarly, China is engaged in confrontation with the likes of the Philippines over disputed territory in the South China Sea. Elsewhere, an increasingly assertive North Korea is continuing its nuclear program and demonstrating its fighting capabilities with missile tests and military parades. It's worth remembering too that Russia is also an Asia-Pacific power, has deepened its ties with China and North Korea over recent years, and semi-regularly tests Japanese airspace with warplanes. Against this backdrop, the commitment of the United States to the region's security is increasingly in doubt under Donald Trump, who is pushing the US's Asian allies to shoulder more of the burden for their own defense. So, what has Japan actually done?
For their own defense. Yeah, right. Eh? More like, it's time to gear up. Own defense. Come on.
done over the past few years to address all of this? Well, in 2022, then PM Kishida launched a 5-year plan to double defense spending to 2% of GDP, a move that, according to some estimates, puts Japan on course to become the world's 3rd largest defense spender behind the US and China. As part of this surge, he oversaw the ordering of 400 Tomahawk cruise missiles from the US to boost Japan's counter-strike capability. In 2024, his government then further loosened export restrictions by allowing the export of finished defense equipment manufactured in Japan under foreign license to the countries that hold said licenses. Now led by Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi, the Japanese government announced last month that it was abolishing the 5 categories restricting defense exports. Put simply, defense exports will now be categorized as either non-lethal equipment, like radar and protective gear with no export limitations, and lethal equipment, like missiles, tanks, warships, and jets, which Japan will be able to sell to the 17 countries with which it has transfer agreements. Although a ban on exports to conflict zones, other than in exceptional circumstances...
Wait, see, New Zealand's not highlighted there. I wonder if this is just lazy editing from these people. But I would have assumed that they're part of any type of security relations or network. Like, why wouldn't New Zealand and Australia pop up in relations with Japan over the defense of the Indo-Pacific? Like, come on. Must be lazy.
...stances will remain. This is a big deal, not least for Japan's defense contractors such as Mitsubishi Heavy Industries and Kawasaki Heavy Industries, which will soon be opened up to a global pool of prospective customers. Countries across the world are seeking not just to boost their military capabilities, but also diversify their arms. And Japanese defense hardware is clearly already in demand. Under the previous export rules, Japan recently signed a joint development and production agreement with Australia to supply the Australian Navy with 11 Mogami-class frigates. And under the new rules, Japan is in talks with the Philippines to export used Japanese warships to the country. As we mentioned earlier, Japan just took up its first ever combat...
So Japan is arming the Philippines with old Navy stock. And who is the Philippines aligned with again? Who? Stormcrow, back for some more. How you going? Speaking of Japan, go on. If I was going to invade hell, I would use the Aussies to take it and the Kiwis to hold it.
Role in joint military exercises in the Philippines, having previously just been an observer. This forms part of Japan's expanding security presence in the region, which has seen it enhance defense cooperation, particularly with the Philippines, which, like Japan, Taiwan, and Malaysia, forms part of the so-called First Island Chain, a strategic line of archipelagos viewed by the US as essential to containing China. Japan has also deepened its security cooperation with Indonesia, the ASEAN bloc as a whole, and Australia. This push to make Japan a key security player in the region through a defense boost and building of a lattice work of security alliances is pretty remarkable.
Like, why do you think channels like this, they go to the trouble of explaining all this stuff, just don't put 2 and 2 together and just be like, oh, Japan just seems to be, for the sake of it, just spending all this money. And look, oh, look, there's also something called the First Island Chain. And oh, look, America is putting pressure on everyone to spend more on their military. Like, why do they not put 2 and 2 together and just draw the thread through all of the connecting points there and just be like, this is obviously part of an American-led defensive posture, if you don't want to be all aggressive about it, against China. China. Like, why don't they just put it together? Be like, look at all these random factors. Aren't they interesting? Do you think seeing how Oz/NZ turned out maybe would have been better if we ended up under Japanese rule? I mean, Japan looks a lot healthier than any other country in the world. I don't know, man. I don't know. Japanese are pretty hardcore. I'm not sure about that. Like, you know, they're strict and stuff, but they also have an incredibly like crazy work culture, which has come back to bite them in the ass pretty hard. Like, my family was in Singapore during the Japanese occupation, and like they were brutal to the domestic population. I could only imagine what they would have done to Australians and New Zealanders. under occupation. Like, they were pretty brutal with Singaporeans, but like they were fellow Asians, let's say. They were done a lot of let's make examples of Australians and New Zealanders. I'm strictly speaking of our current state of affairs. Yeah, I know. But like there would have been a long period of craziness. I'm talking about, 60 years later. I don't know. Like, okay, let's not talk about, you're right, right after occupation. But like, are Japan better off now? Like, they adopted they've got a hardcore work culture. And they seem to be paying for it at the moment, like demographically speaking. Not that, like, I guess demographics are not a concern across most of the developed world. I just don't know if we would have been better off under that intensive style of culture and work culture. I just don't know. Occupation in any country after war is going to be shit until the dust settles. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna go out on a limb on that one. I don't think so. Like, I'm just trying to think, Japan has occupied like Korea, parts of China and all that sort of stuff. And so, like, outside of the period of the dust settling, and did those cultures prosper more under Japanese guidance? I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, those are perfect examples. I don't know. I don't know enough if they benefited off them enough. Okay, look at Unit 731 now, please. All those countries doing better. Yeah. I will look it up shortly. I do want to finish this though.
Japan's post-war pacifism was meant to reassure its neighbors who had been victims of its imperial aggression. Today's military buildup has unsurprisingly been condemned by China, North Korea, and Russia, with the Chinese government warning that Japanese militarism must never be allowed to resurface. However, the fact is that the international community is far more receptive to Japan boosting its military than it would have been decades ago. Culturally speaking, generations that associate Japan...
Yes, because of the US requirement as part of their national security strategy, which they have delineated very clearly, to have the Indo-Pacific armed and ready as a deterrent from any American competitors, whoever they may be. Like, come on, they must draw the line between these people, seriously.
With wartime atrocities and imperialism are giving way to younger generations, more familiar with the modern Japan of technology, anime, and matcha. In terms of global security and geopolitics, for some past victims of Japanese aggression, like the Philippines, Japan's military buildup is seen less as an old threat re-emerging and more as a crucial bulwark against the new Chinese threat. In South Korea, the government has stayed relatively quiet on Japan's defense buildup, reflecting the fact that despite unresolved historic issues, like the Japanese military's use of sexual slavery during its occupation years, it recognizes the importance of Japan's position in the regional security architecture, and the value of cooperation with Japan as a deterrent against the likes of North Korea and China. Inside Japan, there is some domestic opposition to any move away from the country's post-war pacifism, particularly amending Article 9 of the Constitution, which Takeichi wants to open a debate on. Just last week, Japan saw its largest ever protest in support of its pacifist constitution. However, off the back of a huge election victory earlier this year, it's unlikely that Japan's rearmament and defense shift will slow down anytime soon. There's much more to discuss here, though.
Because it's in its global context. The global chessboard is a crazy thing. And, like, how could they not connect those dots? Like, honestly. Like, they've got all the pieces there. Like, here are all the elements. And we'll just leave it up to the wind here. It could be anything. Who knows what's tying all of this stuff together? Who knows? Who knows? Just all a random series of events, I'm sure. The Philippines, Korea, obviously have historic issues with Japan. Like, come on. Obvious atrocities against their people. And, like, who would have thought? They're happy to take on Japanese second-hand military equipment. They're happy to now be in line with Japanese defensive operations, whatever that is. What a weird world this is. Oh, it's just because like people like anime and Japanese technology that they've just forgotten about like centuries of war between our peoples. But they've got anime and like, you know, they got mad tech and stuff like that. You know, right? And so the younger generations just don't care about all like history. Come on. The final assessment is just lacking here. Japan didn't do anything other countries didn't do when they were invading. But yeah, I honestly think if we were colonized by Japan instead of the British, we would have been better off. Every country is guilty of war and murder almost. That's what I don't get about China and Japan still hate each other. They sell Gundam in China, I think. Don't know why they're zoning in on Japan for. Yeah, look. I don't know. Look, all we need to know from this, Japan is ramping up its military spending massively, despite, you know, decades now of pretending to be pacifists and just having defense forces. And now it's like pretty much, I think that's just gone now. And like, no one cares about it because obviously the strategic interests all align. It is basically American-controlled Asia, East Asia, v. China, and the boys. Go Japan, please colonize us. That was the mood in like the 80s and the 90s because Japan was booming so much with tech. Everyone thought Japan was going to take over. Like if you go back to Blade Runner and stuff, Los Angeles is basically Japanese, I'm pretty sure. That's how they thought the future was going to be. But it turns out it's going to be Chinese. All right, we're going to have a quick break and we're going to be back with some more. We're going to do some Fear E Thursdays. So strap yourself in. If you haven't already and you're on YouTube, make sure you activate the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more. If you're on Twitch, follow for more. You know what to do. Come on. You know what to do. You know the drill. Here's an invitation to Discord. This is where we share propaganda, hang out during stream, get things across that you can't get across potentially on another platform. Go over there and join the Discord, please. And here is an invitation to my Patreon. Please go over to Patreon and become a free member so I can get you on an email list. Important. Notifications don't always come through from other means. So go and become a free member. I will put you so I can get you on an email list. If you can financially support, I'll love you forever, but at least just do that. Free member, no strings attached. Just do it, man. Do yourself a favor. All right. We will be back after a break. Then we're going to do some theory. And it's going to be a bit of China theory, actually. I'm going to move over to do some more China glazing. So strap yourself in. We'll be back. Activate the like button. Do yourself a favor.
When they tell me why, when they tell me why, why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. when they tell me why, when they tell me why, why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why, when they tell me why.
All right. We're back. It's freezing in my house. All right. Where we at? All right, we're going to do, like I said, not sure about this one. I haven't really looked into it too much. But like this channel comes up on my feed from time to time. It's called Dime. I don't know if you've come across this channel before, but I thought we'd give it a good crack. And it's like it's a documentary, I guess, on how China works. So I think there's a lot of conjecture out there, to be honest, about like how China operates. I think there's a lot of perception out there that China is this kind of totalitarian, centralized structure. And like Xi Jinping says something. Are we gonna glaze the artificial sun? Dude, I saw some of that. I saw the link that you posted. And I do actually want to have a look at that as well. And there's something the French are doing, Hobo Joe, that is just like it, apparently. You'll need to do some other music too, Eve. Like break it? Yes, I actually have to change the music up. You're right. I'm sure people are sick of hearing the same thing all the time. New music for the break. Thanks. Yeah, we're gonna look at the artificial sun, but I wanted to have a look at what the French are doing there. So noted. Already thought about it. Ooh. All right. So as we were saying, I think there's a lot of mystery around the Chinese political structure out there. And so I would like to see how people break down how China really works. I think we spent a lot of time out there. We've spent a lot of time on this separately, like how China actually works as opposed to kind of the Western propaganda on this one. Sorry, what's this? Unit 731 before. Like, what do you want me to do with that? Do I just Google this? Oh, man. There's a lot of it. Ah, okay. Right, this is like torture stuff. I want you to see what this is. Okay. I might do this separately then. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. Right now, that is. I guess we could just do a short on it. Let's do a short. Why not? I just want you to know what it is. Don't need a vid. Okay. I'll Google it then. Just a quick wiki. In Unit 731, officially known as the Manchu Department 731, also referred to as Camo Detachment. An Ishi unit was secret research facility operated in Imperial Japanese Army between 1933 and 1945. It's located in the Pifang district of Harbin in the Japanese puppet state, and maintained multiple branches across mainland China. Unit 731 was responsible for large-scale biological and chemical warfare research as well as lethal human experimentation. The facility was led by General Shiro Ishii and received a strong support from the Japanese military. Its activities included infecting prisoners with deadly diseases, conducting vivisection. Don't know what that is. It's a surgery conducted for experimental purposes on a living organism. Okay. Performing organ harvesting. Testing hyperbaric chambers, amputating limbs, exposing victims to chemical agents and explosives. Prisoners, often referred to as logs by the staff, were mainly Chinese civilians, but also included Russians, Koreans, and others, including children and pregnant women. No documented survivors are known. An estimated 14,000 people were killed inside the facility itself. Yeah, lovely. Yeah. And I bet you when Japan fell, they would have rushed in to get access to this research. It's crazy. Yeah, this is also the reason. Yeah, like, my God. They've got a long history, those two. Crazy. All right. Shall we? Shall we? So, this is what we're going to try out for Theory Thursdays. Like I said, I haven't road tested this one. But it would be good to know, I guess, as a stream, as a community, if we could get through some of the the propaganda that exists out there about how China really works. Like the Western anti-DJI propaganda, right? Yes. Yes, like that. Let's get through it, shall we? They made those dang Nazi zombies in Call of Duty. Never forget.
You are the last major communist dictator. You are the last major communist dictatorship in the world.
You mean dictatorship?
Well, of course. A developmental dictatorship is what we believe it is. Am I wrong?
Of course. This is big mistake. Big mistake.
Contemporary China might be the most unique system we have ever seen in modern history. It's a system still ruled by a communist party that seems to be beating the world at the capitalist game. China's political and economic system defies our conventional categories. It is a system very different from Western liberal democracies, and there is no other system in the Eastern world either that matches it. How does China's system actually work?
I think this is like a lot of people do struggle. Like when you have Western economists, especially, I find Western economists have no way of analyzing China. They're just like, surely it's going to collapse soon. It's going to have this type of collapse, that type of collapse. They've been predicting the fall of China for like 2 decades now. And like they've never been able to get it. They just can't understand how it works. I just don't think Western political economy has the ability to make sense of China.
This is a country that has lifted 800 million people out of poverty. I mean, just think about that. That is insane. In just 4 decades.
No, it was capitalism, you douchebag. Hey? How dare you say that? It was capitalism that lifted 800 million people out of poverty. Come on.
China seems like a land of contradictions, where Marxism meets market reforms, Confucian philosophy meets AI-driven governance, and stability is prized over personal freedoms. What if I told you that it was a system that simultaneously contained elements of both dictatorship and
industrialization had nothing to do with it either. LOL. Nah. Which period of industrialization? Eh? The period of industrialization during the Great Leap Forward? Or when they opened up to the world economy? Just asking for a mate.
Democracy, heavy state intervention and free market deregulation, low taxes but high government investment. These contradictions have led to many debates. Is China just a modern miracle of state-led capitalism? Or is it a shining example of successful socialism with Chinese characteristics, as they call it? These debates often devolve into some—
Oh, death's the second thing. By lived out of poverty, they mean tricked into lifelong servitude, right? Right? Yes, they call it wage labor. You may be familiar with it. Wasn't real industrialization till then. Gotta have some neoliberal orgs. Get up in ya.
Semantics, with people picking sides based on what they call it. These debates often devolve into semantics, with people picking sides based on whether they want to make a case for socialism or capitalism, or whether they come from a pro-Western bias or a fandom for anti-Western countries. But as the economist Kei Jin argues in her book The New China Playbook, Beyond Capitalism and Socialism, China has created something fundamentally new, a model that transcends these categories entirely. But does it, though? Which is why it's important to examine exactly how China's system actually works, beyond a superficial level. But the success of China is undeniable. Simply looking at before and after pictures of Chinese cities in the past 40 years.
Yes, he's anti-semantic like me. I think we're all a little anti-semantic, let's be honest. Everybody's got that streak in them.
Is enough evidence alone as to how far they have come. In this video, we will be going over everything you need to know about how China works. We'll trace how China's system evolved from Deng Xiaoping's market pragmatism to Xi Jinping's new era of ideological governance, arguably the most significant shift in the governing party's worldview since the death of Mao Zedong. We'll dive deep into China's governance model, what political scientists have described as pragmatic authoritarianism with vertical democratic meritocracy.
Pragmatic authoritarianism with vertical democratic meritocracy? Damn. You earn 100K a year, you're rich. Ignore that half of it that is taxed. Half of what's left pays for your studio apartment. And most of the rest goes to pay for your student debt. Congratulations of being lifted out of poverty. I'm not sure what the statement's in relation to. Is that a critique of something? You'll have to fill us in there. The elite of the elite.
Doing so will explain how China has democracy at the local level and meritocracy and autocracy at the top, with a lot of experimentation with different systems in different provinces, which the ruling party at the top likes to promote in order to see which ideas work best, by having different Chinese provinces compete with different systems in real time. We'll of course explore the governing ideology of modern China, the line between pragmatism and ideology, the governing ideology's unique blend of Marxism-Leninism, Confucianism, and Chinese nationalism. And finally, we'll examine Xi Jinping's reign, his consolidation of power, his ideological vision. I've always been a student of history, but recently I've been absolutely binging all these books as to how China's system actually works, these books on the screen in particular. In this video, I hope to combine some of the things that I've learned over time from reading all of this. This is a story of how China's system works, how it's evolved, and where it's going.
Autocracy at the top and everything else is a playground for them. Little tests. Autocracy. Interesting. Or plans. Planning an economy. Sounds like autocracy from a liberal mindset, doesn't it? The third revolution.
To understand how China works today, we need to rewind the clock a little.
That's the benefit of autocracy. You do have long-term planning capabilities when you know you'll be in charge. Yes.
Okay, not that far back. The late 1970s, the era of Mao Zedong. I've covered the end of this era in my infamous Cultural Revolution video. Go watch that if you haven't already. But as you might recall, the country had endured quite a lot. But what matters for this video is what happened after. When people speak of modern China, they often speak of China after Mao Zedong. Because whether or not you believe China is socialist or capitalist, we'll get to that later, something clearly changed under Deng Xiaoping. That is undeniable. After Mao Zedong's death and the resulting power struggles, Deng Xiaoping stepped in with a bold new vision.
Deng Xiaoping is a great man.
Deng Xiaoping is often called the architect of modern China because he recognized the need to pivot away from communist ideological purity to a more pragmatic approach. He didn't frame this as a rejection of Marxist ideology or a rejection from the socialist road, but a more pragmatic path to it.
If you're wondering what that means, because I actually hear that one thrown around quite a lot, this idea that what happened in China when they opened up to the global economy is actually more Marxist than less Marxist, or like this is how you do communism, etc., etc. Now, what people usually mean by that when they say something along those lines, where like this is how you get to Marxism, what Marx envisaged in terms of how you get to socialism or communism or some society beyond capitalism, let's say, is that this was going to happen in parts of the world that were more or less developed. So they would have said stuff like, would have already had a bourgeois revolution. So what you see in America, like the birth of the Republic, what you see in France, birth of the Republic, what you see in like England, where you have like parliamentary monarchies, those were bourgeois revolutions. That was like the wealthy classes that took power off like a centralized monarch. So you go from monarchies to a oligarchy style structure, but it's like an oligarchy of the rich. And they control society for themselves. And so the rich, or an oligarchy of rich people, then end up bringing on industrialization because they have capital, they have money, and they want to invest that in business. And then the business evolves into some form of industrialization. The industrialization happens, and it's the industrialization spurred on by bourgeois society that then develops the wealth that is necessary to move to socialism or communism. Like you need to have an established industrial society that is able to produce at industrial scale the things that everybody needs, like a large population of people need and large modern population. You need that level of technological development and industrialization before you can even think about getting to socialism or communism or anything like that, because the vision of socialism and communism is to produce a society that is now classless and people can contribute what they can and take what they need. But you can't do that without technology industrialization. And so China, up until the point of Deng Xiaoping, was this, communist society where, like, yeah, there was a communist party in control and they were ideologically communist because they were all about, like, creating a workers' society. But, like, had they reached a level of technological development and industrialization that would have allowed them to actually have the luxury of communism and socialism. And the theory, again, like in orthodox Marxist interpretation, is that no, you can't do that if you have, like, basically a peasant society with some industrial and urban proletariat working in, like, the major centers. You need to have everybody transitioned over to full-blown capitalistic society. And so you have to go through capitalism before you can get to socialism. You must go through capitalism to get to socialism. You can't skip the step. No skippy. No. You must go. You must go through capitalism. You have to have that period. So, like, the idea, though, for someone who's already communist is, okay, fine, let's do the capitalism part and advance the prospects of the nation, advance our industrialization, our technology, and all of that sort of stuff. But we're in control of the capitalism force, not the bourgeois. But let's not just hand it over to a bunch of rich people and hope at one point we can then get socialism. We'll direct the capitalism. Thank you very much. We'll unleash the force of capitalism, but we're in control. And so, like, that is actually a rather nice Marxist interpretation of what happened. And it's, like, way more Marxist than, I guess, just starting a workers' revolution, which is basically just a peasant revolution, and calling it communist when, like, is it? Is it, though? Is it really? Like, did you reach that level? Who knows? Arguably, it could be the dictatorship of the proletariat, but the way the CCP represent the workers would probably make Marx turn in his grave. It's an interesting point. Someone needs to have built a functioning society before it can be mooched into oblivion. Yep, that is the message. Great interpretation there. Lovely. Sounds like you're really absorbing the piece here.
Deng Xiaoping's pragmatism can be summed up in his famous saying that, quote, "It doesn't matter if the cat is black or white, as long as it's catching mice." This philosophy of experimentation, adaptation, and gradual reform became the cornerstone of modern China. When Deng Xiaoping assumed power, most of the CCP already knew that China needed reform, but it was a question of how much reform and how fast. Deng Xiaoping understood that abrupt change could lead to chaos, and he didn't want to make the mistakes that Gorbachev would later make. Reforming so fast that it would cause chaos, leading to the collapse of the regime. Instead of embracing rapid liberalization like the Soviet...
said regime. It's still Western propaganda at the end of the day. He said the R word.
Chaos, leading to the collapse of the regime. Instead of embracing rapid liberalization like the Soviet Union did, or shock therapy, which the IMF and neoliberal economists were recommending, the Chinese Communist Party took a more gradualist approach, implementing market reforms in a well-calculated manner. Now, shock therapy was a consequence that a lot of countries that tried to rapidly liberalize their economy would face, like in Eastern Europe, when they would privatize their industries and remove government regulations like price controls, leading to wild price fluctuations and hyperinflation. This was real bad in Russia and in Eastern Europe. One of the most pivotal strategies that China used to avoid shock therapy was the introduction of the dual pricing system. This system allowed state-owned enterprises and farmers to sell goods both at state-controlled prices and on the open market. By maintaining the planned economy alongside a burgeoning market economy, Deng Xiaoping created a controlled environment for capitalist reforms to take root without causing utter poverty and chaos. The system let the government...
Very dialectical, isn't it? For anyone who considers themselves a Marxist who's watching this right now.
government retained stability while incentivizing productivity. Farmers, for instance, could fulfill state quotas at fixed prices, but sell surplus crops at higher market rates. Ultimately, this would help put more economic power in the hands of the people. These early reforms would help kickstart what would become a massive economic transformation. Another groundbreaking reform was the creation of special economic zones. An example that many are aware of today is the city of Shenzhen.
Libertarians love this stuff. The special economic zones love this stuff. But it didn't cause any issues with the populations and market variation outside of the people system. But it didn't cause any issues with populations and markets outside of the people system. LOL. We've got to stop communism before it ruins our chance at communism. Oh, that's a pretty accurate statement. Fair enough.
Which looks like a city created in a science fiction film. These special economic zones offered tax breaks, relaxed regulations, and welcomed foreign investment. Unlike the nations that threw open their entire economies all at once, China experimented locally, learned from the mistakes, and scaled successful policies. What seems today like a sudden massive transformation was really the process of gradual reform. The results were
the alternate free market over there wasn't great for the lower class for a long time. See, this is what's wrong with our Western perspective on this, I think. Because like most people have this perception. It's like, oh, but it didn't help people for a long time. There's like no collective spirit in Western analysis of like an experiment like this. Like, and that's why people aren't revolutionary in the West, because everyone is so ready for the instant gratification society. They think a decision needs to work straight away or it's a bad decision. Like there has to be, yes, a period where it doesn't work in order for it to develop. And then you see the benefit of it. It's like most things in life, like anything, it needs time to develop before you see any benefits from that system. So like, you know, I think we as Westerners even just can't really comprehend this stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's long term, but the costs of failure was pretty heavy. But like, what point are we talking about? At this point, though, opening up to the free market, what are the costs? Cost of people that are going to have to struggle for a while, and then now they're benefiting from their previous sacrifices. It would be nice to avoid if possible, but that's the delusion that I'm pointing to here, the Western delusion, that there is a decision, a magical decision out there that's a silver bullet and can transform society, and everybody just feels good about it. Like I just don't think that's possible. Like when all Western societies transition from basically being peasant economies into industrial societies, they all suffered greatly. They all suffered greatly. All of them. It's just like a historic position. England suffered greatly industrializing. Greatly. There's many a horror story of how they transitioned to an advanced economy. The Americans suffered greatly. It softened that blow. The suffering was great, but less. Oh, wait. Yeah, I don't see how China had any other options. You're right. They at least didn't collapse like Russia. Yeah, we're going to have to study what happened with Russia, I think, to be honest, on a theory Thursday. Like how the dissolution of like the Russian, the Soviet Empire, and like what happened when it opened up to the free market and created the oligarchy.
Staggering. Over 800 million people were lifted out of poverty, and China emerged as the manufacturing hub of the world. But this colossal economic growth wasn't without its trade-offs. Urban areas thrived while rural regions lagged behind. Economic inequality widened significantly, and environmental degradation became a serious...
Naomi Klein covers that with the shock doctrine? Okay. Something to look into for us. Thank you very much.
Problem, one which wasn't taken seriously up until rather recently. Under Deng Xiaoping, many of the socialist structures of the communist regime under Mao were slowly dismantled. Well, some were dismantled overnight. Deng Xiaoping systematically dismantled the Iron Rice Bowl, the cradle-to-grave welfare system from the Mao era, and this wasn't done to save money. It was a deliberate way of disciplining the labor force to make it more competitive on the world market, to make China more attractive for foreign investment. By removing job security and social benefits, the party made Chinese workers more desperate, forcing them to sell their labor for whatever wages the market would bear. Yet the Communist Party of China was still very careful to prioritize stability. They maintained tight control over political power, learning from the instability that plagued rapid transitions elsewhere. By combining state oversight with market reforms, China avoided the mass unemployment and corruption that crippled the post-Soviet economies. And yes, there was a lot of corruption that happened in China as a result of the reforms, but nothing even close to as destabilizing as what happened in post-Soviet Russia. Now, Deng Xiaoping's radical economic reformation was a lot more smooth than what happened in much of the other post-Soviet countries. The Chinese government did experience its fair share of resistance, most notably the 1989 Tiananmen Square protests, which marked a critical test for the government, where calls for political reform clashed with the party's need for control. The violent crackdown shocked the entire world, and it's when you started to see Western media become a lot more critical of China after a period of optimism following them opening up to the Western world. But the Communist Party of China learned its...
It's like, oh, the West just looked at Tiananmen Square and was just like, oh, that's not very nice. How authoritarian. As opposed to like economically what was going on when China opened up to the world economy and promised to liberalize and kept on being like, yeah, we'll do that whole liberalization thing. We'll do it. It's coming. And they consistently just didn't do what they were supposed to do and protected their economy from liberalization. They protected it from the neoliberal world. They were supposed to float their currency. They were supposed to let foreign capital come into China and do whatever they wanted, like open up properly for foreign investment, as opposed to opening up for foreign investment that was heavily under control to make sure that China was benefiting from the foreign investment and they weren't just carrying the capital away. They were actually learning from foreign investment in their country and having control over that foreign investment. They were supposed to liberalize and they didn't do it. But no, it was definitely, the West was just upset when they saw Tiananmen Square, for sure, specifically. Yeah, it was the military heavy hand they used. Should have just pulled out the hoses like the Americans and they wouldn't have cried. I mean, it was the students met with the tanks after all. Dunk got a call into stream sometime. All right. Yes, that would be interesting, actually. Donk. I'd have to get you in on a call. Saint Chi was supposed to do a call that time when he was raging in stream, and then he disappeared. I should get a cam. I've got a mic. It's on.
Lesson with the Cultural Revolution revolts. It couldn't risk instability and challenges to the party's authority. The crackdown demonstrated the party's resolve to prioritize stability and control above all else. That said, the protests were quite complex and occurred for various different reasons, with various different interest groups demanding different things. If you want to learn more on this particular subject, I recommend checking out the podcast I did on One Dime Radio with Professor Jane Hayward, whose field of expertise is in China. Now, while Tiananmen Square was certainly a mediatized event, China's ties with the West continued to normalize. And in fact, it became closer and closer with the Western world, especially the United States, joining the World Trade Organization in 2001. This brings us to an often forgotten period of Chinese history, the period under the leadership of Jiang Zemin, which some believe to be China's most overlooked and, dare I say, underrated leaders. Now, a lot of people forget about Jiang Zemin because this was a period in Chinese history that a lot of people just sort of forgot about because China sort of went under the radar as a lot of things were happening in the world, like 9/11, the War on Terror, and meanwhile China...
Whoa, we hit 20 likes? All right. Yeah. If you are on YouTube and you haven't already, activate the like button.
Was quietly just growing in the background, and only until the 2010s did people sort of realize what was happening. What makes the Jiang Zemin period interesting is that it was one of the rare periods in modern Chinese history where there was actually a surprisingly high amount of media freedom. For Chinese standards, that is. Like, you can find on the internet all of these fascinating interviews of Jiang Zemin where journalists are actually busting his balls, asking him real questions, and he's getting visibly angry, but having to actually engage with them. Whereas you cannot ask Xi Jinping these kind of questions. You never see Xi Jinping being challenged by journalists in this way. And Jiang Zemin just had this sort of wholesome old grandpa vibe. At times in interviews, he seemed to be drunk and talking loosely and off script, sort of like the Chinese Nikita Khrushchev. Now, in terms of policy, Jiang Zemin's leadership brought China into the age of globalization. It's when China joined the World Trade Organization, cementing its role as the factory of the world. One of Jiang Zemin's most controversial changes was his Three Represents policy, which expanded the membership of the Communist Party of China to include private entrepreneurs, capitalists, and thereby reframing the Chinese Communist Party as not a dictatorship of the proletariat, but as a party of the people and capital, the party of the whole people. The logic behind the strategy was to contain the emerging capitalist class. As a lot of new elites were being empowered as a result of the capitalist market reforms, there was now a growing power bloc that could potentially challenge the Chinese Communist Party bureaucracy. A way of containing this emerging capitalist class without killing the goose that's laying the golden eggs was to absorb them. If you can't beat them, have them join you. In fact, the regime has maintained a lot of stability by making it very attractive as
So, like, this is the plan, right? This is the idea of using the force of capitalists. So you have capitalists out there, they're allowed to engage in the free market and do their thing, make money, all that sort of stuff. But you don't allow them to have political control. It's very different to how we understand things in the West. We spent a lot of time this morning looking at this very interesting case where there was a Democratic primary in Michigan, and there's a guy called Abdul who won, despite the fact that his contender, a centrist Democrat, had, what was it, $60 million worth of APAC money. And so, like, the Western political system is defined by those who have money and thus the power are able to just buy politics. And so, like, we all understand this, it's common sense, but no one actually sees our political system like that because we call it democracy and we associate democracy with freedom. But like the way that politics works in the West, liberal democracy is like, it's pay to play. If you can afford to purchase politics, or politicians, I should say, then like you get to set policy. And we have an intricate network and system designed around that, from think tanks to political parties and lobbying and legal structures. Like all of this stuff, this network supports usually a capitalist class of people who get to buy off politicians or political parties by supporting them, of course. But they overarchingly control the political structure. What we're talking about here is a system that recognizes the power of the capitalist and capital to be incredibly productive and innovative, but you don't let them control politics. They can make money and make heaps of it, be really productive. Here's the working class. Go have them. Exploit them to hell. Go for it. Be as exploitative as you want with them, but you're not controlling politics. We'll do that. Thank you very much. And they even absorb them. And this is not new either. Like when Mao first was trying to put China back together after the revolution, in 1949, he absorbed the capitalist class, or the capitalists, which were very few in China, but he absorbed capitalists into that mix. He didn't reject them and eat the rich. He used them to form what was going to be the new People's Republic of China. And this is why I say Marx would turn in his grave. Well, from a worker's perspective, yes. But like he would also, I think, though, appreciate the strategy, which is like you got to let capitalism do its thing before you can get anywhere else. So, what do they say? You know, breaking eggs to make omelets, all that sort of stuff. I love how sending you people into mass poverty is considered an economic genius. Just because I let capitalists take advantage of your country. I love how sending your people into mass poverty is considered economic genius. If it wasn't for communist beliefs behind China, the capitalists would have just done an America to China. Yeah, I agree. Like, it's like, do you let go of communism and just let capitalism play and then hope you swing it back around to it again? Or do you let the capitalistic forces unleash in your country and regulate them? Excellent. Good thing Mao killed all those millions of people participating in a mixed economy to stop evil people from getting in political control of a mixed economy. Yes. Yeah, if China can have workers' reform going forward, I think he'd appreciate the long-term plan if he could see it. Feels scammy though. Yeah, fair enough. Just a little longer, then we'll get to those workers. Yeah, well, and that is why if you're like an orthodox Marxist, it is the contradictions within capitalism that would result in a position where the workers take over society. And so, like, if you're at the helm kind of thing, managing the process and ensuring that the wins from capitalism go largely to society as opposed to just being concentrated in the hands of a capitalist class, then that transition should be easier. It should be easier for what you're saying, the workers to take control of that apparatus, as opposed to them having to fight the bourgeoisie. That's a hard slog, that is, because they'll never give up power. But like the question is, will a centralized party that represent the workers want to give up that power? Also, time will tell.
Elite to support the regime. Whereas under the Soviet Union, elites became increasingly disenchanted. They wanted to live lives more like how Western elites lived, which was one of the many factors behind the dissolution of the Soviet Union. So in other words, the Communist Party of China was able to contain its emerging capitalist class by basically having its party become the capitalist class, by facilitating the merger of state and corporate power. By containing the capitalist class while expanding market reforms and having China increasingly entangled into the world economy and having much of the world depend on it, China was able to grow significantly, but with a lot of consequences, like inequality, and a massive amount of corruption, which only increased as the union of state and corporate power became ever tighter. Yet Jiang Zemin insisted that all of this was still in the name of socialism with Chinese characteristics, and that all this was part of a path of modernization, with contradictions that China must overcome along the way to the goal of socialist construction. Then came Hu Jintao, the leader of Balance and Caution, also known for being—
Yeah, the transition was always what I questioned about Marxism. But if this is just it long-term really slow and with the least suffering, then yeah, props. Well, like, that's the thing, like, the transition is not guaranteed at all. But, like, it has to be when the conditions are right. There's no point forcing this stuff. And, like, that's where I think it's funny where, like, people describe them as Marxist-Leninists, because Lenin, his main contribution to theory is like, you don't need to have the capitalism part. Russia didn't have the capitalism part. They went from Tsarist Russia to socialism, and they cut out the capitalist part. And so, like, what they're doing is definitely not, if they're like slowly transitioning to socialism through capitalism, that's not what Lenin envisaged at all. That wasn't his contribution to socialist theory. China is great. We just get fed propaganda. Oh my God, do we get fed propaganda? Oh yeah. It's hard to know, isn't it? Like, what's true and what's not. We get a lot of propaganda. Even that thing that, like, me and Spandonk have been going back and forth about for months on the Yiga stuff. Like, it's just hard to tell. what's real and what's not because of all the propaganda that we get in the West. I'm sure Mao would have been thrilled to watch today's Chinese billionaires profiting in cooperation with foreign investors. We'll see, I guess. We're watching you, China. Talk about dialectics. They mastered it. So many contradictions, driving forward pace. Yes. Live streams are a good way to see how country really operates. This live stream. All right.
Purged by Xi Jinping for having the worst blunt roll. Hu Jintao prioritized social harmony over sheer growth, abolishing agricultural taxes and improving rural healthcare and education to help reduce the growing rural poverty as a result of the combined and uneven development caused by the capitalist reforms, causing a huge divide between urban and rural China. In addition to social unrest, the Chinese Communist Party had to eventually confront
just say blunt roll.
The environmental crises, which it previously dismissed as a Western hoax concocted to slow down the rise of China. But as it increasingly started to listen to its scientists, the Chinese Communist Party realized that this was indeed a grave danger. And they could not ignore it because it was evident just looking at all this smog in the sky as air became increasingly unbreathable. And all of these heightening contradictions were not able to be contained by the limited incremental reforms of Hu Jintao. This pattern of economic growth and its discontents would set the stage for the era of Xi Jinping, a leader whose approach would mark a fundamental transformation in China's governance philosophy, arguably the largest shift in Chinese policy since Deng Xiaoping himself. But we'll explain Xi Jinping's impact in more detail later. First, it's important to understand how China's modern system actually works, and how Xi Jinping would later change it. Because the governance model of China has evolved significantly, and its model from Deng Xiaoping to Xi Jinping is quite fascinating to explore. Let's look at China more abstractly. That is, what is China ideologically? We often speak of the Chinese Communist Party, yet it's clear that China does not pose a Cold War threat ideologically in the way that the Soviet Union did.
Cold War threat ideologically. What's that supposed to mean? Here comes the rah-rah. I want to know what how he's going to explain this actually. But like, what is the communist threat ideologically? That like the Soviet Union existed, and because it proposed an alternate system of economics to what the American-led world had, that's why it was an ideological threat. So they dared to do something differently. Outrageous.
The Communist Party of China has various factions and ideological disputes. At the core of this framework is Marxism, Marxism-Leninism in particular, which still remains
said like Scooby-Doo. Got it.
The Communist Party of China has various factions and ideological disputes. At the core of this framework is Marxism, Marxism-Leninism in particular, which still remains the official legitimating ideology of the Communist Party of China. And this might seem odd, because Marxism-Leninism was also the official governing ideology of the Soviet Union and various other actually existing communist regimes, like contemporary Cuba.
Regimes, eh? You can just call them governments, bro. It's all right. It's not scary.
Vietnam, and China before Deng Xiaoping as well, under Mao. Marxism-Leninism was coined by Joseph Stalin, but has evolved significantly, and as it is an ideology primarily used by regimes from the top down.
Nick Shelley's travel itinerary, so good. Wait, dude, could you imagine if he went to North Korea? I would love to see that. God, I would love to see that. Nobody's talking to me. Why won't they talk to me?
It is significantly flexible. But Marxism in China isn't the rigid dogmatic version that you might associate with the Soviet Union. Instead, it's been reinvented and adapted to China's unique conditions. Mao Zedong, for instance, already emphasized the role of the peasantry in promoting revolution, which was a major departure from Karl Marx's focus on the industrial proletariat. Under Deng Xiaoping, Marxism was reframed to accommodate market reforms, leading to what the Communist Party of China would call socialism with Chinese characteristics. Now, is all of this Marxist talk just window dressing for the CPC? Convenient ideological cover for what's essentially authoritarian capitalism? Or does Marxism actually shape how China's leaders think and act? What if I told you that both things can be true at once? To be clear—
Oh my god. Two things can be true at once. Nick Shelley missing in NK after desecrating Pleasure Woman statue. Could you imagine? Oh god, they're coming after us. Quickly, we better get on the plane. It's 4 o'clock in the morning and we're trying to cross the border from North Korea back into China. Just gotta wait for the guards and not looking. Oh god, they're looking. Run. I'm behind on the live feed, but with the suffering period, small businesses usually go through that suffering period before they start to see real benefits. Western society expects one to suffer individually before they see some fruits of capital. Yes. Yeah, there should be no such thing as collective suffering. Only individuals should suffer in the free market, not the collective, even though society suffers greatly all the time.
Marxism absolutely does serve as a legitimating ideology. It provides the historical narrative that justifies why the Communist Party of China is the only party that is allowed to rule. It's the theoretical foundation that rationalizes their monopoly on power. Without Marxism, the CPC would just be an ordinary dictatorship. But it's far from the ordinary dictatorship. It's a party that is supposed to have collective leadership and is the vanguard not just of the Chinese working class, but of the world proletariat. The Chinese Communist Party is tasked with a historic mission. It is the revolutionary vanguard guiding China through the stages of history towards a socialist future. And while it is a legitimating ideology, it's not like members of the Chinese Communist Party don't genuinely believe this stuff, because they've spent years in party schools studying dialectical materialism, historical materialism, and various concepts in Marxist political economy. I'm not kidding, they go to party schools for this. They have to study this theory.
You have to. In order to get into the Communist Party, you have to do this. You have to study Marxist-Leninism, like whatever they understand as Marxist-Leninism in China. You have to do the study. You can't just join the party. You got to understand the basics to build your political structure on top of that. It's like understanding how, I don't know, Parliament works or Congress works in your society. Like you just have to understand the political structure and like a bit of the political ideology. Like, oh, why is democracy good? I don't know, because freedom and stuff like that. Aren't they the same thing? But they actually study it in order to become part of the party. You have to actually study the theory, whether you believe in it or not. I'm sure that's another question. This communism with Chinese characteristics seems kind of analogous to Christianity with Pete Hegseth characteristics. Can't wait for him to come out with that. It's not just to join the party, though. You have to learn it to participate in any government job or uni. It's a little culty. Yes, it is rather culty. Yes. People learning about their political system. Very culty. Very culty. I'm pretty sure we do that at school as well. We learn about the history of our political systems. But yes, very culty stuff when China does it.
It can't just all be empty memorization and party rituals. It surely does shape how they understand the world. For the CPC, Marxism provides the intellectual framework that justifies China's entire development strategy. According to Marxist theory, you can't just jump straight to communism. You need to develop the productive forces first. Marx himself wrote that capitalism was a necessary stage to create the material abundance that makes socialism possible. This is exactly how the CPC justifies its use of capitalist market.
I mean, learning is cool, but then they test them on application. Yeah, like in order to get into the Communist Party, you have to take like a test and stuff like that. So you have to know at least the basics of the principles. And especially if the political structure is kind of based on using that economic theory to like organize society. Like you'd want to understand some basics, I would assume, to be effectively a member of that party. But yes, I'm pretty sure there's tests. And like you have to have a sponsor as well, like someone that vouches for you.
And its integration with the Western stage to create the material abundance that makes socialism possible. This is exactly how the CPC justifies its use of capitalist markets and its integration with the Western economy. They argue that they're not betraying socialism, but rather that they're actually following Marx's real roadmap by becoming the world's factory, by developing technology and infrastructure, by creating wealth, even if it's unevenly distributed for now. They're building the productive forces necessary for socialism eventually. Now, of course, whether they actually intend to transition to socialism is another question entirely. But
I don't know, man. Can you really question their intentions? Why not? They seem to be developing the productive forces. So basically, what that just means, productive forces is technology. Productive forces is the ability to produce, which is all that human societies do. We produce. We're an organ of production. And so the productive forces are the knowledge, the science, the technology, and the labor skill as well. That's an important part that people don't recognize. But like capitalism does really well in terms of productive forces. It diversifies labor skill. So like we have so many different occupations in an advanced capitalistic society. Like you can get jobs that are so esoteric and specific, and people can become experts in some really crazy stuff and get skilled up in some very, very niche, not niche, but niche activities that you wouldn't have had in like other forms of economy. And so like in order to be able to have a high functioning technological utopia, you need a lot of skills and humans that have some crazy skill sets. Jingle Jangle Jams in the house. How you going? Question: have you ever read Isaiah Berlin? He is a philosopher who was born during the age of the Russian Revolution and lived through it as a child, with many insightful ideas to contribute to the philosophy of revolutionaries and tradition. Like he saw some guy getting carried by a crowd kicking and screaming by the mob down the street. Always feels like when far left people talk about revolution, they're not actually serious about one. I've not read any of this person's work, but like, you know, for an example, like the Russian Revolution, a lot of the Russian revolutionaries studied closely the French Revolution, and there was a lot of people being carried kicking and screaming by mobs down streets on the streets of Paris or Paris during the French Revolution over a long period of time. And so like, yeah, revolutions, social political revolutions, are not, they're not child-friendly affairs. Politics can be pretty messy. You could only imagine. It was a serious revolution, at least. But I'm sure, and this is the thing what we're talking about at the moment with China, like the transition to socialism is built on the back of productive forces before you have that political shift. So you have to have the economic basis there in order to have the political revolution. That's the theory anyway. Oh, I like the ideology. I just question the implementation of any system. The anarchist in me sees too many flaws everywhere. But hey, open mind. I appreciate this growing self-characterization with anarchism, I must say.
For now, just know that the Marxist framework provides both the language and the logic for China's current path. It's not just empty rhetoric, it's a conceptual toolkit that also shapes policy decisions. It would be a lot harder for the CPC to justify its monopoly on power if it simply said that they were merely copying the economic strategy of Singapore and Japan, or Taiwan. Because then people would think, okay, well, why have you in power then? It's not like you're a dynasty, and it's not like we elected you. It's not like we have an opportunity to elect other parties to compete for power. So why obey the Chinese Communist?
What an entrance. Trump 2028. Have you seen the hat? Have you seen the hat? I'm going to have to get a new hat. Weekend Warrior. Wow, what a name as well. Here's to that, bro. Trump 2028.
Party? Well, the answer is that you might get socialism one day, and that all of this is part of the path towards that. Whether or not the working class actually believes this is irrelevant, because clearly enough of the party apparatus that rules China does, or at least acts like it does. So yes, Marxism matters in China, just maybe not in the way that Marx himself might have imagined. Does Marxism-Leninism primarily function as an ideology to legitimize power? Kind of like how American presidents today invoke the founding fathers of America and the Republican liberal democratic values while concentrating power and serving corporate interests. You see, ideology can be used to justify all kinds of things that are in fact at odds with that ideology. To get at the heart of the matter, it is key to understand the matter of that ideology. It should be evaluated by its effects, its policies, not just its rhetoric. But Marxism isn't the whole story. Confucianism, a philosophy dating back over 2,000 years, also plays a significant role in China's political culture. Mao Zedong wasn't a big fan of Confucianism, but it's made somewhat of a comeback ever since really the leadership of Hu Jintao, but especially more recently under Xi Jinping. While Mao Zedong tried to eliminate the vestiges of Confucianism and Chinese conservative culture in the Cultural Revolution, the Communist Party of China came to realize the utility of Confucianism in forming subjects that would obey the law and be good workers for society. Confucian values like hierarchy, social harmony, and respect for authority deeply influence the way China is governed, and China's social culture as well. For instance, the emphasis on strong, virtuous leadership aligns with the...
This is, I think, where Western culture really just doesn't compute in terms of its analysis. I think if you look at Chinese culture and their philosophical grounding, it lends itself to a different type of social structure. It lends itself to more of a collectivist mindset. People are happy to, I guess, do the drudgery and be a working class if they consider their rulers to be working in the interests of society, as opposed to just self-aggrandizement, like just promoting their own selves. They need to also be producing an environment that seems to be progressing society's interests. And so they're willing to take leaders for life and dictators, regimes, as we say in the West, when we want to be disparaging. They're willing to take those societal structures because it's kind of part of their culture, as long as there are results. We want to see results. Oh, this is where the Han integration happened. So it's an important factor. And I just, like we were talking about before, the idea of sacrifice and Western notions of instant gratification, and the suffering of the individual by choice versus of society in the name of future progress. We just don't have this element, this understanding that is required. We're going to talk about if people are ready for the revolution. The far left are ready for the revolution. Jingle jangle jam. Are people ready to devote themselves to something that is larger than themselves? A truly social movement? I would say, yeah, most Westerners, they don't see the world like that.
the Chinese Communist Party's meritocratic system, or at least its ideal of meritocracy. The idea of face maintaining social harmony and avoiding public embarrassment, China's shame culture, makes for very obedient workers and a lot of social cohesion. But it also explains the Chinese government's sensitivity to criticism, both domestically and internationally, to avoid dishonoring itself. Confucianism also supports the idea of a benevolent government, a sort of benevolent elite with an obligation to care for everybody. A central government that acts in the best interests of the people, in theory. This aligns neatly with the Chinese Communist Party's narrative that its centralized control ensures stability and prosperity. However, this emphasis on collective harmony often comes at the cost of individual freedoms, as dissent is seen as disruptive to the common good.
Did someone say Philosopher King? Have you been paying attention to this one, or did you just walk back in for us? This has been interesting. We've got some, like One Dime. Have you ever come across this channel before? Explaining how China really works. So we're getting a crash course in history here. On and off. Yeah, it's an interesting expose. It's been interesting. I mean, hey, props. They integrated a large population really well. Where there was huge division before. Yeah. Integrated.
Yeah, that's right. China's lack of civil liberties is not just a result of its communist regime, but was a characteristic feature of Chinese governments throughout its history. In fact, there is this old trope of Oriental despotism, which is derived heavily from Chinese forms of government, which tended to be a lot more bureaucratic than other forms of government. A third pillar of the ideology of modern China is nationalism. You could argue that nationalism was always part of the Communist Party of China, despite the fact that it was the communists who ended up defeating the KMT nationalists in the Civil War. Nationalism proved to be a very effective political tool. And while even Mao Zedong embraced nationalistic elements, nationalism has taken a more explicit comeback under the era of Xi Jinping.
Now, this is interesting. This is interesting in the sense that if they are truly Marxist-Leninists, but like specifically Marxists, I would say, like they ain't social chauvinists. The social chauvinists. Then they, like, nationalism is antithetical to the idea of socialism. In the long game, anyway. And so, like, this is where China sets itself apart greatly, or modern communist societies, let's call them, that are like hyper nationalistic. They set themselves apart from the Marxist theory, I would say. Jingle jangle jam. Still if you don't have access to all your culture freely, then how collective can your actions really become? An individual can only make their behavior as collective as their scope of understanding of what that entails is how you define self-sacrifice. Hegel here talks a lot about the paradoxes of how self-sacrifice can also be another form of egoism and isolation of the self from society. Yeah, it's very dialectical. Self-sacrifice being in and of itself a form of egoism, of what is like ostensibly or on the surface it's opposite. Interesting. If you don't have access to all of your culture freely, how can your actions really be collective? I mean, in the hypothetical sense of self-sacrifice for your superiors. Interesting.
Modern Chinese nationalism is deeply rooted in the country's history of humiliation at the hands of foreign powers. During the so-called century of humiliation from the Opium Wars to the Japanese occupation, the CPC has positioned itself as the guardian of China's sovereignty and dignity, using nationalism as an effective way to rally support. This nationalist narrative is central to projects like the Belt and Road Initiative, which the Chinese government portrays as a way to reclaim its rightful place as a global leader. future. But unlike earlier Chinese nationalism, which took on a more defensive character, the resurgence of Han Chinese nationalism under Xi Jinping has taken on a more expansionist character, and some say a more chauvinist character, in the sense of being explicitly more Han-centric. This nationalism isn't just a domestic tool, it shapes China's foreign policy and its vision of a multipolar world. What's remarkable is how these ideologies all coexist. Marxism provides a revolutionary framework that gives the CPC a long-term mission and legitimacy for its rule. Confucianism is like the social glue that offers more cultural legitimacy and has longer roots in Chinese culture. Meanwhile, the nationalism ensures loyalty and facilitates unity, as China is a very large and diverse country. Together, these ideologies create a system that is both forward-looking and deeply rooted in China's past. So in some sense, it's very progressive and very traditionalist. And I don't use these terms in a pejorative or a positive sense. That's just the reality of what it is. The Chinese Communist Party has found a very successful way of blending in ideologies that are radically new with what is old, rooted, and familiar. Confucian harmony with rapid modernization. Nationalism with China's integration in the global economy. Chinese nationalism despite China's complicity in the globalist world capitalist system. These tensions are all fault lines of modern China, and how the Chinese Communist Party navigates them will define its future. While China's economic reforms were groundbreaking, its governance system is just as intriguing, and it has evolved quite a lot over time. To understand China's governance model, you need to first understand one of its most defining features that separates it from Western-style liberal democracies: the party state. The reason why you hear China, Vietnam, Cuba, and the former USSR described as regimes, whereas the United States, Canada...
There's no way he's going to address it. So good. All right, so here it is, okay? Someone's actually going to address the R word. I can't believe we're here. So if you've been watching this stream since the beginning of the year at least, we've been making fun of the idea that when the Western world, yes, haha, yes, let's see if there's an actual objective analysis of the word regime. Whenever the Western media talks about someone, like a government it doesn't like or needs to display poorly for whatever ideological purpose, when the manufacturing consent machine needs to show that someone's evil, they call their government a regime. So you have the Iranian regime, the Chinese regime, the Russian regime, the Cuban regime. Wherever you see it. So we have taken to calling the Trump administration, when we remember it, the Trump regime, just for shits and giggles. I've held my tongue on this so long because I'm too anti-semantic as is. So good. I wonder how they're going to explain this one. This will be interesting. Like Hegel analyzed the play Antigone, a Greek tragedy that explores how the agora, the collective city group, forces the individual Antigone to not only to sacrifice herself, but also the ability to put her brother in a tomb and consecrate his death in a respectful, state-like manner. I love how anti-semantic is now a thing. Yeah, and it's anti-semantic is to have common sense. It's common sense, man. Let's not get into semantics. It's common sense. All right, let's see how they justify the regime.
Are described as governments is because those governments were elected. And in these countries, there is a separation between party and state, meaning that many of the state functions are not occupied by the party, but by people who are nonpartisan or even people of a separate party. The elected party, in other words, has no direct control of these government functions, although Trump is trying to increasingly reverse that in the United States with his unitary executive theory. Whereas it wouldn't make a lot of sense to talk about the Republican Party regime or the Democratic Party regime, because these parties, however similar they may be, have to be elected to power and can lose the next elections. And they also need approval of people in the other party in order to get many things done. The lack of separation of party and state is one of the things that China still has in common with when it was under communism. Think of the CPC party state like this. You got two massive organizations, the party and the state, that are heavily intertwined, but each with its own hierarchy, operating side by side and influencing each other at every level. While there are bureaucrats at various levels, it is ultimately the Chinese Communist Party bureaucracy that wields ultimate control, overseeing the key decisions and ensuring that state policies align with its directives. But just because China is a one-party dictatorship doesn't mean that the Communist Party is able to just direct everything from a simple top-down way. Even though the party's authority is virtually impossible to challenge, its governance model is incredibly complicated and more decentralized than you might expect. This intertwining of party and state is a key element of what makes China's system so unique.
This is a very liberal take, not gonna lie. Yeah, we can't call the American two-party system a regime because it swaps every 4 to 8 years, potentially. There's a lot of swapping between two agents, so it's not a regime, even though he acknowledged the fact that it's like, hey, they're pretty much the same thing. Hey, come on. They have a bourgeois dictatorship, but like it's divided into a couple of parties. So it's okay. Liberty is freedom. A lot of state elites, all with their own influences and interests.
And also very opaque. Because there's only one single hegemonic party, the different factional disputes that take place within this party are basically invisible, or occur very subtly. Because it's basically an internal power struggle, whereby if one side shows its cards too openly, it could be vulnerable to attack, as it is not that difficult for the leadership of the party to purge people within that party, even if they do it non-violently.
It looks like democracy, so it can't be a regime. Whatever you say, buddy. It's so funny. Like, what he's talking about here is that, like, the Chinese governmental structure, or the Chinese Communist Party, like, if you want to play politics, then get into the party. Like, in the American system, like, they do all of their politics on display for the masses. And so the Democrats fight the Republicans. And as we saw this morning, the Democrats fight the Democrats. Etc., etc. And so they do it publicly. But what we're talking about here is it's opaque. It's a closed system, as in the Chinese Communist Party does its politics, like its factional disputes and figuring out, like all the backstabbing and the usual stuff that happens in politics, all the crazy drama of politics happens inside the party, as opposed to it being a public affair that everyone's like, ooh, and like, gets the popcorn out to see what's the latest drama on display kind of thing. They do it inside the party. So like the real question, I guess, or observation is, do you want to see that stuff? Well, if you do, then join the Communist Party. Like, if you want to get involved in politics and see the drama and see the way that they figure out, like, who's going to be the next leader and who do I give my allegiances to? Who do I believe is the best person to lead? Like, if you want to see all of that drama, then get into the Chinese Communist Party and do it. If you really want to do that, if you really want to know, then get into politics. Become a card-carrying communist and join the political structure. If you don't, then just be a normie, be a regular citizen, which is pretty much reflective of like the American system, I would argue, in the sense that like most people don't pay attention to American politics and most people don't even vote. So they completely switched off to politics. And so they don't even watch the drama that's on display anyway. They don't even pay attention to it. Like, you see people interviewed and they don't even know what president it is in what regime is in control of the White House at any one time. And so, like, the difference is in China, yes, okay, you might not be able to see the drama. But, like, if you really want to, then you have to you join the party then. Get into the politics if you want to know what's going on. Well, in the US, you can be a rep without a party, like senators. Our younger generation isn't even enrolling to vote. Whoa, really? Younger ones have no hope. Damn. It's inverted totalitarianism, so it couldn't possibly be totalitarianism, right? Am I right? So many excuses. Guy is such a shill. Who, this guy? That's not nice. We don't know if they're really a shill. Uneducated dumbass. I don't know. Maybe they are educated. You'll never know. You'll never know. Unless you check their profile out. I'll let you do that in your own time. Stalin knew that the original idea of revolutionizing against the family unit and replacing it with the last vestige of capitalism was therefore impossible. Oh, I missed something else. Universality has a conflict. There's the universal orders of the state versus the universal sacrifice in the name of the brother, sister, sibling sacred laws. Stalin knew that the original idea of revolutionizing against the family unit and replacing it with the last vestige of capitalism was therefore impossible. There's some sacred rules, like old religions that were tolerated under the scenes, that he restored it to the conservative cultural side it originally had. Interesting. You are so jaded you can't even catch yourself. I apologize. Learn to forgive me. It is the one thing that I wake up in the middle of the night thinking, when will I be forgiven? It is coming. You just want to be a commie butt boy. What do you mean want to be? Already am.
Now compared to before. In contrast to a system where there are competing parties that openly contest each other and challenge each other's worldviews, the factional disputes within the party are not as obvious to see, because they all have to appease the top leadership in order to move up the hierarchy and to avoid persecution. The fusion of party and state shapes everything about how China governs itself on a day-to-day basis. In his book, The China Model, the political philosopher Daniel Bell characterizes China's system as a vertical democratic meritocracy. The China model combined the elements of democracy at local levels of government with meritocracy at higher levels of government. Now, it's important to note that this book was written between 2012 and 2014, during a period when China's governance system still maintained a lot more collective leadership structures that were established by Deng Xiaoping. But as we'll see, since then, things have changed a lot under Xi Jinping, who has dramatically transformed the system by concentrating power to a degree never seen since Mao Zedong himself. At the heart of this system lies an idea rooted deep in China's history: meritocracy. Yep, that's one thing that China and the United States have in common: the idea of merit and hard work. But unlike Western democracies that prioritize...
They have in common. I didn't see that one coming. All right, let's see. This is how America is dealing with its meritocracy issues at the moment. They're going after DEI to bring back the meritocracy. Man, that's a big call, man. That's a massive call.
Elections, which this Chinese view would dismiss as mere popularity contests, the China model emphasizes selecting leaders based on competence. But this
4AS, thanks for hanging. See you later.
Principle is not a Communist Party invention. Rather, it echoes the ancient imperial examination system, which has an over 1,000-year history in China where officials were chosen for their ability rather than their connections, at least in theory. Even today, the Communist Party of China employs a very rigorous process to evaluate potential leaders. And not just anybody can become a member of the party, and it's even harder to move up the hierarchy of that party. You have to have a lot of experience before you're taken seriously at the upper levels of government. Aspiring officials can't just be good campaigners. They have to undergo decades of training, rotating through urban and rural postings to gain practical experience in actual governance. As Daniel Bell notes, even Barack Obama's pre-presidential experience would not be enough to be a manager of a small county in China's system. And it's doubtful that someone like Donald Trump would be taken seriously whatsoever. It has people like...
Like, why did he say the thing about before, like, Americans and China share their views on meritocracy? Like, they've got an actual political structure that requires you to have merits before you can progress up the political structure and have effectual decision-making. according to this guy, like even Obama wouldn't have made it anywhere past the manager of a local county based on his record, but he's able to become the leader of the free world. And like he's comparing them as two styles of meritocracy. Very interesting. Our biases always come out. Weird way of making it come out, though. If anything, modern history is a vindication of the old revolutionaries, like Lenin's predictions about capitalism turning fascist in Russia. In practical terms, too, Lenin's prediction and Marx's have worked out, although solutions did fail, which they themselves would have admitted fully. Lenin wasn't optimistic on his deathbed about the future of the state, I don't reckon. Yeah, he probably wouldn't have been very optimistic at the end, considering what happened to him, how he died.
Hillary Clinton show, experience is not always indication of a good leader. Whether you view it as highly elitist or meritocratic, China's system aims to produce leaders with a deep understanding of the country's challenges and demonstrated competence in dealing with those challenges. This brings us to a defining feature of China's governance, what some have called pragmatic authoritarianism. Chinese authoritarianism today is very different, in that it's a lot more adaptable, pragmatic, flexible, rather than the rigid ossified bureaucracies of the Soviet Union pre-Gorbachev or Eastern Germany. And it's certainly a lot more progressive and adaptable compared to China's many dynasties. While the CPC maintains strict control, it has selectively borrowed from some democratic practices, not in the sense that they are ideologically committed to democracy or to have the CPC seriously have to contest for power with other political parties, but rather as a tool for stability and legitimacy. Take local elections in regional areas, for instance. You will see representative democracy take place in competitive local elections in rural areas. Villagers are allowed to elect township leaders, creating a sense of grassroots democracy. These elections aren't about decentralizing political power. Rather, they're a pressure valve. By giving citizens a limited voice in local governance, the CCP can address grievances and diffuse unrests without ceding ultimate authority. Because if they ruled in a solely repressive top-down way where no one could get out their grievances and express what they're thinking, they wouldn't be able to gauge public sentiment and to adapt to it. Unlike the out-of-touch bureaucratic dictatorships of former East Germany, Romania, or elsewhere in Eastern Europe, the CPC is able to get ahead of the curve when it comes to adapting to changing public grievances. Chinese system has also embraced participatory governance in some select areas. In Guangdong, for instance, citizens have been invited to influence public budgeting decisions. This creates the appearance of inclusivity, but within boundaries set by the party. Similarly, online platforms like Weibo have become tools for controlled transparency. It allows citizens to expose corruption and for the CCP to intervene decisively. For example, consider the Brother wristwatch scandal, in which citizens exposed a corrupt official flaunting luxury watches. The ensuing outrage led to an official investigation. This is not to encourage actual free speech, of course, but to strengthen the party's legitimacy. That's because in China, if you seriously have a lot of clout or political influence, you will get silenced if you seriously challenge the Communist Party's authority, which has happened to various celebrities, journalists, and academics. Another hallmark of the Chinese system is experimental governance. China operates almost like a massive...
China's rise is due to integration into the world economy and cheapening labor compared to the US and taking over worldwide labor progress away from it. If you can call the condition of workers under Apple or Silicon corporations as progress. How hilarious that the communist vanguard has so well adapted itself to the most exploitative digital capitalists in historical reality. Scathing criticism there. Well, like, not wrong, I guess. Anyways, I'm out again. Just the hypocrisy is nuts, and I feel you need to hear it if you don't know. It's a public service, really. It's like anything bad you hear, and then you say, but what does America do? My God. You have a set position, and you rotate around that. Fair enough. Hi, dude. I didn't even know you were here. How you going? All right. Back to China. Does he have an actual program here? Where are we up to? 34. God damn, we got a long way to go. Experimental governance. Xi Jinping's third revolution. Let's go to that. Wait, St. Xi is here? Bro, believe it. Believe it. Just imparting wisdom before going, I think. That everything revolves around criticizing America. You have what is called circular logic. Ha, St. Cheese in here for the likes, but Mr. E is like the stream. Home from the gym. Yeah, if you are watching this and you're on YouTube and you haven't already, activate the like button. Do it. Alright, let's go to Xi Jinping, shall we? Not that this is dry, I swear. We are learning a lot about China.
Ordeal. Now this brings us to the
logic of the Chinese is this one. Instead of foolishly waste resources on trying to outcompete the US at arms building, it is integrated and economically become an integral to their economies. And you clear your throat whenever you're about to say something you know is dumb. Dude. That was low, man. That was low. Whether consciously or subconsciously you do it. Wow. I guess speaking for like 6 hours a day doesn't entitle me to clear my throat. But fair enough. I see how it is. See how it is. At least you're the expert. I heard you being criticized and could believe what I was hearing. Could only come from one person. My God. Now I'm going to be conscious about clearing my throat. Oh my God. Almost as conscious as I am about saying the word military and not military.
The Xi era, which has been so transformative that many people have coined the term Shiism to represent an entire new school of thought. In theory, China's meritocratic system is supposed to ensure that only the most capable leaders rise to the top. But meritocracy has a fatal flaw. Who decides what counts as merit? And what happens when the definition of merit shifts from competence to loyalty? And that brings us to Xi Jinping, and perhaps the most significant transformation of Chinese governance since Deng Xiaoping. When Xi Jinping came to power in 2012, many expected him to continue the collective leadership model that had defined China since the 1980s. But instead, he's overseen a dramatic centralization of power that has fundamentally altered how the system works. Many believe that the system is not nearly as meritocratic as it used to be. Under previous leaders like Hu Jintao, power was distributed among the members of the Politburo Standing Committee. Decisions were made collectively, different factions balanced each other out, and there were even informal rules about retirement ages and term limits. Xi has systematically dismantled these constraints. In 2018, he abolished presidential term limits, allowing him to potentially rule indefinitely. But here's the key change under Xi Jinping that contradicts with the meritocratic ideal. Criteria for how party members are promoted have shifted dramatically. Where competence and economic performance once reigned supreme, now ideological loyalty and political reliability are paramount. Officials are now required to study Xi Jinping thought. Universities have established research centers entirely dedicated to his ideas. Promotions increasingly depend on demonstrating fealty to Xi Jinping's personality. Loyalty to the party is not enough. This is quite the departure from Deng Xiaoping's pragmatic, it doesn't matter if a cat is black or white philosophy. And this shift has had practical consequences. Local officials, increasingly afraid of making mistakes that could be seen as disloyalty, have become more rigid and less innovative. The spirit of experimentation that gave China the models of Chongqing and Guangdong is not what it used to be. Why take risks when playing it safe and mouthing the right slogans is an easier path to promotion?
Jet B's in the house. How you going? It's she-story, not her story. I see what you did there. I see. I do wonder why some of these people come in here just to take stabs at you. What a boring life. It's alright, maybe some level of social interaction, I'm assuming. That's what we do here. We provide solidarity for other humans. I was expecting this video to be like one of the how it's made factory videos, or at least it's boring bureaucratic structures. Yeah, I thought it would be more like how it's made kind of thing. It's still got that ideological bent on it. Also, I love this traditional Chinese music. I'll just make sure you don't clear your throat after eating too much commie ass. Oh, man. Oh, fucking hell. God damn. I don't know how to respond to that.
For over 3 decades, China's governance was characterized by collective leadership, term limits, pragmatic policymaking, and a careful balance between different interest groups. It was competence, not merely connections or ideological purity, that was supposed to determine who rose through the ranks. Under Xi, we're seeing something entirely different, a system where personal loyalty to the supreme leader matters more than technocratic competence, where ideological conformity trumps innovative thinking, where collective leadership, with some degree of internal party democracy and checks and balances, has instead given the way to one-man rule. It's why many call Xi Jinping a dictator, whereas the 3 leaders prior to Xi Jinping were not described as such. Critics argue that this undermines the very foundations of political meritocracy. How can you select the best and brightest when the primary criterion has become loyalty to one individual? How can you have effective political governance when officials are more concerned with political correctness than solving problems? Supporters counter that strong leadership was necessary to tackle corruption, reduce inequality, and navigate an increasingly hostile international environment. They argue that the previous system had become too corrupt.
Like, is any of that wrong, though? Like, in the sense they already have a centralized party structure, and so, like, his idea of moving the party forward and thus Chinese society is to double down on the centralization. He has a vision for what China needs to do. And so everybody has to get behind it. Everybody gets behind this vision so we can push forward in a world that is increasingly hostile. China is emerging. It's not hypothetical anymore. China is an emerging superpower, if not the superpower. And so it's got a massive target on it, which it didn't have before. They could be more loose and just hide in the shadows. And like now they can't do that. And so you need everyone to rally around the leader and their mission, their objective. That's like how I thought they would justify that without it being like conspiracy. He got into the party just to take over so he could be the supreme leader. It's like a tactic thing. I thought it was more of a tactic. Traditional Chinese communists, hypnagogic trap music, typic type beat, right? Hypnagogic trap music type beat. Lovely. I found so much militant Maoist rap the other day. Oh, you should link something in Discord. Do us all a favor. We even have the movement through music. You should put some in there. I'd like to hear this. Now, from what I understand, from I think reading Kevin Rudd's book actually on China, I'm pretty sure the way that Kevin Rudd looks at Xi Jinping is that he wants to go down in history like a Mao figure. He wants to be the guy that everybody remembers in Chinese history as like there's Mao. Mao did the Chinese Revolution and, you know, moved them out of the century of humiliation. And then Xi Jinping came along and moved them, I don't know, towards becoming number one again. So you move from out of the century of humiliation to becoming China's rightful place, as they see it. China for, 6 centuries, arguably, was the most advanced or dominant imperial power in the world, or in their world. And they want to be number one again. And he's going to do that. But he needs everybody rowing in the same direction for him to be able to do that.
Captured by special interests, and that only a strong hand could set China back on the right path. Many of the sources I looked at identified political legitimacy
he's
as
actually got the book. Oh, it's another one. He's read Kevin Rudd's book. That's interesting. Very interesting. He is reading Kevin Rudd.
a chief concern of Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping and the factions that supported him looked at the fall of the USSR and identified the lack of ideological backbone under Mikhail Gorbachev and the political liberalization that occurred as a reason for the fall of the USSR. They didn't want this to happen to China. When Xi assumed power in 2012, he inherited a nation grappling with the excesses of market reform, mainly slowing economic growth, widening economic inequality, and rampant corruption within the party. His response was swift and far-reaching. One of Xi's first major initiatives was a sweeping anti-corruption campaign targeting officials across all levels. Over 150 high-ranking officials, including members of the Politburo, were prosecuted within just the first 5 years. While this campaign was extremely popular with the Chinese public, critics argued that it was also a political tool to eliminate rivals and cement Xi's authority, and is part of why Xi Jinping has become the most popular
purges, Xi Jinping style. He's purging the party. Evil.
Rivals and cement Xi's authority, and is part of why Xi Jinping has become the most popular leader in China since Mao Zedong himself. This populist tactic is as old as time. It goes back to Julius Caesar, who engaged in very popular policies like land redistribution, which angered the aristocrats and made the lower classes very happy, but it was ultimately used to concentrate power for Caesar, which was eventually used to suppress the lower classes. Which is why it's important to address serious challenges like inequality while preventing the long-term concentration of power that could be weaponized by a new elite. One of the most popular things in Xi Jinping's agenda was the idea of common prosperity. This agenda seeks to address the growing inequality that has become one of China's most pressing challenges, which you would think would be quite important to the legitimacy of a supposedly communist party, which rules over a society with wealth inequality that is comparable to that of Canada. Through targeted measures, Xi's administration cracked down on monopolistic practices in big tech and in real estate, while encouraging wealthier citizens and corporations to contribute to social welfare. One of the most significant achievements made under Xi's rule was the eradication of extreme poverty, rural poverty in particular. Mind you, the bar for what is considered extreme poverty has been significantly lowered by international standards.
This guy gives me white Professor Xiang vibes. Oh, come on, bro. What's wrong with Professor Xiang? Nobody likes Professor Xiang. It's just me and a handful of people. Gotta like him for what he is. But yes, he does this. There is a veiled kind of bias, I guess, to this, isn't there? Sneeko loves him. He's that Hegel paragraph, certainty and truth reason, where he says how sacrifice of individuality can be tainted by one's individual, tainted maybe. Virtue therefore is conquered by the course of the worlds, because its purpose is in fact the abstract, unactual essence, and because, as regards actuality, its doing rests on the distinctions which lie in words alone. It wanted to consist in bringing the good into actuality by the sacrifice of individuality, but the side of actuality is itself nothing else but the side of individuality, like the dialectics. So by sacrificing individuality to the universe, for the universal, the failed virtuous person in Hegel's eyes only makes it impossible for oneself to be universal anymore. because the individual free will is the only leg on which universality was able to have any ground to stand on. Interesting.
The government declared victory over extreme poverty in 2021. It was able to reduce poverty through massive public investments, roads, schools, healthcare facilities, mostly built in previously neglected
Dude, I've been on the phone and missed all the China maxis so far. Oh, man. Dude, we've come a long way. Oh, my God. We're on Xi at the moment. I did skip like a tiny part to get to Xi. We're learning about how Xi consolidated the party and is eradicated poverty in the rural areas. But I think this guy's being skeptical of that, because who gets to decide what eradicating poverty looks like? Who? The Communist Party. That's who. Dude, it's been interesting. But you know what? Nothing that I don't think we've talked about before, to be honest, or seen before. But still interesting nonetheless.
areas, connecting rural communities to the broader economy. Now, mind you, this was a lot of progress considering that Deng Xiaoping, in an effort to make China's work...
I'll have to catch up on it tomorrow at work. It makes me feel more Australian when I watch it work too. Like it's all of your Australian counterparts usually are at work when they're watching this. Solidarity.
Workforce a lot more competitive, had eliminated much of China's prior welfare state, including education programs for rural girls. Not kidding. Thanks to these anti-poverty initiatives, millions of rural households were given access to better housing to the mostly built in previously neglected areas, connecting rural communities to the broader economy. Now, mind you, this was a lot of progress considering that Deng Xiaoping, in an effort to make China's workforce a lot more competitive, had eliminated much of China's prior welfare state, including education programs for rural girls. Not kidding. Thanks to these anti-poverty initiatives, millions of rural households were given access to better housing, healthcare, and education, transforming communities that have been long left behind in China's economic boom. Now, aside from helping the poorest in Chinese society, Xi Jinping's vision aims to also appeal to the middle class, with the whole narrative of the China dream, basically
rural girls. Yeah, now they get an education, eh?
China's version of the American dream, but one that is more collectivistic than individualistic, with this collectivism being framed as one of China's strengths, compared to Western individualism, which is said to breed decay. A narrative of national rejuvenation and greatness. Now, this is not just about...
I don't know, that's not how this guy is framing it. Is this Xi's Marxist vision? It's more like, this is Xi's vision for his consolidation over the empire. Xi wants to kind of push China in a certain direction, and he's had to tighten his grip on the party, and then push forward with the social agenda. And so, like, he's not framing it like, oh, this is how Xi interprets Marxism, or this is Xi's version of China, socialism with Chinese characteristics. He's kind of just like, oh, Xi got in, consolidated power, and then started doing stuff that the people liked. He's kind of comparing him to Julius Caesar. And it's just like, Caesar did a lot of this. Promised the plebeian class, you know, bread and land, and then was able to use that to control them better. So it's like veiled criticism. Yeah, he's referred to Xi a number of times as a dictator when compared to other people like Deng Xiaoping or something. It's interesting the way he's framing this. He's like, Xi's the real dictator. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on here. Gold, white dragon. Westerners are hyper individualistic to the point society is crumbling. Well, that is the claim here. But I think it's not even just Westerners, though. Gold White Dragon. I would say it's the consumerist nature of the economy, like capitalism generally. And it has that effect on more than just Westerners. It's making a very individualistic society because of like hyper-consumerism generally. It's not just Westerners who get affected by this. It's the world economy. It makes a huge difference if you don't analyze China through the Marxist lens. He has spent heaps of time analyzing Marxism, though, and like Marxism, Leninism in relation to China and how China works and all that sort of stuff. But he's not using that in reference to Xi, which is interesting, I must say. Like, he used it to analyze China, but like not to analyze Xi so far. Unless I've missed something. Maybe someone can confirm that for you. But just another commie dictator, eh? Yep. Just another commie.
Patriotism.
So he thinks China is just on the road to neoliberalism like the rest of us. He actually hasn't made that type of conclusion yet. I think he's just looking at Xi specifically. He mentioned before that like China uses socialism with Chinese characteristics to justify how they can control capitalism for the transition to socialism. But he's just like, transition, ? Like, will that come to pass? We'll find out. He wasn't like, but it's not going to happen. But like, there has been a bit of a veiled, as I guess Jet B would agree with me here, I think. There's like a veiled kind of Western bias to this. Like skepticism that's just like, but can you really trust them at the end of the day? Like, come on. There seems to be that type of like slant on this analysis.
Or fostering a better work ethic is also about realigning power about decay. A narrative of national rejuvenation and greatness. Now, this is not just about patriotism or fostering a better work ethic, it's also about realigning power away from society and towards the state. This new nationalism has been used to frame criticisms of the party as unpatriotic, even treasonous, but it's been incredibly effective in mobilizing the population. But it also justifies more repression and foreign aggression in the name of national interest. Now, Xi Jinping's reforms have extended far beyond China's borders. His signature foreign policy development was, of course, the Belt and Road Initiative, aimed at expanding China's influence globally.
It's a good one, man. Like, honestly, the Belt and Road Initiative. Like, whether you love it or you hate it, you have to just appreciate it for what it is. Getting around the first island chain. Americans must hate. Oh, sorry, the regime, the White House must hate the Belt and Road Initiative with a passion. I think he's implying they're at a metaphorical crossroads. Now they've industrialized. Do they go neoliberal route or the Marxist route? Yeah, interesting. I don't see someone like him, though, going neoliberal on this. Like, they may double down on the capitalism and use it to accelerate their productive forces, as this guy explained before. But I don't think they'll go, like, let's just privatize everything. I don't know, man. But like, do they put the foot on the accelerator at the moment and go for go harder with capitalism? Oh, I think it depends if they financialize. Yes. I just can't see them doing that. But like, isn't it so interesting that when Trump and him met, that Trump had Wall Street with him and like they're trying to break in? Yes, if they financialize, that'll be the thing, because the Belt and Road Initiative, right, lends itself to the financialization of China. Because then they could just be like they build the infrastructure, all roads lead back into China, and then they just export their industry out to all those places, and then just be a financial hub It all depends if they financialize. Oh my God. Yes. When they stop producing, they just turn into US 2.0. 100%. Yes. Wow, that's a very good point. Well, regardless of what Xi himself wants, it'll be interesting to see the power dynamic play out after it steers in one direction. Yes. And like Xi, it's like what? He's 80 as well, isn't he? Like he's not going to be around forever. China is just shitposting with capitalism. There'll be blowback either way. And struggle. Jingle Jangle Jam, need to make myself a good 5-year plan. Everybody needs a 5-year plan. Not just the nation state. The individual too. They don't believe in capitalism. Marx owns stocks too. LOL. And how their unique party system handles it will be fascinating. Looks good for 80. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. It's dem Asian genes, man. Let's work till the winter arrives and keep warm with thoughts of communism. Right.
Globally by building infrastructure networks across Asia, Africa, and Europe. The Belt and Road Initiative is often framed as a modern Silk Road. It serves the dual purpose of securing access to resources and markets, while also weaving in partner nations into China's economic orbit, making more countries dependent on China, which expands its geopolitical power. In this regard, China is merely learning from the British and the Dutch by building a commercial empire as a highly effective means of soft power. But we've also seen a rise of explicit hard power under Xi Jinping. Xi's rule has overseen an unprecedented expansion of surveillance and control. Now, of course, China already had the hukou system, which restricts the movement of citizens based on their birthplace, and has also seen the emergence of what is often dubbed
Mr. Munge? I'm gonna go with that. Munda maybe. POTUS needs to be put in rehab because he sounds like a drunkard every time he speaks. Oh, apparently he's just high. What's the thing called that he's on all the time? Adderall or something like that? Like he's literally on amphetamines. He's off his nut. He sweats. And like, he goes in and out. He's tripping, man. He's tripping. He's on life support. She actually has Benjamin Button syndrome. He's 16. He's going to turn all the mega structure highway projects into sick half pipes and skate parks. I knew it. Their policing system is wild.
the social credit system, which has been admittedly exaggerated into a form of Orwellian 1984-style control, but nonetheless does assign citizens scores based on their behavior. Of course, Western countries have things like credit scores. Think of the Chinese social credit system as a more expansive version of this, one in which criminality and political obedience is tied directly to one's financial livelihood. Reaction, whether it's paying bills on time, posting online, is tracked, analyzed, and scored. A low score can mean losing access to loans, jobs, or even the ability to travel. These systems create a climate of constant surveillance where self-censorship becomes the norm. You end up acting as if there is always a camera watching you. Combined with advances in AI and big data, these tools give the CCP an unparalleled ability to monitor and manage its population. Proponents argue that these measures ensure order and stability, and that the Chinese people are okay with trading freedom for security, as order has long been a centerpiece in Chinese civilization. But critics warn of a dystopian future where dissent is effectively impossible. And far from the conformist docile stereotype, China has seen plenty of mass revolts. and some of the most bloody political uprisings we have ever seen in history. If history is any indication, the rise of unprecedented mass surveillance is not the result of the Chinese people merely preferring stability over freedom, but rather the government's fear of the inherent revolutionary potentials of its own population. As the party is constantly haunted by the memory of the Cultural Revolution and the many, many different mass revolts that have disrupted China's political dynasties. Xi Jinping's era is often portrayed as one of economic dominance, but beneath the surface, China's economy has faced significant vulnerabilities. When you look at footage of its big cities, China today appears to be one of the most advanced civilizations on Earth, maybe even in history. Yet that has been the result of decades of extraordinary growth. Growth that now has slowed quite a lot since the last 10 years. It was primarily during the 80s, 90s, and 2000s when China was quietly developing into a superpower. Now it is a superpower. But in the past decade, it has experienced a lot of challenges. Take the 2015 stock market crash, which sent shockwaves through both the domestic and global markets. It exposed systemic weaknesses in China's financial systems, shaking confidence in the country's long-term stability. Yet it was able to recover from this crash quite fast compared to, say, the 2008 crash, or even the dot-com bubble, largely due to the party state's ability to significantly control its economy, and to control the media, which plays a significant role in financial panics. But perhaps China's most significant challenge is its shifting demographics. Decades of the one-child policy has drastically altered Chinese society. While the policy initially succeeded in controlling population growth, it left behind a trail of brutal consequences, which have been well documented. Like a growing gender imbalance and one of the worst dating markets in the world. Talk about a gender divide, China has it even worse than many Western countries do. A shrinking workforce and an aging population that now threatens to overwhelm the social services. And because many preferred to have a boy than a girl, you had all of those abandoned children as a result of the one-child policy. Now, while leftists on the internet might dismiss the issue of population decline or even try to frame it as a good thing, most people who actually govern a country think otherwise, and the Chinese Communist Party take it very seriously. In 2022, China's population began to decline way more rapidly than expected. The numbers represented a turning point with profound implications for its economy and global ambitions. The rising cost of living, combined with urbanization and changing social attitudes that have come as a result of increasing amount of women in the workforce, have meant that fewer young adult couples have been willing to have children. A nation once defined by its vast labor force must now find ways to innovate.
Wow, birth rate matters. Eh? Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Very interesting stuff. This is the general trajectory of urbanization, though. As you urbanize, people have less kids. And as we have seen recently, the studies about that inflection point in like 2010, when the smartphone became a thing, there's a distinct correlation between birth rates globally, not just in the West or in the advanced nations or the global South versus the global North, globally, wherever humans have access to smartphones, you start to see a decline in the birth rate. Pretty crazy. Don't tell Oz we won't get more sweet migrants. Oh man, that's where your mind goes. Eh? Don't talk about demographic collapse. People will just ask for more migration. Uncle Joe never tires of owning the people that try to stop the proletariat from owning the means of their prosperity. Not the migrants, but the kulaks are the ones who need to be put into detention camps.
Automate and adapt to a future where people, quite simply, are in shorter supply. The demographic crisis brings us to a...
obvious, isn't it? Like, China really is hurtling towards a world where they know there's going to be less labor. And so, like, they're not idiots about that, in the sense of, like, their Marxist understanding of the economy lends itself to the fact that if they understand that there will be less labor around, and so they're automating their society in a way to ameliorate the effects of having less labor, less hands on deck to call from, Like that's an intelligent way of dealing with the future, instead of, I don't know, other ways of doing it, like using culture wars and politics to be like pressure people into having more kids, like banning birth control and abortions and whinging about trad wives and traditional marriages and bringing back religion because you think that's somehow going to convince people to have more babies again, and like shielding yourself from that technologically. So if you want to be able to maintain your current level of society and abundance or productive capacity, you automate as much as you can. That'll be the thing that brings in the socialist transition. It's the automation. Increasing life for your life and prosperity for your current working citizens. That takes too long. Yeah, the right wing shove it down people's throats. You don't have kids because someone tells you to. You make life easier for them. Costs down, more kids. Yes. Be right back. Moving to China for lonely men. That's the real lesson here. Ladies, you want a good dating market? Eh? China. That's the way to go. They got some good ratios over there. That's so good.
Another crucial transformation that has occurred under the rule of Xi Jinping, which is a noticeably socially conservative shift that actually began first under Hu Jintao, but has accelerated dramatically under Xi. Faced with plummeting birth rates and the breakdown of traditional family structures, the CCP has turned to an unlikely source: Confucianism. The party has launched campaigns promoting filial piety, traditional gender roles, and the sanctity of marriage. State media runs endless campaigns on the joys of motherhood, kind of like how the USSR tried to glorify motherhood in a secular way by considering it to be the highest honor, one that would receive monetary rewards. Universities in China now require courses on traditional Chinese culture, and even dating apps are pressured to promote positive marriage values. And they aren't just paying lip service to these conservative values. It's not just cultural window dressing. The party has introduced concrete policies to reinforce these values, like changing divorce law to make splitting up a little harder. The Chinese Communist Party has also sought to address what it sees as the crisis of masculinity, and has launched a PR campaign against what it deems to be sissy men in entertainment, who promote forms of quote-unquote social degeneracy. In contrast, the party wants to promote what it sees as traditional masculinity, and crack down on social degeneracy through things like limits on online gaming for the youth, and to encourage more productive activities instead. The message of the party has been clear: have more babies, stay married, and embrace tradition and reject, not modernity, but social progressivism. However, many of the Chinese youth, especially women, who've benefited from the education...
Did they hire Hegseth? Yeah, why not? Love it. So dedicated. They have whole markets at the park. All the oldies bring pieces of their kids to marry them off. Well, try to, and have a nice picnic. Now, for real, my mum had an arranged marriage. So, wait, I could be in Italy now if I took up the options. For real, my mum had an arranged marriage, and so did her sisters. Hey, this doesn't sound like luxury gay space communism. So they're not socialist then. That's how you know. They're suppressing feminine men because they're trying to encourage people to have more babies, and feminine men don't have babies. Remember that.
And economic opportunities that the last decade has brought aren't quite buying it. And these value systems have contradicted with the realities of the economy. They've seen their mothers struggle with the double burden of work and family. They know the costs, both financial and personal, of raising children in a hyper-competitive capitalist society. And no amount of Confucian revival or state propaganda has been able to reverse this trend in a significant way. At least not yet. Xi Jinping's era has been defined by dualities. At home, he presents himself as the guardian of China's stability and prosperity, while abroad he projects a vision of China as a global leader. But the centralization of power that he has brought comes with risks. By concentrating authority in one individual, the system becomes less adaptable and more vulnerable to mistakes. The legitimacy of the state increasingly becomes bound up with the authority of its leading figure. The Chinese government will face its greatest tests as it grapples with a slowing economy, demographic challenges, and growing international scrutiny. Now, with all that being said,
how many times have we heard that one? China's going to face a real challenge with some type of slowdown in the economy, blah, 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 slow down, blah, 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 financial crash, blah, 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 construction crash, blah, 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 blah. I just don't know if Western economists are able to analyze China properly. Probably cheaper than a surrogate age. Have you seen that there's some tech firm that's developing in China an artificial womb? Like not a, like a test tube or something, like actually like a robot womb where you can, put babies or like produce babies. I guess that's the best way to say it, isn't it? Produce them. So surrogates, you don't need human surrogates. You can have machine surrogates. I wonder how long it's until they produce that technology. People aren't having enough babies. Just give me your eggs and some semen, and the machines will do the rest. China took sci-fi way too seriously. It's pretty mental, isn't it? The diversification of the stuff that they're working on. Like, ooh, come on. Crazy.
We have to address the elephant in the room, the question everyone's been waiting for. One of the hottest topics in left-wing circles, the debate about whether China is fundamentally socialist or capitalist. We promised we would get to it.
Does anyone want to take a guess on that one? Anyone? Should we do a poll? Does anyone believe that China is socialist? Write it down in the chat. Anyone believe that China is capitalist? Or something else? Mixed. I'm going with mixed. Fair enough. Anyone want to call it anything else? Some people call China fascist. But like that's not really here nor there. The main distinction, I guess, economically speaking. Socialist or capitalist. Autocratic was a good one. Yeah. But like I guess I should keep it to economics as opposed to politics. But, let us know before our friend over here ruins it for us and gives away the answer. I guess we can debate the answer too.
And we're going to get to that now. Alright, so is China socialist, capitalist, or what? Is it moving towards communism, as the party claims? What is still communist about the Communist Party? Does it have any intention on moving towards a stateless, classless society? Many Marxists who defend modern China will often say that the Chinese Communist Party merely adapted market reforms as part of a long-term strategy to transition towards a communist society. After all, China is ruled by a
less ideological, more structural, ideologically very vague, so opaque. Can't even see inside the party. You have to join the party to know what the politics is? Oh, man.
Party that explicitly calls itself Marxist, and they claim to have charted a path to achieve an advanced social society by 2050. On the other hand, other more cynical observers believe that the Chinese Communist Party merely uses Marxist ideology as a way to legitimize their rule, and that it has become a totally capitalistic society, with the party being a ruling class and even billionaires becoming part of the party. This is what many Maoists believe, and what many other Marxists believe who aren't part of the Marxist-Leninist camp. Those who try to defend China as a practical example of actually existing socialism make the argument that in China, unlike other capitalist countries, it is the party that is the supreme authority in which capitalists have to submit to, rather than the government being subordinated to the capitalists. Meanwhile, the party is still willing to discipline billionaires of the highest order, like what they did with Jack Ma. Remember when he went missing and had a talk with the Chinese Communist Party after he had some light criticisms of them? That being said, others will point out that many capitalist states throughout history have disciplined billionaires, and it does not make them any less capitalist. Putin, for example, disciplined the oligarchs when he took power, in order to stabilize the dysfunctional system that Boris Yeltsin created. But who's right? What's the answer on the capitalism or socialism debate? Well, obviously, the question is not whether China is socialist now.
Poor Jack Ma. Forever an example. Like, that must have been the purpose, right? To make an example of someone.
But whether the party is transitioning the country towards socialism in the long run, whether it's on the path to socialism. The party is well aware that China has a capitalist economy, but it's socialist because it's capitalism with socialism as the goal in mind. Well, we have no way to predict the future for certain, but we can take a guess as to whether China is really transitioning towards socialism by looking at their current trajectory. And the answer depends entirely on what you mean by socialism. Now let's first look at this question based on how socialism is understood by the theoretical framework that the Chinese Communist Party operates by, the framework of Marxism-Leninism. The party argues that China is in the primary stage of socialism, a distinct historical period where market mechanisms serve socialist ends, under Communist Party leadership. The rationale is basically that the party's control of the commanding heights of the economy enables socialist directions despite the widespread existence of private markets. Now, the idea that you can be moving towards socialism with sweatshops and having...
Do you want me to explain what they're talking about there? Like, are you interested? Like, the idea is that there's socialists because they control the market. So despite the fact that there is a market system pervasive in China in all industries, they control the market. So, you know how I always go on about the means of production, who owns the means of production, like who owns the resources, the workplaces, the businesses, like all of the elements in society that produce value. While there are markets in China, they control the commanding heights of the economy. They have oversight. They have ultimate control over the means of production themselves. And so they've nationalized that, in a sense, or the state has control over those things. And so that's effectively socialism for some people. Again, instead of allowing private individuals to control those things and decide basically what to do with them, with limited government input, like government just regulates it to make sure they do it safely or something, or like tries to encourage them to do something that's in the national interest as well. Be like, no, you better do it this way, please, capitalist class, because that's better for national security or something like that. In China, it's none of that. Like, can you do this nicely, please, or we'll regulate you. They control the direction, the state, that is, or the Communist Party. And so, like, people argue that they have full command over the economy in that sense because they own the means of production in China. So they're already socialist. So that's an argument there for why China is socialist. And, like, they do nice stuff as well with that. Like, have pulled all these people out of poverty, and they have good healthcare and plenty of social services and good transportation. They do all these nice things for the people. They reinvest in the people. And so everyone's like, oh, yeah, that's socialism, right? But do they have free and fast buses? Do they? If not, they're not really socialist. Be right back, chat, while I groom Panini. Not to be confused with Mystery's sex thing. The one sex thing I get, thank you. The national interest is the same as the people's liberation. Making them separable for each other can only be schemes of capitalist sabotage of the people's will. Interesting. All right, back to it.
Gucci beside a communist flag might seem crazy, but the rhetoric is based, at least on paper, on a coherent theoretical position with its roots in Marxist theory itself. In fact, they point to Marx's own writings as a way to justify this. Now, if socialism just means state control over the economy when the government does stuff, then sure, China definitely has socialist characteristics. But so would post-war Britain, so would Canada, so would the United States. Are they socialist? The state owns key industries, directs investments, and intervenes heavily into markets. By this statist definition of socialism, then sure, China checks the box. But many people also just call this state capitalism. Marxist-Leninists will respond to this argument by saying that what makes China socialist is not just the state's ownership and direction of key industries, but the fact that it's led by a communist party that is supposed to be moving towards socialism. But if we take this argument seriously, it basically boils down to China being socialists because the Communist Party says so. So whether you believe China is going towards socialism...
Savage critique, but pretty funny actually. So like the Leninist take, I guess, and like anyone want to challenge me on this, please. I need the feedback. But like the Leninist take is that you have to control communism. It can't just be like a free-for-all. You have to kind of do that, and you do that through the Communist Party. You have a centralized Communist Party, a revolutionary vanguard that then will bring on the communist revolution or whatever. And so from the Marxist-Leninist perspective, hey, you have a Communist Party in charge, so you're basically communist, right? Because like the Communist Party has a responsibility. Not everyone's a professional revolutionary, right? Not everyone's a professional in governance or economics or whatever. And so you have a centralized group of people that lead the revolution, blah, 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 blah. And so that's like a very Leninist kind of notion. But it's funny how he put it. It's just like, well, you have a Communist Party in charge and they get to decide if you've reached communism, so I guess you've got communism then. I guess it's another, yeah. They've got a communist party, so they're communist. It's an interesting argument, whether they are communist or not, or socialist.
Is based on whether you take the Communist Party of China's word, whether you have faith in the party. Now, if we were to use a definition of socialism focused more on worker ownership over the means of production, then China's current model clearly does not qualify whatsoever. But if China was trying to move towards a socialist society in which the workers own the means of production, then it would be gradually transferring ownership from the capitalist class towards the working class. And the Chinese Communist Party has cracked down on rich people, but not to transfer power from the working class, not at all, but rather to transfer power to the state, which has fused effectively with the capitalist class. However, again, to play devil's advocate, the Marxist-Leninists who defend China will say that because it is ruled by a communist party and that it is a proletarian state, a people's democratic dictatorship, then public ownership necessarily entails people's ownership. And because the state controls the commanding heights of the economy, then therefore the people, the working class, control the commanding heights of the economy.
Interesting, he landed on the same conclusion I hit before. Behavior, neoliberal, claims, Marxists. Their claims are the only things that are holding the ideology in place. Yeah. It's interesting. This is also interesting as well, and this is a huge mind fuck for people that are actually like, consider themselves, I think, to be Marxist, Leninist, or just Marxist, whatever. Is it like, okay, fine, you believe in the dictatorship of the proletariat, so that's like the control of the workers that run society. You believe that is socialism when workers control society. I talk about that a lot, right? Well, they've got a communist party, which is the workers' party. It's like, what did you think it was going to look like when workers control society? Like everyone was just going to be in charge kind of thing? Like how the hell would you organize anything if everybody was just in charge and everybody was the president or something like that? That's ridiculous. You can never do that. And so people but they've got a party in power called the Communist Party, and they represent the interest of, they claim to represent the interest of the working class. And so they have a dictatorship of the proletariat. They have a society that's centered around that. It's like, how could you not call them socialists? They've actually got the dictatorship of the proletariat. They've got a party in power with full power over the system, suppressing the bourgeois, so like the capitalist class, the rich people, let's say. They're controlling them So they've got socialism. It's just not this like airy-fairy socialist utopia kind of stuff where everybody's in control. It's like it's done through a political structure like any society would. I'm in charge here. And so, like, you know, it's a fair rebuke of the idea that China is not socialist, and how dare you armchair revolutionaries, Puritan leftists sit there and say that they're not socialists, especially Westerners, the Western elitism, Western Marxists out there, a bit of Western Marxism, you elitist douchebags saying that these guys aren't socialists. What would you know? It's been my criticism of leftist ideology from the start. I don't see how you can escape the dictatorship of the proletariat. But hey, let him cook. That's a fair critique. How do you go beyond the dictatorship of the proletariat? Now, the idea, though, is that if you continue to develop the productive forces, the dictatorship of the proletariat, thus the state, withers away. And so if they ever stopped revolutionizing the productive forces, so like the technology, like, which is what they're doing, you can't argue with that. China is definitely spending a lot of their resources focused on automating, bringing in all of the latest technology. They're at the forefront of almost. So if they ever relaxed on that and just were like, all right, you know what, actually, we're cool, man. We're cool. No more technological innovation. Let's just do the party thing. Then you could argue that they'll never transition and let go. But the idea is that it's the technological innovation that will be the end of the dictatorship of the proletariat, because the state will wither away, or the class system will wither away. That's the theoretical argument, anyway. So I will agree with you, Spendong, actually, if they ever stopped innovating. But like China seems to be gung-ho on the innovation and absolutely killing it beyond any real comparison on the world stage, to be honest, at this point.
Economy. But how much power does the working class actually have in China? Let's look at the labor conditions. Chinese workers face some of the longest hours and most intense working conditions in the world. Far from being organs of independent worker power, these state-sanctioned unions function to bolster state power. If socialism means successful capitalism, then sure, China is socialist. But if socialism has anything to do with worker power, then let's be real. China is one of the only major economies where independent unions are completely illegal. Every single union must be approved by the All China Federation of Trade Unions, the ACFTU, which is controlled by the Communist Party, not the workers themselves. Think about that. In a supposedly socialist state, workers cannot organize independently to negotiate with their employers.
What a critique. Yeah, it's just that the innovation is controlled a lot by those state elites who are billionaires now. Yeah, but the idea is that the theory I should say, is that like once you automate to a certain level, you actually liberate labor in the first place. And like it erodes the need for the state to exist. And the state, remember, in the capitalist society and any society, the state exists to help that class divide, which is to make sure the working people do all the work so that value can be extracted and used by a ruling class. Rosie, I'm pretty sure, Rosie, you've already talked on here before. Yeah, that wealth disparity closes. You get less need for governance. So the theory goes.
Right to strike.
It's just now that divide is widening, not closing, which makes me nervous. No, man. Hello, Rosie. Sorry, I shouldn't be so rude. How are you, Rosie Finn? How are you?
Nope, that was removed from China's constitution in 1982. Today, strikes do exist in China, but in a legal gray zone where they're not explicitly illegal but have no legal protection either, and face a harsh state repression. Workers who are brave enough to organize strikes risk arrests for disturbing public order, and Western communists who think the grass is greener on the other side don't see this on the Chinese state-run media that they consume, because the Chinese state, of course, does not want to show the worker opposition to the glorious workers' state, and wants to paint an image that it is a futuristic utopia. The International Trade Union Confederation rates China's labor rights as Category 5, the worst possible rating, meaning no guarantee of rights. This puts China in the same category as Saudi Arabia and Iran. Not exactly the places you'd have in mind when you think of socialist.
It's not mental. How's the stream been today? Very well, thank you. How has your day been?
Countries. Now compare worker power in China to that of Germany, where workers are at least able to sit on corporate boards through co-determination laws, or Norway, where
trifecta regimes there, Saudi Arabia, Iran. I thought they're going to bring up Cuba next. This is the disparity I'm talking about. I knew it. They were dirty capitalists all along.
Over 50% of the workforce is unionized, and collective bargaining is the norm. They don't even need a minimum wage because of how much power unions have. Or hell, even in the United States, far from anything like a worker's paradise, unions are at least independent, and strikes are protected as a right, at least on paper, even though these rights have been gradually diminished through anti-labor laws and police crackdowns. I mean, when you think about it, it's quite astounding how just a decade ago or more, people were talking about all the sweatshops in China, and it was seen as a
on paper. Thank you.
A moral crisis. Nobody was talking about China as some kind of socialist state, let alone a model of socialism for the West to emulate, which I've seen some very clueless so-called leftist influencers champion. Now, if the conditions of the Chinese working let alone a model of socialism for the West to emulate, which I've seen some very clueless so-called leftist influencers champion. Now, if the conditions of the Chinese working class couldn't get any worse, they have absolutely no political power to change any of this. Workers in China can't vote for their national leaders, or for different parties. It's not like they can join different political parties to contest the ruling party for power. They can't even—
They have to get in on the Communist Party, man. Far out. Yeah, he called you out, man. Yeah, I know, fuck. On paper, CP is illegal. And insider trading. Do you stream daily? I do. During the working week. And then I enjoy the luxury afforded to me by working people. I call it the weekend. You may be familiar with it, Rosie. That's nice. It is, actually. But to get in on it where there's not enough for everyone makes it highly restrictive. By the way, where are you from? I'm from Australia. If that's what you mean by that. I like Thursdays. In theory. Ooh. Spelled theory wrong.
Form independent organizations at all. The working class in China is completely kept out of political power, and they have very little power in society as well. They can't even publicly criticize the system without risking imprisonment. I mean, why do you think you barely ever hear any critics of China coming from China itself? Most of the critics of the Chinese systems that you see live in the West. Meanwhile, all the scholars and influencers that you see who actually live in China coincidentally tend to be very, very pro-China and are very uncritical of the government. And it's not hard to see why. It's easy to be a revolutionary communist in America than it is in China. Just let that sink in. In what universe is a system socialist when the working class has zero democratic control over both the economy and the government? The contrast with actual worker power in other systems—
This is savage. This guy's killing it. Eh? Who is this guy? Ooh, if you run out of theory, you could do a session on how to save money. Or do a shirtless workout stream. I'll probably keep that to the OnlyFans, no clickbait. Dude, he's being fair. It is fair. That's an actual Marxist analysis of China. But like, people don't like it, man. I dig it.
is quite stark. Even in Japan, where people work themselves to death, workers have at least constitutional rights to organize and strike. In India, which has a literal caste system and some of the worst inequality in the world, independent unions at least exist.
By the way, you always had the same logo and channel graphics, or have you changed them over time? I haven't. I'm working on it, and if you're offering services, that is very nice of you, but I'm not interested. Thank you. Thank you for asking, though. China cool. You pay later.
Farmers are able to go on strike and disrupt government policy, and workers can at least vote governments out of office, although that might be going away. Even in the capitalist hellscape that is South Korea, militant unions regularly organize massive strikes and have challenged state policy. Chinese workers, by contrast, are essentially powerless against both their employers and the state, yet they nonetheless try. There have been many strikes in China, despite the state effort to suppress them. But you won't see these strikes on Chinese state-run media. You'll see it on Telegram channels, or on websites in which Chinese people use their VPNs in order to illegally upload footage of things like this. If China was
VPNs provided by and funded by Voice for America or Voice for Asia. Very interestingly, by the way. There's a lot of VPN providers that are somehow funded by the American state. They help countries like China beat firewalls so they can get propaganda inside and outside of the country. Who would have thought? It's always a little bit more complex than what appears on the surface. It's just hard to know what's real and what's not. It is, isn't it? Isn't it? Oh, thank God they've got VPNs. Okay, how do they get those VPNs in the first place? Oh, the American deep state works on them and distributes them to people. Oh, okay. Right. Got it. Wow. Okay. Like, I'm sure it's real, but like it's also being assisted by people that oppose them. Of course. That makes sense. Our Western collectively media doesn't help by constantly being anti-China. And it's not so much capital-based as power-based corruption, centralization. Got to be in on the party. For all those reasons too, just fear-mongering. Instead of pointing out the actual human rights issues. Like how many Chinese billionaires are pedos now compared to US billionaires. Someone came in the stream chat today or the other day and said that China just is based. China just killed all these, or executed all these PDF files. Apparently we don't do that. We make them presidents.
is genuinely building an alternative economic model, whether it be socialist or social democratic or even a more benevolent form of capitalism, you would at least see people from third world countries trying to migrate to China en masse. But you don't. And it's not like China's lack of democracy and civic freedoms is merely excusable by their status as a developing country. Right nearby China, you have Mongolia, which is anything but a rich country, which has democratic elections and far more civic freedoms than China does. While people can use Marx's theory of stages of economic development to rationalize China's need to build the productive forces, it doesn't change the fact that Marx saw the working class as the agent of emancipation, the emancipation of labor from capital. But instead, Chinese workers find themselves under the total domination of both capital and the authoritarian state, all in the name of socialism. It's one of the great ironies of history that a communist state would end up practicing the most brutal form of capitalism ever seen. And it's not like capitalism has no benefits. It certainly delivers the goods, and as Karl Marx noted, it has a progressive role in history, which is why the majority of Chinese people, despite being subjected to exploitation, have seen a massive increase in the standard of living. And you know what? So did workers in the 19th and 20th centuries. But that didn't change the fact that this was capitalism. Now, defenders of the Chinese model might argue that the party represents the workers' interests, and that by ostensibly representing the workers' interests, China merely represents a different form of democracy, because all that it does is for the good of the people. But when labor activists are imprisoned, when strikes are suppressed, when workers have no voice in selecting their supposed representatives, then it's hard to argue that democracy exists in a meaningful sense, unless you are to define democracy in the way that Mussolini does in the Doctrine of Fascism.
Whoa, that took a real fast turn just there. It's just like, well, they don't have workers' organization, and so they don't have democracy, eh? That's right, son. No way. That's so good. Checking out the stream. Goddamn legend. My favorite type of punani. Checking out the stream. Alright. Legend. Fucking legend. Alright, they don't have democracy because they don't have unions. Fair enough. They don't have democracy because they don't have representative government. I don't know about that. Who gets to decide that democracy is representative government? Come on. And now we're going to go down the fascist path. Remember, we talked about this before, okay? There are people that consider China to be fascist. Like without the European style superiority complex kind of thing, but fascist nonetheless. Nice ideology, brutal behavior. Like I said, a lot of suffering while asking for a big leap of faith. Deng Xiaoping's privatization was far more liberalistic, privatized and broad, large and long term than the NEP it claimed as its inspiration. They do have fascist-like elements. Like, yeah, you can easily describe China as a fascist that has a centralized party. It's got corporate state melding together. So the corporate sector and the state come together for the good of the economy. They control labor, and they're incredibly hyper nationalist. Like that's really a formula that people use to describe fascism. So like you can easily do that. But like you can see here with the problem, right? Like people can't even decide whether China's socialist or capitalist. So like you could call it many a thing, right? Oop, I shouldn't have cleared my voice. Whoopsie. That means I'm about to say something stupid. And now they've been doing tech surveillance state thing over there. But yeah, police are hard to fund. If you're not in a country with strong unions and enforced labor laws, your workplace can always screw you over. Not a China thing. Interesting. To be fair, he did say even non-democratic places have at least unions. It was more a criticism of their treatment of workers than glazing democracy. At least that's what I heard. But then he said the thing about representative government. Let me just go back a second. Maybe I did hear that wrong.
Then it's hard to argue that democracy exists. But when labor activists are imprisoned, when strikes are suppressed, when workers have no voice in selecting their supposed representatives, then it's hard to argue that democracy exists in a meaningful sense, unless you are to define democracy in the way that...
Yeah, you're right. He said it in relation to unions only.
Mussolini does in the Doctrine of Fascism. Yes, Mussolini called fascism the democratic doctrine par excellence, because the fascist state represented the interests of the people, both the workers and the capitalists, under a corporatist economic structure, whereby state-sanctioned unions would reconcile the class conflicts between employers and employees for the common good. But as we know, in practice, the state ended up suppressing wages and the interests of workers to the benefit of capitalists. And most people don't consider the socialism of the fascist states to be really socialist in any kind of worker emancipation sense. It's paternalism at best and a more brutal form of state capitalism at worst. When Foxconn workers were jumping off buildings due to brutal working conditions, where was the worker state? When delivery drivers work 16-hour days without basic protections, where is the dictatorship of the proletariat? And here's the ultimate irony. Let's look at healthcare. Supposedly the crown jewel of any socialist system. Even statist conceptions of socialism at least define their socialism on the basis of public ownership and a robust social safety net. This was the basis of the Fabian socialism that...
What's wrong with paternalism, by the way? Come on. Come on.
That Britain had under the leadership of the Labour Party in the post-war era.
I think this is a misleading distinction here, because he's like, oh yeah, but like even you know, Norway has public health, but like public health isn't socialism though. And so because China has its healthcare still on the market, then this guy's like, but so like they're not socialist then, because like you actually have to pay for healthcare. They don't have a free healthcare system, but it's not free healthcare does not maketh the socialist. Like free healthcare in a capitalistic society helps because you don't want to have to bear that cost. It sucks. And like from what I understand, Chinese healthcare, okay, it's not a public healthcare system, but it's incredibly cheap. And like in terms of wait times, forget about it. Like you need surgery, you get surgery. It's not like, should be 6 months. Yeah. Give or take. Maybe a year. I don't know. Australia doesn't have free healthcare. Doctors still get paid. Public safety net. Implying free healthcare is necessary. It's a bit of a stretch. Yeah, I agree. Well, like, if you want to define something as socialist, like, why would you be like, but even the West has free healthcare?
Which many Western democracies with high unionization had. Free healthcare, public college, stable jobs, high wages, strong unions. You know the deal. A capitalist system in which workers had a bigger slice of the pie and had a seat at the table. But you know what percentage of healthcare costs Chinese citizens pay out of their pocket? About 28%. That's more than double what Canadians pay, which is closer to 14%, and also double what the British pay, which is also close to 14%. You heard that right. Communist China forces its citizens to pay a higher share of medical costs than capitalist countries like the United Kingdom with its NHS. So even if we were to define...
I don't know if that's true or not. That is not what I have heard about China. I've heard that it's incredibly cheap. And they've actually done a lot of work. That's one of the things that Xi Jinping has been trying to do, is reduce the costs of healthcare right down. But like maybe, I don't know where he gets his sources from, this guy.
And socialism on these statist terms, which I don't, in England is more socialist than China. And if all that wasn't enough, even these state-owned enterprises in China have shares owned by private individuals. They operate exactly like capitalist companies. They are just subsidized and funded and directed by the government. If these kind of profit-driven state-owned enterprises count as socialism, then Japan would be socialist due to its central bank owning large portions of stocks to prevent market crashes. So what is China really? Well, given the lack of socialization in China now, the only case you could make that China is moving towards socialism is that the Chinese Communist Party says it is. You'd be basically taking them at their word and placing faith in them. And given the road that China is currently on, China becoming a socialist country in any sense of worker emancipation seems more unlikely than the return of Christ. At the end of the day, China does...
Savage take there. My God. Depends on which city. Hospital access is bad for most of the country, too far between them. Fair enough. I thought they had done a lot of work on that, though. They've done heaps of work in diversifying and providing medical care across the country. We have inexpensive healthcare for everybody. The key to market success of areas like healthcare is that it ends up being the least expensive for everybody to access. The key to market success of areas like healthcare is that it ends up being the least expensive for everyone to access. China's pretty good though. They care less about housing speculation, for example.
Represent a new system, one very different from Western forms of capitalism. It is a system where the Communist Party uses the rhetoric of building socialism to justify suppressing worker power, keeping wages low, and maintaining China's competitiveness in the global capitalist system. Put simply, the Chinese system is basically using socialism in order to be very good at capitalism. This is why the Communist Party talks about socialism being a distant goal. Officially, the Chinese Communist Party claims that China first started being socialist in 1956, when the People's Republic of China was established, and that they are currently in the primary stage of socialism. And it won't be until 2050 where China becomes a great modern socialist country. one that is prosperous, strong, democratic, and harmonious. Now, it's worth looking on how the goal of socialism changed throughout the history of the Chinese Communist.
All right, enough. All right, here's my 2 cents on it, if you're interested. We've spent a lot of time over the Thursdays talking about this concept that for human history in society, like complex civilization, there has been this idea that people make stuff and there's like a working class that does that, however big or small it really is. But there's a working class and there is a class of people that sits on top of that dominates over the subordinate working class, and they use them to create value enough for everybody's existence and then some, the surplus value part. And so you have society that generally moves in this trajectory. Like that's at the core of society. So in a capitalistic society, you have a working class, and the capitalist class is what controls. But the central relationship, if you boil that down even, is like you take away the personification away from that, and you have capital and labor in the abstract. So like labor as like a source of value, as opposed to working class or working people versus the capitalist class, capitalists who are people. Instead of people versus people, you have capital dictates over labor. So the force of capital that runs through society being really productive and forcing us to do productive things, like what gets us to be productive as a society these days, as humans, what gets us being productive together and organizes our production, it's capital. Capital controls labor. And so the capitalist class usually controls the working class in that arrangement, in a traditional capitalist society. And so in China, though, as he's described, is it really the working people that are in control if they're not allowed to unionize and all that sort of stuff? And so what you have in China, which I think is you're like rather unique in a sense, is that you have the state that controls that central relationship. The state controls capital and labor, but it particularly controls labor for capital. So it's using the force of capital and it's using the force of labor to produce stuff. And it's the state that controls that relationship, that central relationship. So I call China state capitalist because it hasn't produced a society where labor is in control. Labor is not in the hot seat. Now, you can argue for days if China makes life better for the working class because it controls that relationship between the two. That's where the argument will ensue. It does this really well. It doesn't do this really well. It does this. It does that. It does this. It does that. But like if the state is simply controlling that relationship between the capitalist class and the laboring class, and doing things like not letting them unionize, but then also not letting capitalists run wild and just dominate society for their own interests, then it's striking a balance, but it's not, it hasn't effectively changed how capitalism works. It's just controlling it. I think that's fine. It's not mean. In terms of the analysis of things. And I think he's alluded to this, kind of. But he hasn't been that distinct, I guess. Yay, happy ending. Yeah, we finally got there. Sounds very familiar to our radical, centrist, neoliberal agendists. Yeah, they definitely control the force of capital and the force of labor to their own advantage. Those radical centrists. God, I hate the centrists so much. Had to ram another ist in there. Yeah, goddamn. Neoliberal bastards. The radical centrists. They're the worst. I've got to bounce. But interesting theory Thursday. We learned a bit about China today, I think. At least how it works effectively. I thought he'd go into way more detail. Somebody said, I thought this was going to be one of those factory, this is how you make a hammer, or whatever. I thought it was going to be more like that. This is how the Chinese political structure works from the ground up, but it didn't really do that. Have fun with your flubber. Right, am I about to bounce? All right. So good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Blaz, Spandonk, Ravy, Jingle Jangle Jam, Voltateur, Rosie, coming in from Kick, Jag. Who else been hanging out this afternoon for some Theory Thursdays? Heidi the Sausage was in earlier. Jet B, KK Online was here too. 4AS was in the house earlier. Hobo Joe. Made it to 20 likes. All right. Fuck yeah, we got there. Jingle Jangle Jam. Been hanging out. Thank you, everyone, for the interactions today. We'll be in for Far Right Fridays tomorrow. So if you have any suggestions, throw them in the Discord. You know how it is. Do that. And we'll be back tomorrow with some of that. If you've been lurking today, or if you're watching after the fact, thank you very much. If you haven't already, on your way out, you're on YouTube, activate the like button. Do yourself a favor. Do yourself a favor. Don't forget to activate the like button on the way out. And until next time, as always, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. I will see you on the morrow.